On the day the weird apocalypse erupted, the cities stopped belonging to humans. Human weapons became a cruel joke in front of the weird. These things could not be killed. The only survivors were sequenced Transcendents forced to keep running. Just when I thought humanity had no future left, I awakened the universal upgrade system. Others pushed broken cars through the wasteland. I turned the convoy itself into a walking steel fortress. A rusty bicycle became an armored war machine in my hands. Even a torn tent could evolve into a mobile shelter. And the most terrifying part was this. The unkillable anomalies no longer chased me to rip me apart. They started following me instead. I stared into the rolling fog and laughed bitterly. I only wanted to survive. So how did I become humanity's last hope? I clearly just wanted to survive. How did I become humanity's last hope? I escaped from Jiangqing, joining a convoy of survivors, planning to head to the survivor base in Shanghu. Some drove modified off-roaders, some drove buses, and then there was me pedaling a rusty old bicycle. Everyone on the road had to remember 2 iron rules. First, don't fall behind. Second, stockpile as many supplies as possible. And the first rule always overrides the second, because without supplies, someone might still save you, but once you fall behind, only death awaits you. Everyone had pinned their hopes on Shanghu, one of the few remaining supercities in the country. Everyone believed there was a way to deal with the weird there. But before we even reached the destination, Shanghu had already become a dead zone. Upon learning this, I cooked a steaming bowl of instant noodles, trying to dilute the suffocating silence of the air. After dinner, the blood moon had completely shrouded the earth. Everyone suppressed their breathing to the lowest, for fear of disturbing the horrors lurking in the dark. I took a deep breath, pushing down the tension in my heart. The rules of the apocalypse are simple. To survive, you have to endure. So I lit my last cigarette, letting the smoke bring a sliver of fake peace. After finishing, I wrapped myself in a blanket, preparing to survive the night. But the moment my hand touched the blanket, a line of text suddenly appeared in my mind. Upgrading the blanket requires 129 slaughter points. A few seconds later, I realized I hadn't awakened any so-called sequence ability. Instead, I had gained an upgrade system. As long as I have slaughter points, I can upgrade anything I touch. Even a portable stove could evolve. However, the joy didn't last long. Before reality snapped me back, because I had 0 slaughter points. Fortunately, new information appeared again. Since the host is using the system for the first time, you may borrow 300 slaughter points. Term, 1 month. I burst out laughing. In the apocalypse, I could be in the mouth of the weird tomorrow. Only a fool wouldn't borrow, so I confirmed the loan without hesitation. 300 points acquired. I looked at that old bicycle. The first rule of the convoy is don't fall behind. For me, this rusty bike is my lifeline, so I decisively invested all the points into it. The next moment, all-in upgrade an hourglass appeared above the bike. All-in upgrade a 5-hour countdown slowly ticked away, until the horizon turned pale. The system notification suddenly rang. Upgrade complete. By the faint glimmer of dawn, I suddenly discovered that my old bike had completely transformed into a tricycle. Not only did it have a wide cargo bed in the back, but the system had thoughtfully added a power-saving device. The people in the convoy saw this. Some were jealous, some greedy, and some were terrified. In the apocalypse, any resource is more precious than life, let alone a tricycle that doesn't need a drop of gasoline. Some had joined the convoy in small cars, but once they ran out of fuel, those cars instantly turned from treasures into burdens. Now, only the 2 modified off-roaders in front could still drive steadily. It said that a few ruthless characters were in those cars. The most eye-catching among them was a young girl who always held a long sword in her hand. Just then, a woman in yoga pants walked over. Her eyes locked onto my tricycle. It was the look of someone sizing up prey. I didn't even need her to speak to know what she was planning, so I rejected her flatly and decisively. The woman was about to snap, but she was interrupted by a burly man. That was Changzi, a fitness coach before the end. He immediately acted extremely attentive, inviting the woman to sit on the back of his bike. The woman's expression finally softened a bit. Before leaving, she not only glared at me viciously, but even suggested to Changzi that he should just seize my tricycle. Changzi looked at my hand crossbow. He seemed somewhat wary, and I couldn't be bothered with them. Strangely enough, the convoy's pace today was much faster than yesterday. But for me, this wasn't a pressure at all. The tricycle's power-saving device made riding easier than ever before. I could even feel as my legs pushed, a sensation of speed as smooth as the wind. Suddenly, a row of houses appeared ahead. The survivors, who had been walking with heads down, instantly looked up. After all, many in the convoy were out of supplies. They could barely hold on any longer. After the apocalypse, most towns became forbidden zones. The denser the population, the more the weird thrived. Those who had escaped from Zhongqing, not one of them wanted to face those horrors again. If it were night, the convoy would definitely bypass such a place. But now it was daytime. Daytime meant a chance if they dared to risk it all. They might find new food and water. So the lead off-roaders suddenly accelerated, charging straight into the town. The convoy seemed to ignite at that moment. Even the exhausted survivors on foot gritted their teeth and quickened their pace. But the closer they got to the town, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Even though it was broad daylight, it felt like the dead of a winter night. Even the breath carried a bone-chilling cold. The lead modified off-roader suddenly slammed on the brakes. Tires screeched against the ground with a piercing wail, leaving two deep black skid marks, just as everyone was hesitating. A coarse voice boomed, "What are you all fussing about? I'm going in first." No sooner had he spoken than a giant over 2 meters tall forced himself out of a modified off-roader. The moment his foot hit the ground, the entire ground shook. I froze for a second before realizing just how absurd this guy was. A literal human beast. He didn't care at all what others thought. Instead, like a giant elephant, he charged straight toward the distant supermarket. Immediately, the off-roaders behind him followed. Even more absurdly, an old man started his elderly mobility scooter and shouted arrogantly, "You youngsters are useless. Just wait until I get out. Watch me live the high life." That shout sent everyone into a frenzy. They rushed toward the supermarket like a herd of sheep, but I didn't follow. Instead, I set my sights on the shops lining the street. The supplies there might not be as complete as the supermarkets, but they're much closer to the exit. There's a rule in the apocalypse. Survival depends entirely on sunlight. As long as you step into the sun, those sinister things can't catch you. I rushed to the entrance of a tobacco and grocery store. Through the glass door, I saw an array of goods. Piles of snacks and drinks, everything edible or useful. I swept them all into my backpack. Just as I was gloating, a sudden chill crept up my spine. Behind me stood a child, appearing 7 or 8 years old. That face was paler than a 3-day corpse. The eyes and mouth twisted into an utterly grotesque smile. I couldn't help but curse under my breath. I tried to vault over the counter and bolt out the door, but as I lunged toward the entrance, I froze. The glass door had been barred from the outside with a wooden pole. Someone wanted to trap me here. I stared intently through the glass. A man and a woman were standing by that tricycle. The woman was wearing tight yoga pants, the same woman I had flatly rejected earlier, and the man was the fitness coach beside her, Changzi. At first, their eyes were filled with smugness and cold sneers, but when they looked into the darkness behind me, they saw a small, faint figure. "Changzi, let's go now." The two hopped onto the tricycle and sped away from the scene. Moon goddess lights the coffin bed. Little brother waits for candy, crying his heart out. The childish voice sounded as if it were crawling out of rotting bones. "They say this anomaly is called the paper-crying child. Once it haunts you, there is no escape." Without a second thought, I pulled the trigger of my crossbow, but in the next second, the bolt passed right through its body. That small figure didn't budge an inch. That eerie babbling echoed right behind me. If I hadn't been standing right where the sunlight hit, I'd probably be dead by now. I scanned my surroundings quickly, looking left and right. There wasn't a single useful weapon in sight, so I steeled my nerves and smashed violently against the glass door. The glass finally shattered. I lunged outside. It was just after 4 p.m. The golden sunlight poured over me, dispelling the chill in my bones. In that instant, it felt as if I had returned from hell to the living world. I looked back, but I wasn't afraid anymore, because I was standing in the light. I shouldered my supplies and chased after the direction the tricycle had gone. The direction Changzi and the yoga pants woman headed was the grand supermarket. I didn't want to go in at first, but now they had my tricycle. I had to get it back. The sun was slowly sinking in the west. Shadows grew longer across the street. Within those shadows, I could feel countless cold eyes, staring intently at me. Yes, Xinghua Town. Because of our arrival, certain things were being awakened. When I reached the supermarket entrance, I spotted that familiar tricycle. My belongings were still in the cargo bed. A murderous intent began to swell within me. So, I emptied my bag and readjusted it. Then, crouching low, I slowly approached the supermarket. But once I actually stepped inside, I found the situation was far worse than I imagined. Most of the shelves were empty. A few silhouettes stood in the corners. Seeing me, they immediately signaled for silence. Just as I wondered why, a freezing aura surged up my spine. A girl with disheveled hair was dragging her feet, wandering between the shelves. She was a full 3 meters tall. In her hand, she gripped a massive pair of scissors. A sinister voice emanated from her mouth. "Where are you? Come out. Let's play together." Cold sweat poured down my forehead. I had just escaped the paper-crying child, only to run into the white-clothed Scissor Woman. I tried to avoid her line of sight and slip away to the other side, but right then, I noticed quite a few survivors in the food section. Even that giant of a man over 2 meters tall was there, but his expression was incredibly tense. The Scissor Woman suddenly stopped. 2 crimson dots beneath her long hair snapped toward us. In that moment, everyone froze. The only sound left in the air was the beating of hearts. Fortunately, she didn't spot us. Instead, she continued her mechanical trek away. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to keep scavenging, I accidentally bumped into the back of a survivor. I looked up and saw everyone had stopped. Their gazes were all fixed forward. The 3-meter-tall, white-clothed Scissor Woman stiffly turned her head toward us. She charged forward in huge strides. Shelves collapsed with a crash in her wake. I grabbed my bag and tried to run, but I watched as 2 survivors in front of me were snipped in half by the Scissor Woman. This is great. This is so much fun." Her laughter was colder than her blade. A second later, a man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses was also severed at the waist. Right then, the 2-meter-tall giant let out a thunderous roar. "Damn it! I'm going all out." It was as if he had been instantly inflated. In a blink, he transformed into a 3-meter giant. His muscles bulged and knotted, rising like lumps of iron. He locked eyes with the Scissor Woman. His presence didn't waver in the slightest. This is a sequence superhuman. The apocalypse hit, and anomalies erupted worldwide. The survivors and I fled to a small town, but I never imagined that while we were gathering supplies, a creepy white-clothed Scissor Woman would emerge from the dark. In the critical moment, a 3-meter sequence giant burst through the wall and forcibly blocked her. Now I finally understood why this sequence superhuman was so terrified of the woman in white. The muscle demon swung his fists at the Scissor Woman, only for her to catch them effortlessly with one hand. Yet this frail-looking woman possessed an incomprehensible, monstrous strength. She squeezed the muscle demon's fist as if she were kneading dough. The muscle demon's face contorted in pain. His body buckled under her sadistic laughter. I don't know what I was thinking at the time, but I raised my crossbow and fired a bolt at her. Although the bolt did no damage to the Scissor Woman, it unexpectedly netted me 200 free slaughter points. But before I could celebrate, the Scissor Woman let out a roar and charged at me. Luckily, the muscle demon moved. With one massive punch, he slammed right into the Scissor Woman's face. But to my utter disbelief, the Scissor Woman didn't budge an inch. Instead, she flung the muscle demon away. His massive body smashed through countless shelves. This is the nature of the anomalies. Even the sequence superhumans, hailed as miracles of humanity, are nothing more than ragdolls before the Scissor Woman. However, that massive body, he leaped out from the collapsed shelves, charging once again at the woman in white with scissors. She was like an immortal cockroach, completely unscathed, since she refuses to run. Fine. If you are not running, I am. Fine, I'll be the one to run. While that meathead and the Scissor Woman were locked in battle, I grabbed my bag and bolted. But in the next instant, that familiar, eerie child's voice whispered in my ear. "Little brother waits for candy, crying his heart out. Moon goddess lights the coffin bed. Little brother cries for candy until his heart breaks." Then, a pale child appeared, grabbing hold of my pant leg. Just as despair washed over me, he clearly did not want to go pick it up. I spotted candies scattered all over the floor, quickly grabbed a few and held them out. He didn't want to take them, but some kind of rule forced him to accept the candy. I looked back once. While the weeping child took the candy, I sprinted toward the supermarket exit. All around me, survivors were screaming in terror. I glanced back and saw the weeping child unwrapping the candy. And inside the shopping mall, in the distance, that demonic muscle man was sent flying again. But he immediately charged back at the Scissor Woman. Only when I stepped back into the sunlight did I feel like I had returned to the world of the living. But inside the supermarket, all of them were drawn over by the crowd. Screams and terrified cries continued to echo. Ghostly shadows loomed everywhere. Many survivors, while fleeing, were dragged back into the darkness by eerie figures. Every anomaly in Xinhua town. Suddenly, an unfriendly female voice rang out, had been drawn in by the crowd. Only the sunlight was a safe zone. I flopped down onto my vehicle and tossed the 2 bags ID scavenged right into the cargo bed. Instead, I raised the hand crossbow straight ahead. Right then, an unfriendly female voice rang out. "Chenyi, what do you think you're doing? Trying to steal our car, are you?" There stood Jujia in her yoga pants and Changzi the fitness coach. So I raised the hand crossbow again, both carrying bags, standing not far away. I didn't say a word. I simply raised my hand crossbow. A bolt streaked through the air. "You have slain your enemy." Then the woman's scream rang out again. "Slaughter points plus 1,000. I was slightly stunned. I didn't expect killing people to grant slaughter points. So I raised my crossbow again. The woman in yoga pants screamed in terror. I grabbed the woman by the hair, turning to flee back into the supermarket. Compared to the anomalies, I was the true nightmare in her mind. Unfortunately, before I could strike, her scream pierced the air once more. Before leaving, I did not forget to pick up those 2 packages. Her face was twisted with pure horror, and behind her stood a figure in tattered rags. Just as she was about to reach the sunlight, that ragged figure came straight against me from the opposite direction, grabbed her by the hair, and dragged her back into the darkness. By now, many survivors had just managed to escape. They frantically loaded supplies onto their vehicles and sped away, but it was quickly surrounded by a huge crowd. I stood up and pedaled my tricycle away. I didn't forget to grab those 2 bags before leaving. While everyone was fighting for every second to survive, a white shadow suddenly flickered across the rooftop. I glanced up, so when the weird appeared, escaping became almost impossible, and saw a young girl with a sword on her back. Like a legendary swordswoman, she was heading in the opposite direction of my escape, targeting the supermarket where the battle raged. In this apocalypse, a man got out of a modified off-road vehicle. Only sequenced Transcendents can fight the anomalies, but I couldn't afford to care about that. I rushed through the town's entrance gate, but was quickly surrounded by a crowd. They bombarded me with questions. Then he tossed it into his mouth and tasted it, but I couldn't be bothered with them. Most of them were women. In the apocalypse, the elderly and children have less stamina, making it harder for them to escape the anomalies. Everyone scrambled and crawled back toward their cars. On the other hand, adult women, though physically weaker than men, found it easier to survive. Right then, a man stepped out of a modified off-road vehicle. "Move. Stop wasting time." He was dressed strangely, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and loose joggers, but he was barefoot. "You cannot leave." He bent down and grabbed a handful of soil, then tossed it into his mouth to taste it. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he shouted, "Leave now. It's almost too late." I was also about to pedal the tricycle and follow them. The people surrounding him turned pale instantly, scrambling and crawling back to their cars, as if some great horror was about to descend. Someone screamed in the panic. A bus swayed out of the town at high speed. "What about Nana and Taisher?" The man roared back.
"Don't worry, they catch up."
"Now move. No more talking." Soon, the sudden movement of these vehicles, but it was sent flying by the bus, was noticed by other survivors. Some panicked, even trying to block the convoy. "No, my husband isn't out yet. You can't leave." The convoy ahead came into my sight. "I beg you. My brother is still inside. You can't abandon us." But the modified off-road vehicle ignored the pleas, flooring the gas and speeding away. I do not know how long passed. I prepared to pedal my tricycle and follow. The off-road vehicles ahead were incredibly fast. Those without cars soon fell behind. Luckily, my tricycle had a labor-saving device, allowing me to barely keep pace. The people in the cars had already gotten out. Just then, a bus wobbled out of the town. I recognized this bus. It belonged to the convoy. It had been packed with people before. There was also a pitiful young girl standing there. But now it was mostly empty. A survivor tried to stop the bus, only to be sent flying by the impact, his fate unknown. I didn't know why those people, it had already reached more than 1,200, were running forward as if possessed. I was drenched in sweat by now, and even so, the convoy ahead of me had dwindled to a tiny speck of light, so I checked the system's upgrade plan. Heavy breathing sounded from behind, clearly a few cyclists keeping pace with me. As for the survivors on foot, not a single one was left. I don't know how much time passed. The upgrade would take 15 hours, and currently, I only have a bit over 1,200 slaughter points. 15 hours is actually acceptable. Just as I was about to click confirm, I spotted an abandoned motorcycle parked by the roadside. Such sights are everywhere in the apocalypse. A bold idea struck me. System, if I can get the parts, can the slaughter point cost be reduced? The system replied quickly. Find the right parts, and the system may reduce some slaughter points at its discretion. Suppressing my excitement and trembling hands, I dragged that motorcycle to the side of my tricycle. Then, I focused my attention on the system modification. System, can you use this motorcycle in front of me? For the modification, yes. Currently, the modification requires 900 slaughter points. That only saves 300 points. That's way too cheap, isn't it? System, is there any other way to save more points? Yes. If the host can dismantle all the parts of the motorcycle and take them apart and perform the initial installation on the tricycle, you can save 100 slaughter points. If the host can find a third tire, you can save another 100 points. I finally understood. The higher the completion rate of the upgrade goal, the more slaughter points I can save. But since it was too dark now, I had to call it a day. After clicking confirm in the system, I saw an hourglass countdown appear on my tricycle. Upgrade completion requires 6 hours. After finishing dinner, I tentatively asked the system, how can I awaken as a sequence transcendent? The system gave me 2 answers. First, obtain a sequence injection. Second, self-awakening. A sequence injection requires 3,000 slaughter points, but I only have 300 points in my account. So, I had a sudden inspiration. Using those 300 slaughter points, I exchanged them for a way to deal with entities, and that was using black dog blood. Black dog blood can effectively suppress entities. I could even use this method to trade for necessary supplies. The next day, as dawn broke, the tricycle upgrade was complete. The front half was now a motorcycle, and the loading capacity of the rear bed was enhanced once again. Many people mocked me, saying the old bicycle was just fine, and now I'd have to scavenge for gasoline. But some sharp-eyed people noticed something off. Isn't this modified from that tricycle? To turn a tricycle into this in one night, how is that possible? Everyone looked at me with apprehension. Some even mistook me for an entity. But just then, the sword-wielding girl walked toward me. She cast her gaze upon my motorcycle tricycle, and then asked, is this motorcycle yours? Have you awakened as a sequence transcendent? As soon as she spoke, the surrounding survivors erupted in shock. So I made up a lie, claiming to be of the mechanic sequence. After that, the girl led me toward the cars in front. She probably took me for a sequence ability user. I even saw that barefoot youth with the unique aura from last night. Especially upon learning I was a sequence transcendent, his eyes lit up. Welcome, sequence transcendent. This will be a whole new world. At that moment, I was invited into a tent. As far as I knew, there were 3 sequence transcendents in this convoy. The leader was that barefoot youth named Chu-Che of the Pathfinder sequence. The white-haired beauty was Nana of the Sword Immortal sequence, and the other was the brute Taisher, who was of the Titan sequence. According to Chu-Chi's explanation, there are hundreds of types of sequence transcendents. Each has their own unique abilities, such as combat, support, or supernatural sequences. Even different countries have their own unique sequences. Xia Nation has the Sword Immortal and Celestial Master sequences. Island Nation has the Ninja and Godslayer sequences. Sequence Transcendents aren't invincible, but to truly kill an entity, it's nearly impossible for low-level sequences. Whether it was the paper crying child of Apricot Blossom Town, or the Scissors Woman in white, they weren't actually that strong among entities. In that moment I realized clearly that human sequence transcendence, in the face of entities, are still far too weak. Saying this, Chu Che extended his left hand with a solemn look. Chun Yi, you are the fourth sequence transcendent of this convoy. With you, we are even more secure. Welcome aboard. I reached out and shook his hand, then inquired about the convoy's gasoline situation. But Chu Chi's stance was clear. If you want it, you trade supplies. Even though I had awakened as a sequence transcendent, I couldn't get a single drop for free. I thought being transcendent would bring status and perks, but reality gave me a harsh slap in the face. There are no privileges or protection here, only equal exchange. But Chu Che added one more thing. The convoy would soon hold an internal trade fair. As long as you're willing to pay the price, you can get anything you want. In this convoy, there were only 4 four-wheeled vehicles, 2 modified off-roaders, and the bus belonged to that Titan sequence brute. As for the remaining small car, it actually belonged to a female celebrity. She didn't have many supplies, but thanks to her pre-apocalypse star power, a crowd of men with peculiar looks always surrounded her stall. Just as I was hesitating over who to trade with for gas, she actually hauled out a metal canister from her car. Mr. Chun, if you need it, I have another canister of gasoline here. I only need 8 jean of rice. That was cheaper than Chu Che and Nana's 20 jean. I saw through her plan instantly. She was using cheap gasoline to buy my protection. I made it blunt. Give me the fuel, and I'll step in when you're in trouble. Zhou Lan stared intently at me, remaining silent for a full half-minute, before finally gritting her teeth and agreeing. When Zhou Lan handed me that canister of gas, her younger brother panicked. Without gasoline, our car becomes a piece of scrap metal. The youth intentionally raised his voice, clamoring to take the fuel back. Some people watched with glee, waiting for me to be humiliated, and Zhou Lan didn't stop him. She just turned her head away guiltily. Fortunately, she wasn't the only one with gas. I walked straight to Chu Che and traded the news of the black dog blood for a canister of fuel. Then I found Nana and traded for a Japanese brand outdoor machete. Until the broadcast sounded, signaling the convoy to depart. I followed behind the bus, having become the 4th most important figure in the convoy. Along the way, Chu Che kept getting out of the car, grabbing handfuls of soil and stuffing them into his mouth. This was the biggest secret to the convoy's survival. By the time Taisher woke up, I truly witnessed what transcendence meant. That day, I saw his arm severed at the shoulder with my own eyes, but today he was fully restored. The first thing Taisher said when he saw me was a thank you, saying that if not for my arrow, he would have died long ago. But the same goes for me. If he hadn't blocked that Scissors Woman in white, I wouldn't have survived until today. Then, I mentioned to him that black dog blood can suppress entities. This information was quite valuable. Just like that, a power source was added to my truck bed. Afterward, the convoy wound its way through the roads, avoiding several entities that were in relentless pursuit. If not for Chu Che, the convoy would have been wiped out long ago. I seized every opportunity to rest, soaking the arrowheads in black dog blood. That night, Chu Che announced we'd head to Longevity Village tomorrow for supplies. As soon as the news broke, fear was written all over everyone's faces. But the name Longevity Village itself carried an inherent sense of dread. With plenty of crossbow bolts in stock, it was the perfect chance to hunt anomalies and farm kill points. But just then, a piercing scream tore through the night sky. Ah! There's an anomaly. The crowd instantly erupted into chaos. I grabbed my hand crossbow, coated in black dog blood, and looked toward the dozens of dark shadows nearby. But just as the tension reached its breaking point, a weak voice drifted from the shadows of the woods. Please save us. As a beam of light swept across, a ragged figure was revealed. Then more figures emerged from the darkness. Chu Che had already stepped to the front of the crowd, eyeing them with deep suspicion. We escaped from Luching. Luching is gone. Along with that trembling cry, the group began to sob in unison. Amidst this wave of despair,
Chuke crouched down,
grabbed a handful of dirt, and popped it into his mouth, as if tasting some exquisite delicacy. Once he confirmed there was no danger, Chuche began to warn them. Since you're new, I can provide free food for 1 day. After that, you'll have to find a way to feed yourselves. After speaking, Chuche picked a few middle-aged women to help with cooking. Just as everyone thought order had been restored, a newly joined woman suddenly started screaming. This is unfair. Why are only the women doing the work? Why aren't those men cooking? You're just coddling women. The moment she finished speaking, the other newcomers looked to her as their leader, while the women in the kitchen wanted to rip her apart. Chuche simply gave a faint smile. Since that's the case, Sister Zhao, you all take a break.
Unso Bao,
Take a few of the men and handle the cooking. The woman soon tasted the bitterness of her words. The men were thrilled, scrambling to boil water and start fires like it was a holiday. Meanwhile, the woman who shouted unfair stood there stunned. She thought she was fighting for rights, but all she got was the hatred of her peers. Right after dinner, Chuche handed out rewards to the men. The woman's face instantly turned pale. A few older women even stepped forward to pull her hair, mocking her as a modern-day slave. Without ever having to confront her directly, Chuche had completely crushed her into the dirt. Early the next morning, most survivors were still chewing on coarse dry rations, while I held a bowl of cured meat fried rice. An old woman approached, leading her grandson, her smile overly eager. Young man, please share some food with the child. He hasn't had meat in so long. Before she even finished, the brat lunged forward, shoving 2 filthy hands straight into my bowl, frantically stealing my food. Left with no choice, I moved elsewhere. As night fell, Chuche led the team to a new shelter. Just as I was closing my eyes, Uncle Bao rushed over. Mr. Chun, Captain Chu wants you at the meeting. Several people were already seated in the tent. Then, Chuche pulled an old radio from his coat. That piece of junk was actually strange object number 01357. In an era where anomalies roam free, only strange objects are humanity's true trump cards. Chuche placed the old radio on the table. Everyone held their breath. 3 months ago, an anomaly broke out in Longevity Village. Everyone is gone. None survived. The village is well stocked. There's a small supermarket under the giant willow tree in the center. Supplies are abundant. Priority for collection. The village chief seller has reserve grain. Secondary priority. There is a well at the village entrance. The water is uncontaminated, potable. Over 100 anomalies reside in the village. Danger level, SSS. As the information ended, Chu Chi's expression became very strange, as if there were a ghost inside the radio. It wasn't until a minute later that he began assigning tasks. First, head to the small supermarket under the willow, then collect supplies from the chief seller. While everyone was discussing the details, Nana, that brat, she looks delicate, but she acts like a wild monkey all day. Probably wouldn't have found a partner before the apocalypse. An Iron Lion even with a Titan sequence, he's the stupid. What a freak. That new guy has a nasty temper. Definitely wasn't a good person before the end. I saw him beating old people and children with my own eyes. And the starlet Zholan glamorous on screen, but in reality, she's just mediocre. This strange object doesn't just gather information, it can even broadcast the owner's inner thoughts to everyone. Chuche opened his mouth, but before he could explain, Nana's sword light flashed. For the first time, the usually calm and silent captain looked truly embarrassed. To reach Longevity Village sooner, the convoy increased its speed early the next morning. Behind the convoy were the survivors traveling on foot without any vehicles. I kept feeling a pair of spiteful eyes watching me, but when I looked back, I saw nothing. Right then, a loud exclamation rang out from the group. A village! There's a village ahead. I twisted the throttle, only to realize my motorized tricycle was out of gas. The bus behind me accelerated, leaving me in the dust. I could even see Iron Lion's goofy grin. By the time I arrived, everyone had already reached the village entrance. As I looked at the village, a chill ran down my spine. Despite it being high noon under a bright sun, the place was gloomy and oppressive. It felt even more terrifying than Apricot Blossom Town. Then, Captain Chu, wearing sunglasses, spoke loudly through a megaphone. The current time is 11 a.m. By 4 p.m., you must be out of Longevity Village. No exceptions. In the center of Longevity Village stood an incredibly tall willow tree. The tree was so large it was unnatural. Little did they know, at the entrance of the village, an old man had suddenly appeared. He was a hunchback, leaning on a cane, with a sinister smile directed at the crowd. Everyone was frozen in place by terror. Easy. Stay close to me. Iron Lion let out a low growl, and was the first to stride boldly into the village. Then, gripping my crossbow, I walked side by side with Nana. Despite the fear, some brave souls followed immediately, but most survivors were still hesitating. After all, no one could guarantee they'd make it out alive. Grandma, I don't want you to go. Silly child, Grandma isn't going. What will you eat? If Grandma doesn't come back, everyone here is the murderer who killed your grandmother. When you grow up, remember to avenge me. Not far away, Captain Chu held the radio and sighed from a distance. The wicked cannot escape their fate. Just as I stepped into the village entrance, careful, this is an eerie domain. Nana gripped her long sword, her expression deadly serious. An eerie domain is a special zone formed by a mysterious power. And if you're inside an eerie domain, even in broad daylight, the chance of anomalies appearing is much higher. After hearing Nana's explanation, I felt as if someone was staring at me from the darkness. But looking closer, I found nothing. Just then, two survivors pushed open the door of a house at the village entrance. A pitch-black opening appeared before them. They glanced at each other, then walked side by side into the house. But right at that moment, a man with glasses completely snapped. He screamed and turned to bolt. I can't do this. I want to get out. Fear is contagious. Watching his retreating figure, Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao instinctively wanted to step back. But before our footsteps could even leave the entrance, that hunchbacked old man suddenly appeared out of thin air again. I instinctively raised my hand crossbow and aimed at him. You've finally arrived. Are you from this village? I know you're here for supplies. There's a small supermarket under the big willow tree. Plenty of supplies inside. You should go check it out. After speaking, he turned to leave. But from deep within his body, I clearly heard a faint, ghostly wail. The sound drifted near then far, as if someone were trapped inside him. My heart jolted. Without a second thought, I pulled the trigger. An arrow soaked in black dog blood slammed violently into his body. A plume of blue smoke instantly rose. You have damaged the hunchback puppet. Slaughter points plus 100. I didn't expect this old man to be an anomaly, but before I could even celebrate, Nana's eyes suddenly turned cold. Her long sword flashed like a cold beam and slashed down. The hunchback puppet was instantly sliced in two. The surrounding survivors were about to breathe a sigh of relief, only to see that the two halves bled not a single drop. Instead, they leaped onto the roof like two freakish monkeys and vanished in the blink of an eye. A series of sobbing, wailing sounds echoed from the direction of the hunchback puppet. Taisher wanted to give chase, but Nana suddenly yanked him back. Calm down, big guy. Gathering supplies is the priority. All of this happened in a heartbeat. Soon, a few more survivors broke down and screamed. I'm not going. You guys go by yourselves. I want to leave. I need to get out of here. With that, he turned and ran. Two others followed, desperately fleeing toward the village entrance. The atmosphere instantly became suffocating. It felt as if we were walking in another dimension. As we walked, a terrified scream suddenly erupted behind us. Z is gone. The speaker was a girl with disheveled hair. We hadn't even reached the supermarket under the willow tree, yet so many things had already gone wrong. Stop crying. Maybe AZ already went back. We'll see her when we head back. No, I can't survive without AZ. The girl suddenly bolted back the way we came. At that moment, I felt something was off, because I was certain that our convoy had never seen that girl before. So, I shared this with the group. Zhou Xiaoxiao instinctively countered, how can you be so sure we've never seen her? For some reason, as Zhou Xiaoxiao searched her memory, she couldn't recall the girl's name. I sneered. This is Longevity Village. A strange girl appearing in a place like this. Don't you think that's suspicious? Zhou Xiaoxiao wanted to argue further, but Zhou Lan pulled her back. Let's just move faster. Let's try to make it before 4 p.m. Collect enough supplies, and leave Longevity Village. As soon as Nana finished speaking, the group continued toward the big willow tree. Little did they know, As Taisher rounded the corner first, he suddenly froze in his tracks. Taisher, what happened? Nana, you come look at this. After he spoke, Nana and I quickened our pace. And then, I saw a sight I'll never forget. Hanging from the tips of that towering willow tree's branches were corpses. At least 100 of them. The survivors behind us all froze, their eyes wide with terror. And beneath that sinister willow tree stood a small, humble building. A wooden sign read, Big Willow Supermarket. The small door was wide open, and we could even see the glass counters inside. The shelves were stocked with everything. For a moment, everyone's eyes lit up as if they'd forgotten the horrors hanging above them. One old woman's face was twisted with greed. Outside the supermarket, a wind blew from nowhere, making the willow branches sway gently. Everyone, be careful. Don't disturb those things. After warning them, I cautiously edged toward the supermarket under the tree. Not only were the supplies abundant, but the snacks were piled high like mountains. It was a literal treasure trove in the apocalypse. I had brought 2 backpacks. The first was filled with rice and flour, the second stuffed with cured meat and fish. Nana was also frantically stuffing her bag. Taisher was raiding the place with a massive sack. The others were no different. In moments, we had stripped the supermarket bare. Not even a single pack of salt was left. Scoring this much from a small shop was an unexpected windfall. Maybe we should head back? But my backpack was only half full. This haul was far from enough. Those who want to go back, go. Those who don't, follow us to keep scavenging. But you must obey. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, we can't guarantee your safety. But just as we stepped out of the supermarket, a sudden scream pierced the air. A survivor's body was tightly coiled by a willow branch, then violently yanked into the air. In an instant, that survivor became nothing more than a hanging corpse. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. That face was all too familiar. He had been walking right behind me just a moment ago. But in less than a minute, he had become a ghost beneath the willow. I have enough supplies. I'm not going. You guys find the rest yourselves. Terror left no room for hesitation. Eventually, the group split into 2. Nana, Taisher, and I pushed forward. The other group fled desperately toward the village entrance. Zhou Lan wanted to leave with them, but Zhou Xiaoxiao grabbed the hem of her clothes. Sister, let's stay. Staying with them is better than going out there to die. Shortly after, a gloomy, 3-story mansion appeared before us. My first reaction upon seeing it was, this is absolutely no place for the living. Let's go in. Time is running out. Taisher, with his huge bag, charged into the courtyard first. I and the others followed close behind. Everyone's first target was the kitchen, followed by the bedrooms and the hall. The survivors scoured almost every room, only to find a small amount of rice and flour, not nearly enough for the next resupply. While the others continued their separate searches, I found a digital watch in a 3rd-floor wardrobe. I slipped it into my pocket. I had planned to trade it to Chu Che for a solar charging panel. Maybe ITLL come in handy later. Just when there was only an hour and a half left, a voice suddenly echoed from the 1st floor. There's a basement here. A boy in glasses pointed toward the basement entrance, looking at everyone with excitement. Nana was the first to leap down. A moment later, her voice rang out from the basement, brimming with joy.
Chanye, TSC
is full of potatoes. In that instant, the oppressive atmosphere shattered. Everyone scrambled to jump into the cellar. Bag after bag of potatoes were hauled up. The joy of a harvest was written on every face. But while we were in the heat of the transport, I looked through the window and saw old Kue standing outside the 1st floor. He was staring at us like the Grim Reaper. So I raised my hand and fired an arrow. You have dealt damage to the Hunchback old Kue. Gained 100 slaughter points. Yezi, what did you see? That old Kue has been following us. Stop stalling. I have a very bad feeling about this. We need to leave now. Taisher didn't ask any more questions, but the pace of hauling increased several-fold. One by one, everyone climbed out of the cellar. Everyone's backpacks were stuffed to the brim. Even the Zhou sisters were nearly bent double by the weight. Everyone wore a smile of harvest. Nana glanced at her watch. Her smile vanished instantly. 40 minutes until 4 o'clock. We must leave before then. Everyone set off immediately. Only that old woman crawled out last, slowly, except for the college student who found the cellar. No one paid her any mind, but when I saw the load on her back, I was completely stunned. She was was draped in backpacks from head to toe. Compared to the other survivors, her haul was actually the largest, and she seemed to notice our stares. She actually flashed a smug smile, full of energy, like an untiring beast of burden. Nana led the way, long sword in hand. Everyone began heading back the way they came. The sky remained a dull, oppressive gray. Nana checked her watch. Usually, scavenging was a near-death experience, but this time it was unexpectedly smooth. But as we kept walking, Nana pointed to a house by the road and said, "Wait, we've been down this road before. Someone entered this house earlier and never came out." As everyone looked up, a massive willow tree stood silently ahead. Based on our direction, this tree should have been behind us. Everyone's face turned pale. "We're lost. We took the wrong turn. 30 minutes left. Turn back. Hurry, we might still make it." Everyone immediately turned and bolted, terrified that the giant willow would reappear in the next second. Day 10 of the apocalyptic anomaly outbreak. Survivors and I came to Longevity Village to scavenge. But what we never expected was that just as we finally gathered the supplies and thought we could leave safely, the entire village turned into an endless maze. No matter which direction we fled, we always ended up back under that eerie willow tree. Terror etched itself onto everyone's faces. Only 20 minutes left until the rendezvous. Everyone pinned their hopes on us, the Transcendent sequence users. So we tried to flee in the opposite direction of the tree. This time, everyone's pace quickened significantly, but to my despair, we returned to the starting point once again. "How are we back here again? Aren't you Transcendent types supposed to be powerful? Why can't you get us out of here? You sequence users, get us out of here now. I don't want to die." Some of the panicked survivors began screaming hysterically. Some, eyes bloodshot, even tried to attack us. Suddenly, a thick leg lashed out, sending the crazed survivor flying. I silently raised my crossbow, scanning the surroundings, and right then, old Kue suddenly appeared, blocking our path. "Who the hell are you? Why are you blocking our way? You stole so many supplies from my home, and you're asking who I am? You're the village chief. Tell us how to get out of here. You're not leaving. Stay here and keep me company forever. Stop playing games. Enough with the tricks." Nana let out a furious shout. Her left hand formed a sword finger seal. She swept it across her blade. A ghostly blue light surged across the steel, with a violent slash of light. Before the hunchback old Kue could even dodge, the sword chi blasted through the clothes on his back. I saw something embedded in old Kue's body. Now I could finally see it clearly. It was one of the survivors who entered the village with us. Now, he had become a part of the hunchback old Kue. A chill shot straight up my spine. I immediately fired an arrow at that head, but old Kue didn't even glance back. He spun around and bolted into a nearby house. At the same time, Nana sliced her finger with her sword. As the blade devoured her blood, the sword emitted a resonant, piercing chime. "Crimson mark as the pact, sword soul and body as one. Drink my essence and blood. 10,000 blades return to truth. Break." The moment Nana's voice fell, something shocking happened. Nana gripped the sword with both hands. The sword light exploded in intensity. She slashed violently at the house where old Kue had fled, slicing the entire building clean in half. So this is the sword immortal sequence. The survivors stood there, completely speechless. After a long silence, I realized with horror that old Kue was nowhere to be found in the ruins. What I didn't expect was that, under the eerie willow tree, there were now several familiar figures. These were the survivors who had left earlier. It turned out none of them had managed to escape the village. The remaining survivors were paralyzed with terror. Everyone feared they would be the next to die. "Stop playing games. Watch me smash this thing to pieces." Taisher, having just transformed, tried to pulverize the tree with one punch. But right then, the corpse puppets beneath the branches began to move eerily. Suddenly, hundreds of corpse puppets opened their eyes at once. Controlled by the willow branches, they dropped from the tree like dumplings, launching a fierce assault on us. Taisher was forced to halt his advance, swinging his fists to meet the enemy, forcingly blocking the corpse puppets in his way. But as more and more puppets swarmed, Taisher gradually began to struggle. Some puppets had even leaped onto his back. Seeing this, I raised my crossbow and fired. The arrow, coated in black dog blood, struck the puppet's back. With a hiss of acrid white smoke, the corpse puppet fell off his back. You have dealt damage to the corpse puppet. Gained 100 slaughter points. But before I could react, the puppet with the arrow in its back lunged at me. Luckily, Nana stepped in front of me just in time. Her left sword finger swept across the blade. With a thunderous shout, the puppet was instantly sliced in two. Yet it continued to crawl toward me, dragging its severed half. My heart sank. This thing actually isn't dead yet. And right at this moment, screams keep erupting from the crowd. Some unlucky survivors are being dragged away by the corpse puppets. Further away, that old hag clutching her supplies is still dodging left and right. Then, a survivor next to her lets their guard down for a second, and the old hag shoves them right into the line of fire as a scapegoat. Many survivors saw it clearly, their eyes filled with disgust and hatred. The Zhou sisters are in a miserable state right now. They had hoped to survive under the protection of Taisher and Nana. Unfortunately, Taisher has already charged toward the great willow tree. As for Nana, she can't protect them either. She has to cover Taisher and protect me, the only support sequence in the team. Soon, a corpse puppet lunges straight for Zhou Lan. Sister, look out. Zhou Xiaoxiao slams her backpack hard into the creature, allowing Zhou Lan to narrowly escape. But this was only the beginning. As more corpse puppets swarm in, Zhou Xiaoxiao sees my crossbow bolt pinned into one of the creatures. The puppet quickly emits white smoke and recoils, so she grips her sister's hand tightly and rushes desperately toward me. It seems she views me as their last hope. But just then, that nimble old hag has already slipped behind me. It looks like she doesn't just want protection. She wants to use me as a shield if necessary. But why would I let her have her way? Before the old hag could make a move, I suddenly shifted my position. A figure suddenly lunges forward. The nimble old hag didn't even have time to complain before she was dragged away by several pouncing corpse puppets. I didn't feel a shred of guilt. If I hadn't moved quickly, it would have been me getting dragged away. Chun Yi, save my sister. I quickly turn around and see Zhou Lan pinned down by a corpse. Zhou Xiaoxiao grabs an iron rod from the ground and violently shoves the puppet off her sister. But the moment she pulls Zhou Lan up, corpse puppets have already surrounded them from all sides, each one bearing their pale, jagged teeth. She actually recognizes several of the faces. Most of them were acquaintances from the convoy. Now, they've all become monsters with a taste for flesh. The sisters stand back to back. Xiao, run first in a moment. Just get to Chen Yi. Even if he doesn't want to save you, he can keep you alive. What the hell are you talking about? I'd rather die here than beg that bastard for help. A survivor nearby tries to flee, but is brutally tackled by a corpse puppet. Then they are dragged deep into the canopy of the great willow tree. Chen Yi, please save us. But I'm in no better shape myself. My crossbow string is about to snap. If Nana and Taisher are one step too slow, we're all going to die here. As for the other survivors, I don't have the luxury to care. But just then, a thunderous roar suddenly echoes. The ground of Longevity Village begins to shake violently. Taisher is like a completely enraged savage beast, pummeling the trunk of the great willow tree. The entire tree shakes violently. Green leaves and branches erupt everywhere, and Nana's killing intent is sharper than ever. She raises her long sword with one hand. The blade, originally just over a meter, extends to over 10 meters. As the sword light descends, a terrifying gash instantly appears on the great willow. Green foliage pours out of the wound. The air in the entire village seems to freeze. That strike seems to have completely enraged something. All the corpse puppets stop moving, as if a far more terrifying existence is awakening. Run! Someone screams. Everyone snaps out of their nightmare, sprinting madly toward the village entrance. I can't afford to hesitate, because I can feel some kind of taboo awakening in the village. Big guy, let's go. I roar at Taisher, but he's completely lost in madness, smashing the great willow tree again and again. My eyes turn cold. If it were Zhou Lan or Zhou Xiaoxiao, I wouldn't save them. But Taisher and Nana are different. Their transcendent sequences make them valuable. I hesitate for only 0.01 seconds. Then I immediately raise my hand crossbow and pull the trigger. The bolt sinks deep into Taisher's arm. Having done that, I turn and flee instantly. In pain, Taisher whips around. The next second, he's charging toward me. Just then, Nana lands lightly on Taisher's shoulder. But before we can make it out of the village, all of Longevity Village fully awakens. Countless willow branches seem to come alive, spreading across the streets from both sides, overwhelming everything. Survivors who are too slow are instantly swept into the darkness, without even a chance to scream. I'm also blocked by several willow branches, so I raise my hand and fire a bolt. The bolt, soaked in black dog blood, whistles through the branches. The branches quickly retreat into the dark, but the next second, I feel a sudden tighten around my ankle.
I'm instantly yanked upside down.
I immediately draw the cleaver from my waist and hack at the branch, until the branch is completely severed. Then I crash heavily to the ground. Get up. Taishir's massive hand scoops me up.
I'm speeding up.
Taishir lets out a low growl. The ground beneath his feet cracks instantly. At the same time, outside the village, Chu-Che glances at his watch. It's already 21 minutes past the agreed time. He set the meeting time for 4 o'clock, because Longevity Village is relatively safe before 4. Once it's past 4, the sleeping things will awaken. They'll track the scent and catch up to the convoy. By then, there won't even be a chance to escape. In Chu-Chi's perception right now, a terrifying anomaly is rapidly approaching from 10 kilometers southwest. Chu-Che looks down at his watch again. It is now 16:22. They'll give you 8 more minutes. If you're not out by 4:30, I'm leaving. I intend to keep everyone in the convoy alive. Meanwhile, we are less than 100 meters from the exit. I can even hear the willow branches getting closer behind me. Suddenly, a chill runs down my spine, because I see that hunchback old puppet appearing again. Hunched over like an old ape in the mountains, he reaches us in a single leap. Every hair on my body stands on end. A deathly fear crushes me, making it hard to breathe. But just then, I suddenly feel a warm current surging through my body. The darkness before me shatters instantly. Everything suddenly brightens. We've burst through the village entrance. I can't help but look back. I see the hunchback old puppet standing in the shadows of the village, with that twisted, horrific face, giving me a sinister smile. Before the people outside can ask about the situation, Chu-Che bends down, grabs a handful of soil, and puts it in his mouth. The next second, his expression changes drastically. He immediately orders everyone to leave. Everyone rushes frantically toward the vehicles. I sprint to the motorized tricycle, but when I twist the throttle, I realize the tank is empty. Luckily, Uncle Abao brings over a jug of fuel. He says Captain Chu-Che lent it to me. Once I fill it up, the tricycle can barely keep up with the convoy. However, along the way, I feel something is clearly wrong. 50 people had entered Longevity Village. Now, only a dozen or so have survived, especially when night falls. The convoy is surrounded on all sides by an eerie aura. The nearest anomaly is only 7 or 8 kilometers away. I can even hear terrifying roars. The 2 SUVs in front instinctively speed up. I twist the throttle as hard as I can, but those survivors on foot in the convoy had long since been left behind, vanishing from sight. For the entire night, we were like prey escaping a beast, changing directions countless times, until the sky turned pale. The convoy finally stopped under a road sign. I looked up and realized we were in Yenzhou. Ahead lay an endless desert. It was clearly late November, yet it was as scorching as midsummer. Every breath felt like fire searing my throat. This abnormal weather left everyone feeling uneasy, but I had no time to dwell on it. The hours of bloody battle in Longevity Village had completely drained my physical and mental strength. My eyes were sunken with dark circles, and I barely had the strength to walk. So, I grabbed some bread and stuffed it into my mouth, then downed a bottle of mineral water. Once I barely regained some energy, I couldn't wait to open the system panel. But when I saw the kill point value, I practically danced with excitement. The system had gained a full 7,000 kill points. Without a moment's hesitation, I exchanged them for a sequence injection. The next second, a glass syringe appeared in my hand. The blue liquid emitted a cold, eerie glow, suppressing the excitement in my heart. I walked a short distance away from the crowd, rolled up my sleeve, and plunged the needle in. There was no piercing pain as I expected. The liquid surged through the tube into my body. All fatigue vanished instantly. My limbs felt surged with power once again. I closed my eyes, trying to feel the changes in my body. Logically, after becoming a sequence transcendent, there should be a noticeable transformation. But I waited for a full half hour, and yet I felt nothing. Why hasn't the system changed? Did my awakening fail? Awakening in progress. Please wait patiently, host. How long will it take? Awakening in progress. Please wait patiently, host. The system's response left me feeling uncertain. So, I decided to trade for a Doomsday base vehicle. But when I saw the exchange price, that long string of terrifying zeros made my scalp tingle in horror. Before long, the desert climate began to make me uncomfortable, especially with not a single tree for shade. I searched through the truck bed and finally found a pair of fancy boxers, along with a pile of women's clothes. These were left behind by the yoga pants girl. Staring at the clothes, a sudden idea struck me. Why not use them to make a sunshade for the car? Once I made the decision, a system prompt lit up. A phantom of an exquisite sun canopy appeared before me. It could not only cover the entire vehicle, but it even had a rainproof function. I decisively agreed. Half the clothes in the truck bed vanished instantly. At the same time, a countdown appeared above the motorized tricycle. 4 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Because the desert temperature was too high, I couldn't help but look toward Taisher's bus. Many survivors were fast asleep inside. In the driver's seat sat a young man with glasses, in his early 30s. Everyone called him Old G. Seeing me approach, Old Lee got out with a smile to greet me. This was the first time since the apocalypse that I had stepped onto someone else's vehicle. The interior was cleaner than I imagined, and there was even a massive bed at the back. Taisher was currently lying there, snoring loudly. The power of the Titan is indeed unmatched, but every transformation drains his energy completely. Now, he could only recover through a deep slumber. I picked a shaded seat, watching the system countdown, while waiting for Chu-Che to wake up and distribute supplies. However, just then, a senior scooter drove up from the end of the road. The driver was actually that old man. I thought he had died in Longevity Village, but I never imagined that, after scavenging in the Forbidden Zone twice, he would still be alive. Not only did he pull out a canopy tent, he even produced several solar charging panels. Finally made it. This old man almost died in Longevity Village. You young people have no respect for your elders, not even coming over to give me a hand. About 2 hours later, 2 figures on bicycles appeared at the end of the road. They looked as if they had just crawled out of hell. I recognized one of them, the college student who found the cellar in Longevity Village. 2 bundles were strapped to their bicycles. Changye, Captain Chu is awake. He's calling for you. Just as Uncle Abao finished speaking, I saw several strong men carrying Taisher's large bag toward Chu-Chi's tent. According to the distribution rules of Longevity Village, Chu-Che and Nana took 30%, while Taisher and I took 20%.
He approached Chu-Che,
only to find him squatting barefoot on the ground, grabbing a handful of sand and chewing it. The ability of the Pathfinder sequence. By establishing a connection with the earth, one can sense the presence of the eerie. And this sand is the best medium. I get it, but what does sand actually taste like? What else would sand taste like? Tastes like sand. Even as a Pathfinder sequence, I'm still human, no different from you. So what did you sense? We can stay here until 9 tomorrow morning. I didn't fully understand the mechanics of the Pathfinder sequence, but I was still amazed by Chu-Chi's ability. If not for him, the entire convoy likely wouldn't have survived until now. At the same time, I began to look forward to my own sequence ability. Taisher remained in deep hibernation inside the bus. The bus welcomed new members, bolstering the camp's manpower. Su Jiaojiao was still organizing the survivors, attempting to overthrow the convoy's existing power structure. However, the battle at Longevity Village had severely damaged her prestige. To overthrow the rule of the fair convoy would likely be harder than she anticipated, since acquiring the Oddity 01257 eavesdropping radio, Chu-Chi's habit of eavesdropping had grown worse. Hearing secrets that others didn't know was when Captain Chu was happiest. Setting down the radio, he ordered Uncle Abao to gather everyone. Before long, all the survivors gathered at the largest temporary camp. Behind Nana and Old Lee, each dragged a massive backpack. Many survivors cast envious glances their way. Uncle Abao, How many of us didn't make it back this time? The convoy started with 124 people, now only 44 remain. Between Longevity Village and last night's flight, we lost 80, losing 80 people in a single night. If this had happened before the apocalypse, such a death rate would have shocked the world. But now, it was just a daily reality we had to accept. Then, Nana recounted everything that happened in Longevity Village. Chuche didn't say a word, but he listened with intense focus. Especially when the hunchback old puppet was mentioned, everyone's face turned pale simultaneously. That thing didn't attack us head-on. It just followed from a distance, like a hunter patiently tracking its prey. This meant it might no longer be a simple monster. Chinyi, what do you think? And my answer was, the Eerie are slowly getting stronger, and they might even be developing intelligence. As soon as the words fell, everyone felt a chill down their spines. The anomalies were already almost impossible to deal with. If they possessed intelligence as well, then it would be the true end of humanity. After a long silence, Uncle Abao gave a dry laugh. Forget it. I'm not thinking about it. The world is already this rotten anyway. How much worse could it get? Since Iron Lion was still slumbering, Oldly handled the supply collection on his behalf, distributed according to the previously agreed ratio. Even if I only got 20% of the supplies, it would still pile up like a small mountain. I pulled over the motorized tricycle and started loading the supplies into the bed. The bed, which was initially quite empty, was soon stuffed full of supplies. Before long, the blood moon began to rise. At the same time, a notification popped up. Shelter upgrade complete. I looked up and saw a motorized tricycle standing under the moonlight. A patched-up canopy had been added over the bed. It looked crude, more like a hastily modified delivery tricycle. Chinyi, is this your new ride? Praising voice came from behind me. I saw Nana holding a can of wheat, circling the vehicle half drunk and half awake. It used to be a bicycle. How long has it been? I didn't expect it to turn into this. Seems the mechanic sequence is the real deal. Nana smiled and patted my shoulder. If anyone can make something of themselves in the apocalypse, ITLLBU. After a brief conversation, I used 4 cans of wheat to trade for a whole lotus and a fish from Nana. But just as she walked away, I suddenly felt something strange in my body. It should have been a pitch-black night, but I could see everything more clearly. In the distance, a plump young woman actually followed that sleazy old man into his mobility scooter. My entire being was quietly changing, so I suppressed the restlessness in my heart and lay down on the sandy ground, trying to relax myself. But just then, a smoke ring slowly rose from my lips, almost perfectly circular. In all these years, I've never blown such a perfect smoke ring. This wasn't an improvement in habit, but a metamorphosis of the body. A surge of feeling hit me, and I immediately asked the system, have I completed my awakening? Host's Transcendent Sequence Awakening is complete. The moment the system notification appeared, I felt as if I were dragged into an endless galaxy. A strange energy constantly flowed through my body. As my body was gradually strengthened, a large amount of strange yet familiar information flooded into my mind. Supernatural path. Apostle of Smoke. Sequence 1. I snapped my eyes open, trembling uncontrollably with excitement, so I pulled out another cigarette and lit it. As the smoke exhaled from my nostrils, it actually spread slowly around me, forming a protective circle with a 1-meter radius. This is my first ability. Smoke veil, even if it's just one puff. In the future, as the sequence level rises, it could cover kilometers. Then, with another thought, the smoke suddenly twisted and condensed into a crude little rabbit. But it existed for only a few seconds before collapsing, returning to disordered smoke. This is my second ability. Basic smoke shaping, can form any object, and can even simulate anomalies. And the last ability that made my heart race. Nicotine tolerance. As long as I have it, I can continuously strengthen myself. However, the excitement didn't last long. My left eye suddenly felt a blur. My vision was weakening at a visible rate. I immediately remembered what Iron Lion said. Every transcendent sequence has a side effect.
Chuke always walks barefoot.
The intelligence of Titan Transcendence is affected, and mine is the weakening of the left eye. At this moment, I finally understood the price. But I had no time to dwell in fear. The power after awakening gave me boundless energy, so I immediately called up the system's upgrade tool and began designing a new plan. removing the wheels of 2 bicycles by the road, welding them into a sturdy roof frame. This way, the shelter would not only be much stronger, but could also support a luggage rack on top, and free up resting space inside the bed. Thanks to the enhancement of my physical fitness, my movements in dismantling the bikes were incredibly fast. Unfortunately, the frames were welded shut. I had no cutting tools. System, can you upgrade the materials in front of me into a shelter? Reinforcement parts. Consume 362 kill points. Upgrade and process the materials in front of you. 300 kill points. I only hesitated for a moment, and then selected confirm. Immediately on that pile of bicycle parts, a kill countdown appeared. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. During the countdown, I began training my newly awakened abilities. One moment twisting the smoke around me into the outline of a tiger, the next stretching the smoke, turning it into a coiled giant python. Smoke mimicry is currently my strongest attack method. When I encounter enemies in the future, I plan to use the smoke to blind them first, then use mimicry to suddenly tear through their defenses. Your parts upgrade is complete. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. I immediately stood up and walked toward the modified parts, where the bicycle frames were previously scattered. There was now a neat pile of fixing components, as if they were custom-made for my tricycle. I pulled out the toolbox and began installing those brackets on the bed. As each steel pipe was fixed in place, the silhouette of the shelter became more stable. By the time the last screw was locked, the entire shelter seemed to have grown a backbone, looking much sturdier. I thought this sense of security would let me sleep peacefully, but then I touched something long and thin. I used the moonlight to see what it was. It was actually a branch from the great willow tree of Longevity Village. I originally planned to just throw it out of the shelter, but just as I lifted my hand, a crazy thought surged in my mind. This is a branch from the anomalous great willow tree. The string of my hand crossbow was already worn out. If I used it to repair the crossbow, perhaps a mystical item would be born. Then my combat power would surely increase significantly. Thinking of this, I laid the willow branch and the crossbow side by side. System, can you fuse and upgrade the willow branch and the crossbow? Upgrade requires 5,000 kill points. Host has insufficient kill points. Please keep trying. After countless upgrades and modifications, from over 7,000 kill points, only a bit over 4,000 remained. I was still far from the goal. I had no choice but to give up. The night deepened. The temperature plummeted at an exaggerated speed. Luckily, I had upgraded the shelter in advance. But when dawn arrived, the temperature suddenly shot up again. The survivors crawled out of the bus, one by one, looking disheveled. Joining the convoy certainly had its benefits. The price was that all supplies were distributed by Old Lee. Sister, it was too cold last night. Zhou Xiaoxiao rubbed her sleepy eyes. By now, she was no longer disguised as a man. Sister, my breath stinks. I need to brush my teeth. Are you insane? It's the apocalypse. In the desert, water is more valuable than gold. Zhou Lan glared fiercely at her sister, but facing her sister's pleading, she eventually gave in. The two sisters hid in a secluded corner, secretly sharing half a cup of water to brush their teeth. I watched them and could only shake my head with a bitter smile. For me, water is now the absolute baseline for survival. Hey, Yezi, what's wrong with your eyes? Suddenly, Tai Shi's exclamation rang in my ear. I froze for a moment. Only then did I realize my left pupil had turned white, making me stand out starkly in the crowd. It's fine. I awakened my second sequence last night. What? You awakened a second sequence? The news of my second sequence spread quickly through the crowd. Dual sequences are great, but they come with double the price. Can you handle it? I took a deep breath. I can't worry about all that now. I'll deal with the future when it comes. So what is your second sequence? I didn't answer directly. I simply blew out a smoke ring. Under everyone's bewildered gazes, it actually coalesced into a small kitten. The kitten circled their ankles nimbly. Smoke apostle, that's a supernatural path. You have to understand, there are hundreds of supernatural sequences. There are hundreds of supernatural sequences and more. For example, Tai Shi's Titan sequence and Nana's Sword Immortal sequence. Both belong to the melee path. But since you can control smoke, you're naturally on the supernatural or ESP path. I wanted to ask Chu Che for more information, but right then, a scream suddenly pierced through the noise of the camp. I whipped my head around. In the distance, A woman looked terrified, her finger trembling as she pointed to a tent ahead.
Read over.
Inside the tent, a man lay silently, looking at that stiff face. I didn't even have to think to understand why. The temperature plummeted last night, and he didn't have enough warm clothes. The freezing desert night simply claimed his life. Even more cruel was that he chose not to enter the bus last night. The bus was certainly safer, but the price was handing over all supplies for Old Lee to manage. For many, that was hard to accept. If it had been me, without awakening a sequence or having enough supplies, I might have been the one freezing to death in the desert. The mournful atmosphere lasted until 9 a.m. Now, the convoy set off on time. The upgraded tricycle canopy was sturdy, but the weight had increased by dozens of pounds. Coupled with the wind resistance from the roof, even when I twisted the throttle to the limit, I still couldn't catch up with the convoy. Even that geriatric mobility scooter was faster than me. Heads up. Something's ahead. I instinctively reached for the hand crossbow at my waist, but before I could draw the string snapped clean, so I just tossed the crossbow aside and drew the machete from my waist. The scene ahead made my heart tighten. Dozens of cars were strewn haphazardly across the highway. From a distance, it looked like a horrific mass accident. Chu-Che quickly crouched down, grabbed a handful of sand and put it in his mouth. This was the sign of him activating his Pathfinder ability. I immediately asked Chu-Che what the situation was. You can all see it. There was a convoy accident ahead. We can't get through. Could there be ghosts?
No ghosts.
That's simple enough. Xiaofu, go check it out. The college student leaped off the bus and sped ahead on a motorcycle. Everyone held their breath. A few minutes later, he returned with a strange look on his face. There's no one in the cars, not even a soul. A chill ran through everyone's hearts. When we were 50 meters from the crash site, the convoy came to a halt. Taisher couldn't wait and strode forward first. Just to be safe, I took a deep breath. Smoke surged from my nostrils, forming a faint smoke barrier around me. Not until Taisher looked back and gave a safety signal did I finally relax. Then, another emotion suddenly surged. With so many cars, even if most were scrap, as long as I could find a suitable one, I wouldn't have to endure that rust bucket tricycle. However, choosing a car isn't just about looks. It has to be durable and fuel efficient. Not far away, a Wrangler lay tilted on the edge of the road, its chassis crushed and deformed. My heart raced and I immediately spoke. System, scan this vehicle. Vehicle condition: 69%. Usable after full repair. Currently undrivable. If fully repaired, how many kill points are needed? How long will it take? Repair time: 7 days and 12 hours. Kill points required: 13,728.7. Over 7 days and a bit more. I almost spat out my smoke, but right then, through the window, I seemed to see something unusual in the trunk. So, without hesitation, I pried the trunk open by force. Inside sat 2 30-liter iron fuel cans. These are the standard spare cans for long-distance overland enthusiasts. Since there are fuel cans, I can't let this liquid gold go to waste. I quickly unscrewed the fuel caps, pulled out a hose and started siphoning from car to car. Half an hour passed. I finally filled the second fuel can. But then again, the vehicle is the key. After searching around, I only found one Japanese-made Land Cruiser. Unfortunately, the system said repair would take half a day. Since I couldn't just switch cars, I had to find another way. They'll take all these parts and use them to mod my rust bucket tricycle. Before the thought even settled, a thunderous roar erupted from beside me. I looked over. Taisher had already transformed into a 3-meter giant, using his bare hands to rip a yellow school bus out of the sand. I intended to negotiate with Taisher to take that Japanese off-roader along too. But unexpectedly, at that moment, the sand nearby suddenly began to writhe. A decayed desert lizard poked its head out of the sand. Its green eyes stared intently at us. It tilted its head as if confirming something, then suddenly bolted toward the distance. I had a bad feeling. I turned and saw Chu-Chi's expression instantly darken. Uncle Abao, quickly notify everyone to leave right now. Didn't you say we had another half hour? There's no more time. Leave now. Uncle Abao's face turned pale. The next second, he scrambled back into the car and immediately turned on the convoy broadcast. Attention. Everyone, depart immediately. While the survivors were still stunned, Old Lee had already poked his head out, urging everyone to get in. Taisher, help me out. I need this car's engine. Fine, but we really don't have time. With that, he transformed back into a 3-meter giant and ripped open the hood of the Wrangler. I ripped the engine out violently. Then I stripped the 4 wheels clean and tossed them into the tricycle bed. But just then, I spotted a weird electric scooter nearby, so I used a single rope to tow that scooter behind my tricycle. Sis, look at Chun-Yi. He's just being greedy, trying to swallow an elephant. With that piece of junk tricycle, the tires are about to burst. There's no way ITLL move. This seemingly foolish move actually didn't bother me at all. I even had time to light up a premium cigarette. The next moment, smoke suddenly surged. A warhorse formed from smoke leaped out and began galloping, dragging my tricycle along. Sis, that's a sequence Transcendents. The distance that almost left me behind closed in the blink of an eye, but after only 10 minutes, my head began to throb, and the smoke horse's form started to flicker, looking like it could vanish at any second. By the time we reached the new camp, many survivors' eyes were fixed on me. Some were even green with envy. Taisher carried the heavy engine toward me, a simple, honest smile on his face. If he hadn't turned into a giant to help me strip the cars, I wouldn't have had such a huge haul. To show my gratitude, I spent 150 slaughter points to help him repair the yellow bus. After dinner, I couldn't help but calculate my gains. 1 weird electric scooter, plus a 2.0T Wrangler engine, and those 4 all-terrain tires. If I could splice these into my tricycle, it would be a hybrid monster vehicle. System, I need an upgrade. An hourglass phantom hovered over the tricycle. 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. When I snapped back to reality, 6,000 of my 14,000 slaughter points were gone, and upgrading the oddity cost another 5,000. In just a few moves, my pockets were practically empty. It was now deep into the night. The desert temperature plummeted. Survivors wrapped themselves tighter in their clothes. Those with cars hid inside to avoid the cold. Those without could only huddle around the campfire for warmth. But now wasn't the time for me to sleep. There was something I'd been thinking about, which was trading with Chu-Che for a solar panel. Once I got my hands on that, not only would my digital watch work again, but my Apocalypse Pickup could be powered up. I immediately found Chu-Che.
Chang-Ye.
You don't visit unless you want something. What do you want coming to see me in the middle of the night? Get straight to the point. I didn't waste words. I pointed to the solar panel behind him. I originally just wanted to trade, but when Chu-Che opened his mouth, I almost laughed in frustration. He wanted 20 kilograms of rice for a scrap panel. Too expensive? Then go find old Zhang. His house is full of panels, and his prices are 10 times harsher than mine. Captain, you're way too greedy. Not greedy, not greedy. Chen-Yi, you're alone, so you don't care about resources, but I have to support all these people. I'm even more tight-fisted than you. By the way, you still owe me a 15-liter drum of gasoline. When do you plan to pay it back? Seeing me stumped, he was clearly in a great mood, and then he changed his tone. However, if you really think it's too expensive, I have a broken solar panel here. It doesn't work. But for you, that shouldn't be a problem. If you want it, they'll charge you half price. After speaking, he walked toward a 30-inch travel trunk, the place where he specifically stored supplies. My eyes followed his movements. Just then, he casually pulled out a piece of red leather and set it aside. In that moment, I was shocked. I remembered this thing vividly. I'd seen it at the last trade fair. I was almost certain this wasn't ordinary leather, but some kind of oddity material. System, what is this leather? Spend 100 slaughter points to identify? What? I need points just to identify it? I was startled. The system had never set such conditions for ordinary items. Clearly, this was no ordinary object. Confirm. Identification complete. Item name: Scalp of the Skin-Peeling Ghost. This item can be used to craft an oddity ranked around 2000, but there is a chance of side effects. I took a deep breath, suppressing my excitement. Although it couldn't compare to the eavesdropping radio in Chu-Chi's hand, it was still a top-tier oddity material. I tentatively asked him how to trade for it. However, Chu-Che didn't answer directly. Instead, he carefully picked up the red skin and explained its origin. Before you joined the convoy, a survivor went out to gather supplies and brought back this skin. but a few days later, he was found lying in his tent, with all the skin on his body completely renewed. I originally planned to use it to trade for something good. When I encountered other convoys, since you want it, I'll trade it to you. Hearing this, I felt a bit creeped out, but luckily I had the system upgrade, so I paid a painful price to get this red skin and that broken solar panel. You see, don't blame me for being greedy. I have to feed the whole convoy. After all, these things are barely enough. Once I had the items, I couldn't wait to return to my tent to study them. But as I approached my tricycle, a shivering figure suddenly appeared before me. It was a stunningly beautiful woman. Although her face was pale from the cold, she still radiated an irresistible charm. My name is Sulina. I came to warn you. Someone wants to harm you. You must be extra careful. You came all this way just to say that? You're a good person. I don't want good people to get hurt. Then can you tell me who's after me? I can't say. If I do, they'll come for me, and if you find out, you'll definitely do the same to them. I don't want to see anyone else getting hurt. After all, the world has already become like this. For a woman playing the innocent act, I didn't pay her much attention. Instead, I pityingly handed her a hunger-crushing biscuit. Go back and take care of yourself. But she struggled to look away. I didn't come to tell you this, to get anything from you. Get some rest. Good night. After speaking, she swayed her hips and ran off. It turned out that not long ago, Sulina had just stepped out of the bus. But before she could even exhale a breath of white mist, she was stopped by Su Jiao. The other woman's first words were questioning how this convoy was too unfair, even though they both shared the surname Su. At that moment, Sulina stepped half a pace away from her, but Su Jiao's emotions grew even more volatile. She began complaining about why women should have to cook for men. Sometimes they are even subjected to insults, yet they can't even get enough to eat. Those men do absolutely nothing, yet they enjoy the fruits of labor without a shred of guilt. Is this kind of life fair? Facing the out-of-control Su Jiao, Sulina actually regretted why she had come out for some fresh air in the middle of the night. Then Su Jiao's words took a dangerous turn. She had already thought of a plan. Start with the weakest link, Chunyi. As long as she could control him, she could slowly dismantle Chu-Chi's grip on power. Then Su Jiao would become the captain, and Sulina would be the vice-captain. In this wasteland, they would build a utopia for women. But as soon as she finished speaking, Sulina delivered a resounding slap, leaving Su Jiao stunned in place. Sulina, I'll kill you. But before she could take a single step toward her, she was suddenly held back by Xiao Fu, who happened to be passing by. What's going on, Sister Jiao? Don't be so impulsive. We're all part of the same convoy. Get out of my way. Xiao Fu, move it. I'm going to rip her to shreds today. Meanwhile, Sulina pretended to be terrified. That sight immediately triggered the protective instincts of the men around them. Jiao, just calm down. Let's talk this through properly. We're all in the same boat here. Yeah, exactly. Don't be rash. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding my ass. You geniuses. Why are you all stopping me? Is it because Sulina, isn't she just a little manipulator? Now that she's got a man, you're all pretending to be good guys to stop me? How could you think of me like that? The only reason I played along was for your own good. Don't you know the reason yourself? At that moment, she looked absolutely pitiful. Even though she was the one playing games, in everyone's eyes, she had become the victim. I have to admit, her acting is top-notch. As for Su Jiao's rage, Sulina didn't give it a second thought. To her, it was just the powerless fury of a fool. Give me 3 days. If I can't get Chunyi in 3 days, I lose. Sulina's original plan was to rely on Chu-Che. As the captain, he held absolute power. As long as she could cling to that pillar of strength, she could survive comfortably in this apocalypse. But she never expected that Chu-Che was completely incapable of love. He had absolutely no interest in a woman's beauty. Even when she approached him proactively, he didn't react in the slightest. As for Iron Lion, she didn't want to go near him at all. She couldn't handle that towering 2-meter frame. So, she had no choice but to turn her attention to me. In her eyes, I was the only normal man in the convoy. It was because of Su Jiao's appearance that the seemingly accidental scene of betrayal played out. I must say, This woman is playing at a very high level. The scene where she and I were talking was clearly seen by everyone in the bus. This was no coincidence. It was Su Lina's deliberate design. There was nothing between her and me, yet, in the eyes of others, it looked like she and I had some ambiguous relationship, and that was exactly her calculation. Once this ambiguous illusion was established, the old creeps who had their eyes on her, those old creeps who wanted her, would have to consider my reaction. After all, once a sequence awakened gets angry, it's nothing short of a disaster for ordinary people like them. Moreover, no one would believe that I could actually resist Su Lina's charm. However, I quickly brushed aside these messy thoughts and continued studying that eerie willow branch. The system soon provided the answer. This item was a piece of a willow branch, cut from a grudge-binding willow by an unknown person. It is classified as a common supernatural material. Although it's not as good as the skin-peeling ghost's hide, I still carefully put it away. Early the next morning, the moment the vehicle upgrade was complete, a wheel-less apocalyptic pickup appeared before me. Standing right there in front of me, that imposing chassis was practically tailor-made for me. To save on kill points, I decided to install the 4 all-terrain tires myself. Little did I know, just as I pulled out the jack, a stunningly beautiful face suddenly entered my field of vision. It was Su Lina, and she was holding a lug wrench. Chen-Yi, I saw you were overwhelmed, so I thought I'd give you a hand, but I couldn't be bothered to let her finish. I just snatched the wrench and kept tightening the bolts. After all, I knew exactly what she was plotting. This is the apocalypse. I have no time for romantic nonsense, nor do I need a burden by my side. If danger strikes, I won't hesitate to use her as a sacrificial pawn. She doesn't know what I'm thinking, and because I didn't drive her away, she actually looked a bit pleased. Soon I had all 4 tires installed. From the outside, it was just as good as the 2 modified off-roaders in the convoy. Throughout the process, Su Lina quietly helped me. She always managed to hand me the tools I needed, before I even had to ask. To minimize the consumption of kill points, I even installed the engine myself. The moment the apocalyptic pickup was complete, I felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Finally, I was no longer the dead weight of this convoy. I got inside and started the engine. The roar of the engine quickly drew the attention of the other survivors.
Yeah, you've outdone yourself.
As expected of a mechanic sequence. What's the deal? You whipped up this beast overnight? Is this that scrap heap from before? After all, in this apocalypse overrun by anomalies, who wouldn't want a pickup truck for transport? But Captain Chu's reaction was more intense than anyone's. It was clearly just a piece of junk tricycle. Yet overnight, it transformed into an apocalyptic vehicle. Even his eavesdropping radio couldn't pick up any unusual signals. This made his lips tremble with excitement. Chun-Yi must be hiding a huge secret. But so what if he has secrets? Everyone in this convoy has secrets, but who knows as many secrets as I do? Yeah, get out and let me try it. As soon as he finished speaking, Nana hopped right into the driver's seat. A second later, she let out a disgusted cry. My God, why is the interior so trashy? And it's a manual transmission. Humph, while everyone else admires your achievement, I'm the only one who cares if you're fed. Let's see how you escape my grasp this time. Then Nana floored the accelerator. The car bolted forward like a wild horse. The surrounding survivors had no time to react. They scattered in terror. One old man let out a series of frantic screams. The moment the car screeched to a halt, it was less than 2 meters away from him, just as old Zhang was about to praise. But I met Nana's cold gaze. The praise on the tip of my tongue was forced back down, because in the eyes of ordinary people, sequence transcendents are like gods who control life and death. Once the crowd dispersed, I planned to start upgrading my oddities. But just then, Su Lina appeared from nowhere, bringing me a steaming bowl of noodles. Not only was there a fried egg floating in it, but even 2 vibrant green vegetable leaves. I froze for a moment. Where on earth did this woman get eggs? What's more absurd is that we're in a desert. Where did she conjure up green vegetables? Chun-Yi, I made these egg noodles for you myself. You just eat them first. I'm going back to eat. After saying that, right in front front of me, she walked away with a flirtatious sway of her hips. Lena, Chinye's truck is really impressive. Yeah, this pickup is way too powerful, as expected of a mechanic sequence. Just because I had a brief interaction with Sulina, the surrounding survivors looked at her with envy, but their gaze toward me was much softer than before. Even the old man gave me a slightly flattering smile. After breakfast, I returned to the truck and began trying to upgrade 4 oddity materials. System. Fuse the skin-peeling wraith's scalp with the machete. How many kill points are required? Upgrade requires 30,000 kill points. Time required 86 hours. I then tried fusing the skin-peeling wraith's scalp with the hand crossbow. The result was the same 30,000 kill points, but since the cost was too high, I decisively abandoned the first 2 upgrade paths. Soon I thought of another way. Since black dog blood can deal some damage to the weirdness, it should count as an oddity material itself. System. Try fusing the black dog blood with the machete. Item. Ordinary black dog blood fused with machete. Required 5,000 kill points. This cost was completely acceptable to me, so I clicked confirm without hesitation. The next moment, an hourglass countdown appeared above the machete. 12 hours 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Attention all survivors. We depart in 10 minutes. Uncle Bao's megaphone blasted through the camp once again. Everyone grabbed their luggage and joined the convoy, and I immediately stepped on the gas. At this moment, this brand new Apocalypse pickup was about to embark on its first apocalyptic migration. As the convoy started moving again, Captain Chu's modified off-roader was still leading the way, followed closely by Nana's pitch-black SUV. But little did we know, not far after departing, on the road ahead, 2 charred cars were blocking the path. A young man stepped out of Chu Chi's car. His name was Xiao Wang, the third person in Captain Chu's off-roader. Uncle Bao usually handled the convoy's affairs, while Xiao Wang was just a gopher driver. When I walked over, Xiao Wang was crouching by the charred cars, assessing the situation. Inside each car were 2 unrecognizable, burnt corpses. There didn't seem to be any loot worth scavenging. Tension. Tension. The path ahead is blocked. We need to leave the paved road. Many people crowded around Captain Chu to ask what was happening. There's no other way. It's too dangerous up ahead. If we force our way through, not a single one of us will survive. Is it that serious? Extremely serious. Although we have 4 sequence transcendents, if we encounter a powerful weirdness, we'd likely be completely wiped out. Fine. Off-road it is. Our vehicles can handle it. Everyone, don't worry too much. Don't worry too much. As long as we don't force our way forward, we'll be fine. First, let some air out of the tires. Following Captain Chu's orders, I deflated all 4 tires one by one. Then I climbed back into the cockpit. When the blood moon climbed back into the night sky, Captain Chu finally ordered a stop. It was already 9 p.m. After a full day of trekking, the machete in my hand finally finished upgrading. A coil of resentment-infused willow branches now wrapped around the hilt. Before I could even react, the system's information appeared in my mind. Item. Blood-Grudge Machete. Serial number 4879. Use 1. The blade has a certain suppressive effect on the weirdness. Use 2. When the machete is released, the willow branches can create a tether, enabling blade control effects. Use 3. These effects are greatly enhanced under the blood moon. Ability. The Blood-Grudge Machete can absorb resentment. Once the resentment accumulates to a certain level, it can even undergo a qualitative transformation. Cost. Must be fed with the host's blood daily. Taboo. Never unsheath it before bloodkin. Otherwise, the blade will turn toward family members. I could clearly feel the willow branches merging with my nerves. The direction and even the angle of the machete's rotation could all be controlled by my will. Even weirder, under the glow of the blood moon, it was actually trembling slightly, although I have no idea how the serial number 4879 was assigned, just from the feel and the aura. This blade was already worth every penny. I lightly grazed the blade against my skin, and crimson droplets of blood trickled down the edge. The next second, the machete drank the blood like a starving beast, until I felt a slight discomfort, finally stopped, still craving more. Next, I began repairing that long-discarded solar charging panel. Fortunately, this step wasn't troublesome. I settled it with just 100 kill points. When I opened my eyes the next morning, the solar panel was brand new. I wanted to take the opportunity to upgrade it so the Apocalypse Pickup's power system could completely abandon fuel reliance. But when the system quoted 50,000 kill points, I was completely silenced. I was just about to see if I could borrow some kill points for an emergency, but suddenly, from the camp, came a series of terrified screams. "It's a sandstorm! Ah! The sandstorm is here." The moment I heard the word sandstorm, I looked up and saw a yellowish-brown skyline advancing across the horizon, like a giant beast about to devour heaven and earth. Many survivors were so terrified they wet themselves on the spot. "What are you still standing there for? Run!" The entire camp instantly turned into total chaos. Everyone scattered and ran as if they had been stung, and I quickly rushed into the cockpit of the Apocalypse Pickup. But not long after the truck started moving, that yellow skyline had already closed in. "Che, aren't you the Pathfinder? How could you not sense a sandstorm this massive?"
"Im a Pathfinder."
"Not a meteorologist. I can sense the weirdness, but I don't forecast the weather." The howling of the wind rose and fell. Just then, a piercing scream pierced my ears. "Chun-Yi, save my sister." I glanced sideways and saw Zhou Xiaoxiao waving frantically at me, while her sister, Zhou Lan, was just now stumbling out from behind a sand dune. My truck was the closest vehicle to them, but I had absolutely no intention of stopping. In my dictionary, no matter how beautiful the other person is, my own life is the most important. "Chun-Yi, I beg you, save my sister." Pleas for help continued to pour in. Suddenly, another man lunged in front of the car. "Brother Chun, save me." 3 or 4 others like him had been left behind, and now they were all running blindly in panic. Some people even stood before my car, arms wide in desperation. But I ignored them completely. I slammed the accelerator to the floor. As the sandstorm drew closer behind us, visibility ahead dropped lower and lower, so I had to cling tightly to the tail of the convoy. But we couldn't keep running like this forever. Driving blindly, even hitting a single obstacle, or losing contact with the convoy, would be enough to leave us without a grave. I intended to warn the convoy to slow down, when I suddenly noticed that Chuche and Nana's cars had all stopped. Even Taisher's yellow school bus had come to a steady halt. We quickly centered around Taisher's school bus, forming a semicircle to reduce the impact of the sandstorm. Through the window, I saw some poor soul on a motorcycle get blown clean into the air, vanishing into the storm in an instant. Then, the school bus door swung open with a bang. Taisher's massive figure quickly climbed out. His body seemed to expand visibly. He held a thick rope in his hand, fighting the wind as he walked between the cars. This guy actually wanted to tie all the vehicles together, but the wind was too strong. Even a 3-meter muscle giant was being blown off balance. "Easy. Help me, you idiot, do you have a death wish?" But I knew I had to get out regardless. If these cars were swept away by the wind, my Doomsday pickup wouldn't survive either. Braving the storm, I dragged the rope along with Taisher, circling the convoy again and again. Then, with a twist of his arms, Taisher tied the rope into a tight knot and anchored himself like a nail, digging deep into the sandy ground. With a flick of my wrist, the bound grudge willow branch wrapped tightly around the rope. The next moment, the blood-grudge cleaver slammed down, forcing a deep pit into the sand. Flying sand quickly covered the opening, but the rope was already firmly anchored underground. "You see, you're something else." Just as I gritted my teeth, clutching the willow branch, that eerie aura was drawing closer step by step. I don't know how much time passed, but when that world-ravaging sandstorm finally subsided, I was almost completely buried in the sand. Luckily, using the power of the willow branch, I dragged myself out of the sand pile. However, the sandstorm caused me heavy losses. The roof rack was blown to pieces, and the supplies that were once tied securely were swept away to who knows where.
"Chen-Yi, I'm just glad you're okay."
"You scared me to death."
"I'm fine."
"What about you guys? Any major losses in food or supplies?"
Chang-Ye,
Zhou Xiaoxiao charged at me, fruit knife in hand, her face full of hatred. I exhaled a cloud of smoke, and the smoke, like a swimming dragon, bound her limbs tightly. "Chun-Yi, you watched her die and did nothing. I won't forgive you. When did you see me kill her? If it weren't for you, if you had just stopped to save her, she wouldn't be dead. If I had stopped, I'd be the one dead. Zhou Xiaoxiao, are you stupid? Why the hell should I save your sister? Why? Just as everyone was unsure how to persuade her, Chu Che climbed out of the car. An anomaly is here. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying human face suddenly lunged out, opening its maw to snap viciously at Zhou Xiaoxiao. In the moment she couldn't dodge, Taisher suddenly slammed a fist into the monster, forcing the human-faced scorpion back several meters. Miss Zhou, get away. At that moment, Xiao Fu rushed over, desperately dragging the trembling Zhou Xiaoxiao backward. It was a massive human-faced scorpion, and the most horrifying part was the human face embedded in its head. I slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, which instantly transformed into a grayish-white mist, masking the presence of our entire group. Still daylight, so its power will be partially suppressed. You'd better take it down before the blood moon rises, or we're all dead. As soon as Chu Che finished speaking, Nana had already drawn the long sword from her waist, and Taisher let out a roar, charging forward once again. His iron fist smashed hard into the scorpion's eerie human face. It hurts so much. But in the next instant, the hideous face atop its head morphed into the likeness of Zhoulan. This sight left everyone stunned. Why does it have my sister's face?
Changye.
Why didn't you save me? If you had only stopped to save me, I wouldn't have to die. Chan Yi, I want you dead. Before the words could even fade, my blood-grudge cleaver had already flown out, its blade slashing straight through that fake face. Taking advantage of the opening, Taisher and Nana charged in. Red scars as the pact, sword soul as one, drink my essence and blood, howl the three souls, accompanied by the low chant. Nana's long sword carved wound after wound into the scorpion's thick shell. Cece, look at me. Who am I? Just as her sword tip was about to pierce the monster, the scorpion's face shifted again into that of a middle-aged woman. Nana's hand froze instantly. Cece, do you remember me? I am your dearest sister. I don't blame you for eating me. We have finally become one. You are me, and I am you. As expected, anomalies can never be solved by brute force alone. Fortunately, Taisher sensed something was wrong and charged forward despite the attacks from the scorpion's stinger. Then his fists came crashing down. Boss, look at me. Who am I? The face twisted once more, this time morphing into a middle-aged man. You idiot, don't look at it. But by the time I shouted, it was already too late. Taisher's eyes had already turned red, his body nearly consumed by the illusion. I knew that if the three of us fell, the entire convoy would be buried here, so I continued to hack the blood-grudge cleaver into that giant face. No matter what form it took, even if it were my own kin, I didn't hesitate for a second. I took a deep breath, using the thick smoke to disrupt its perception. Then, I transformed the smoke into several fang smokehounds, which lunged at the face, tearing and biting frantically. Chu Che then rushed back to the modified off-roader, grabbed a bag of black dog blood from the cabin, and threw it to me. Seizing the moment, I splashed it over the scorpion's head without hesitation, leaving it unable to attack for a while. Seeing Nana and Taisher standing there dazed, I rushed over and slapped Nana across the face, then delivered a backhand slap to Taisher. The two of them finally snapped out of it. 10 minutes later, amidst the swirling thick smoke, blood-curdling screams echoed out, making the surrounding survivors tremble in fear. Occasionally, through the mist, one could see giant smokehounds tearing into the monster. I hid behind Taisher's massive frame, using him to block most of the attacks. Meanwhile, Nana swung her sword down, slicing clean through half of the scorpion's head. At the same time, my blood-grudge cleaver plunged deep into its skull. You have slain the human-faced scorpion, obtained 20,000 slaying points. But just as I was about to count my spoils, Nana suddenly raised her hand and slapped me. Chenyi, that slap was payback for you. You really are cute. Did you put every bit of strength you had into that slap? But I truly did not expect this. We actually killed a weird. Since the apocalypse began, rumors about the weird being killed had never stopped. But they were always only rumors. Today, we did the impossible. At that moment, Chu Che walked out from behind the ruined debris, but his eyes never left the human-faced scorpion corpse. I once heard of a Sequence 2 Transcendent who killed a weird alone, The moment the word sequence 2 came out, Nana instantly reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. If that is true, it means what we achieve today is nothing at all. You still understand too little about this world. You have only used a small part of sequence transcendent power. Even Great Xia's unique sword immortal sequence has potential far beyond this. Do not disappoint me, and Chun Yi, the supernatural pathway is powerful too. Without you, we probably would not have survived today. As soon as those words fell, Chu Chi's feet moved forward on their own. His eyes locked onto the spot where the human-faced scorpion vanished. A pitch-black piece of armor lay quietly in the sand, so I immediately had the system appraise it. Item name: Human-faced scorpion carapace. Item origin: dropped by a human-faced scorpion killed by 3 sequence transcendents. This shell has extremely strong defensive properties. If forged into a defensive strange object, it would become an extremely valuable piece of equipment.
Chenye, Chuke.
There is another one here. Hearing Nana's voice, Chu Che almost flashed to her side. It was an entire sheet of soft skin. I instinctively grabbed the skin. Soon, the system's appraisal appeared before my eyes. Item name: Human-faced scorpion face skin. It has powerful transformation and self-repair abilities. This is a rare strange object material. This time we really struck it rich. The corners of Chu Chi's mouth lifted uncontrollably. But then he noticed I was just as interested in that face skin. A slightly wicked smile appeared on his face. To kill the human-faced scorpion, without any one of us, the scorpion could not have died. So this skin and the shell from earlier belong to all 4 of us. You have no objection, right? What objection could I have? This victory was bought with all of our lives. If any step had gone wrong, the ending might have been completely different. Besides, after this battle, my own losses were not small either. As the setting sun slowly sank, I immediately went to inspect my Apocalyptic Pickup. The body was barely still intact, but the windows on both sides had been shredded by the sandstorm. Fortunately, the system's scan showed the core structure of the vehicle was still undamaged. But when I turned back toward the convoy, I could not help falling silent. After the sandstorm, the already small team had become even smaller. When we left Changsho village, there were more than 40 people. Now there were not even 30 left. Uncle Abeo counted the survivors, while muttering with a heavy sigh. He was clearly only in his 40s, but at that moment he looked 10 years older.
Chanye.
There are not many people left in the convoy. From now on, everyone should eat together. That way we can save some resources, but everyone handles their own ingredients. I thought for a moment and nodded. According to Chu Che, we would be eating from the same pot from now on. That night, everyone sat around the campfire, silently eating this dinner after surviving a disaster. After cleaning everything up, I opened the system. At that moment, my kill value had already accumulated to 30,000 points. The gains from this battle were far more than that skin and shell. The moment the human-faced scorpion died, I saw it with my own eyes. A gray resentment was swallowed by the Blood-Grudge Hatchet. I drew the hatchet from my waist. A dark pattern appeared on the blade. At that moment, I could feel it growing stronger. This weapon would become my trump card on the road to power. Just as I was calculating how to spend these 30,000 kill points, I was still calculating how to spend these 30,000 kill points. Nana came over swaying with a box of 8+1. Hey, want some? I saw how drunk she looked. I was about to get up and return to my tent to rest, but she grabbed me around the neck.
Chanye.
Did I say you could leave? I turned my head and met a pair of pitiful eyes. Chu Che, standing nearby, saw this scene. His gaze instantly became suggestive. Well, you two take your time. I will head back first. Captain Chu, it is not what you think. I understand. Do not worry. No one will come disturb you. Chu Che, you are such a good person. Nana held me so tightly I could not break free. For the sake of her being the strongest fighter in the convoy, I suppressed my impatience and prepared to hear what she actually wanted to say. Nana, you drank too much. I did not. This is barely anything. Chinyi, listen to me. My real name is not Nana. My name is Chanqian. Nana was my elder sister. At that moment, I realized Nana definitely carried a huge secret, and Chu-Che had already slipped back into his car, immediately turning on the radio he used for eavesdropping. For him, this was more refreshing than dinner. Perhaps the battle with the human-faced scorpion had awakened the deepest memories in Qianqian's heart. If not for the apocalypse, she should have been a freshman at a top university in the country. Her family was well off. Her parents had respectable jobs, and the 7 people in her family lived happily together. But all of that, on the second day after the admission letter arrived, changed completely. That day, she walked to the door in a daze, and saw the ornamental tree in the yard had grown so huge it covered the sky. The next moment, the tree opened its mouth before the eyes of the entire family. It swallowed her father in one bite. Then thick branches burst through the wall like giant pythons and devoured her family alive. At that moment, her mind went completely blank. Only her sister's son Nana was still thinking desperately. She discovered a pattern. When the tree was feeding, there was a brief window of safety, so she made the cruelest decision. When the branches dragged her toward that bloody mouth, she used all her strength to push her younger sister out. Sun Qianqian stood there in a daze, thinking she would be next, but the tree suddenly stopped moving. A blood-red fruit grew before her eyes. She did not know why she reached out and picked that fruit. Even while chewing it, she tasted something painfully familiar. Chen Yi, do you know why all of you are sequence? While I am sequence too. At that moment, the eavesdropping Chu-Che was certain. The reason Sun Qianqian advanced so quickly was the power brought by that fruit soaked in blood. It was that fruit. I ate my whole family. When you become strong enough, go back, cut that tree down, and burn it for firewood. Who comforts people like that? But that one sentence instantly pushed open a door for her. Yeah, why can't we get revenge on the tree? Since it could eat my family, I can chop it down too. For the first time, Cece's eyes burned with intensity. Chen Yi, get in my car. A moment later, Xiao Yu happily tumbled out of the car. Meanwhile, Chu-Che in the nearby SUV, listening to the audio from the bugging device. His face turned as dark as a soot-covered pot. My ears are filthy. Filthy. You two make such great partners. As dawn broke, Cece and I seemed to have an unspoken agreement. Neither of us mentioned last night. Chun, yes, human-faced scorpion skin is a rare find. I want it. Come on, big brother, just say yes. According to the convoy's rules, the loot is split equally among the 4 of us. So, could you give your share to me? You're in the mechanic sequence. If you negotiate with the captain and that brute, ITLL definitely work. And then help me upgrade my sword. She leaned closer as she spoke, even throwing herself into my arms. To upgrade her gear, this girl has completely cast aside her pride. And what do you plan to give me in return? I've already gone this far, and you're still nitpicking the details? Let's keep things separate. I can craft oddities for you, but my services are expensive. After saying that, she kicked me out of the car. Just you remember this. The car door slammed shut with a bang. I brushed the dust off my clothes, turned back to my Apocalyptic Pickup, and started calculating. However, upgrading the Blood-Grudge Cleaver requires 30,000 slaughter points. The second step is exchanging for a magic potion capsule. Captain Chu said it can fully unlock human potential, making it more precious than sequence originals. System: how many slaughter points for 1 magic potion capsule? How many points? Exchanging 1 magic potion capsule requires 50,000 slaughter points. So, I had to abandon the first 2 options and use the remaining points to upgrade my vehicle. In the end, I gritted my teeth and spent 15,000 points to upgrade the solar panels. 40 hours. Once the upgrade is complete, the vehicle's range will exceed 100 kilometers. Looking at the remaining points on the system panel, the frustration in my heart almost burst through my chest. Then a sudden thought struck me. Since I can't afford the potion capsule, why not try a different approach? Don't wuxia novels always have internal cultivation methods? System: is there a way to enhance the abilities of the sequence Transcendents? Sequence Transcendents is essentially the same as the internal power the host mentioned. It requires slaughter points for deduction. How many points? Estimated requirement: 10,000 slaughter points. Deduction time: approximately 36 hours. Since my power system was still upgrading, I rejected the proposal on the spot. Not long after, Chu-Che suddenly called everyone for a brief meeting. Everyone, conserve your water. If we hold on for a few more days, we should encounter other convoys. If all goes well, we might be able to trade for some water. Hearing this, Cece and I both froze. After all, in the apocalypse, the scariest thing isn't always the supernatural. Sometimes it's other people who truly kill you. After the meeting adjourned, we continued our migration. Captain Chu would occasionally stop to determine the direction, or turn back to retrace the path we took this morning. The convoy was like lost ants circling in a sea of sand, and behind my pickup, that mysterious mobility scooter followed silently. Logically, a low-power electric car like that should have run out of battery long ago. Yet it kept on running. There's definitely something wrong with that old man. But I didn't plan to probe his secrets. Instead, I tried to keep my distance. Soon, my pickup's power upgrade system finally completed the upgrade. Immediately, a solar panel appeared on the roof of the cockpit. But now there was a more important task: having the system deduce a way to train sequence Transcendents. System, begin deduction. Per the host's request, deduction is beginning based on wuxia internal cultivation methods. Estimated time, 36 hours, and 10,000 slaughter points. Just as I finished the upgrade, a surprised shout suddenly echoed through the convoy. "They're here, Captain. They've arrived." I looked in the direction Xiao Wang was pointing. In the distance, a camel caravan was slowly moving toward us. People sat atop the front camels, while the rear camels were piled high with supplies. But there were even more people who weren't riding. Without exception, they were all bound with ropes. Seeing them, the first thing that came to mind was slaves. Soon, the two groups finally met on the wasteland. The opposing captain's name was Mo Huiran, a wrinkled old man with a tobacco pipe. But my focus wasn't on Mo Huiran, but on the camel caravan behind him. Those survivors were dressed in rags, their eyes hollow, treated even worse than the camels. What made me frown even more was that 5 wolves were mixed into the caravan. They were silent as they approached, yet instinctively formed a perimeter, as if they viewed us as prey. A low wolf howl pierced the air. The 5 wolves immediately tightened their formation, and obediently ran to the side of a young man. "Captain Chu, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Lei, a key member of our team. It seems his awakened sequence is likely related to beast taming. This is Ding Dong, also a core combatant of the team. She was an ordinary-looking woman with bandages on her hands, yet she exuded a dangerous, sharp aura. As for the one over there,
That's Liu Yang.
the kid isn't even an adult yet, but the youth wore a hooded cloak, shrouding himself entirely in shadow. People instinctively backed away when they saw him, and even the Transcendents of his own team wouldn't step closer. As I was sizing up the youth, I saw him make a gesture toward the Iron Lion, his attitude incredibly arrogant. Soon, Chu-Che briefly introduced our people, but didn't reveal any sequence information. Both sides tacitly agreed to keep their trump cards hidden. In the end, the two groups chose to camp behind a dune. But the camel caravan's supplies were clearly more abundant, with tents, rations, and water all readily available. Under the drive of a burly man, the slaves began slowly unloading the cargo. "Captain Chu, your convoy seems a bit small." "Captain Mo, it's the apocalypse. Too many people are just a liability." "Haha, true enough." Mo Huiran gave the large pickup a meaningful look. "Nice truck you've got there, though I imagine fuel is hard to come by." On the surface, their laughter seemed friendly, but beneath it, the old man and the youth were both scheming. That night, under a high moon, the sequence Transcendents of both teams gathered around the campfire. Amidst the laughter, Mo Huiran began to recount his past. Before the end, he was a village official, and his life was relatively peaceful. But that peace was soon shattered by a group of refugees. They were covered in wounds, their eyes hollow, repeatedly muttering that the cities were gone. "Little Chu, you have no idea how wicked those people were. When they first arrived, we thought they're just refugees, so we treated them to fine wine and food. They ate without thanks and drank without leaving. In the end, they wouldn't even spare the women, the grain, or the livestock. My God, those people really were not human." Later, something happened to the village too. At night, the weird cried. During the day, accidents happened. Everyone in our group who could run had already run. The ones left behind became food for those things. Brother, I heard Shanghu is finished too. That was a city with tens of millions of people. How could it possibly be wiped out? Mo Huiran did not answer in a hurry. Instead, he waved to a burly man. Go bring that guy over. Before long, the man dragged over a tall, skinny fellow. He escaped from Shanghu. Ask him yourself. At first, Shanghu actually still had order. The researchers were all trying to find a solution, but those things came too fast. Some said it was BD. Some said it was a supernatural invasion. Overnight, the entire city looked as if it had been hollowed out. The more crowded a place was, the sooner something happened. Subway stations, malls, and schools all became slaughterhouses. Later, teams went in to investigate, but not one person came back alive. Was there not a survivor base in the south? There was. I heard that base had gathered hundreds of thousands of people, but then the weird spread inside. Overnight, all of them were gone. As soon as he finished, everyone's face went deathly silent. Old Mo suddenly grinned. I heard the woman in his family used to be a famous star with tens of millions of fans. If not for the apocalypse, Old Mo would never have had a chance to be with someone like her. He even said she was amazing at dancing back then. When things are safer, let Chu-Che see it. A charming figure slowly walked out. Oh, Captain Mo, you are teasing me again. Look at you, little vixen. You almost shook these old bones apart. The two flirted as if no one else was around. I felt my scalp go numb. That old man was old enough to be her grandfather. But the more I looked at this woman, the more something felt wrong. When my eyes landed on her neck, I was completely stunned. Now I finally understood what was going on. I instinctively glanced at Chu-Che and Iron Lion. Both of them quietly moved half a step back. But the Camel Caravan members all showed intoxicated expressions. Captain Mo, besides us, did you meet any other survivor teams on the road? We did. Counting you, I have met 2.5 survivor convoys. Wait, 2.5? What does that half mean? You might not believe it when I say this. That half was a group of survivors living on the back of a giant elephant. He said the elephant was unimaginably huge. There was not only a human castle on its back, but even signs of human activity up there. But that was not the only legend. According to him, in even more distant places, humans built a floating city in the sky. Sounds absurd, but ever since the weird erupted, absurdity has become normal. Later, people came up with all kinds of versions about the true cause of the apocalypse. Some said 2 dimensions had overlapped. Others said it was a sign that heaven and earth were resetting. The most extreme claimed it was the price of the gods' return. And the extreme climate was only the beginning. Heat waves in the day could burn through skin, but the cold at night could freeze people to death. Mountains could move. The sea could flow backward. Inside the cracks in the sky, you could even see the shadow of another continent. All of this was telling us the apocalypse had only just begun. Whether those rumors were true or false, one day they might all appear before our eyes. After a brief exchange, I found that the camel caravan was completely different from the fair convoy. Slavery had become iron law among them. By comparison, the palace convoy was basically paradise. In the fair convoy, as long as you contributed, you could eat your fill. Even if you were only a little diligent, you would not starve. After returning to camp, I could not help asking Chu-Che, Captain Chu, when do we make a move? The supplies in this camel caravan are not ordinary. Chen-Yi, you really are a born villain. You are not thinking of robbing the robbers, are you? Yezi, that is not right. We are all survivors. Fair trade benefits everyone.
Chen-Yi,
I knew long ago you were no good. Come on. You dare say you were not thinking the same thing. A soft heart will only get you chewed down to the bones. Chu-Che stayed silent for a moment before finally speaking. Yezi, what you said is not completely wrong. We should not intend to harm others, but we must still guard against them. I have already spoken with Old Mo. Trading begins tomorrow morning. We are not planning to rob them, but we still have to guard against them. I think that Old Mo is extremely cunning. Chan-Chan really is a woman who once got along well with me. Her view was almost the same as mine, but at that moment, Iron Lion suddenly said that Lu Yong in the caravan felt wrong. Just now, when everyone was eating, only that guy did not take a single bite. fight, but this is the apocalypse. Everyone fights desperately for a single mouthful of food. Yet that guy never even touched his chopsticks. Chu-Chi's expression changed. I think I know what sequence that child is. It should be the demon sequence. The demon sequence is the transcendent sequence most suited to the apocalypse. They cannot eat ordinary food. Once they do, they suffer an intense rejection reaction. Human meals are poison to them. The demon sequence feeds on negative human emotions. The stronger the negative emotions, the faster their power grows. As soon as those words came out, everyone fell silent, because in this apocalypse, fear was everywhere, and that child was practically born as the favored one of this version. Also, that kid might even be sequence 2. When a demon reaches sequence 2, it grows wings. Normally, those wings turn into a cloak covering the body. They only appear during battle. Interesting. We are both sequence 2. I would like to see who is stronger. Do not act rashly. We do not have many people right now. If we can avoid conflict, avoid it. Iron Lion was injured in the battle with the Face Scorpion. The only ones who can fight are you and Sun Qianqian. The fair convoy is too fragile right now. Captain Chu's words were not wrong, but I did not fully agree. I looked toward the distant campfire and spoke calmly. But have you not noticed that the camel caravan is not peaceful either? Especially that plain-looking woman. She seems to have a tense relationship with the others. After my reminder, everyone finally remembered that during dinner, that sharp-tempered woman had left halfway through. In my opinion, I might as well go talk to that woman. Maybe I can. Stop. Yezi, stop thinking about robbing the robbers. Being able to trade smoothly is already the greatest luck. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. He immediately took out that strange object radio. Let us listen to what the other side says first. A piercing crackle instantly came from the radio. Then a hoarse voice rang out. Captain, I think the pretty boy in that convoy is the most sinister. We have to watch out for him. The three of them all looked at me at the same time. Why are you looking at me? Captain Chu is even fairer than me. The pretty boy must be him. Besides, I didn't say a word all night. I've been very well behaved. I don't look sinister at all. But before the words faded, the radio crackled again. Yeah, the kid played it safe all night, but those shifty eyes were wandering everywhere, and he kept staring at our supplies. We have to be careful they don't double-cross us. The moment I overheard the radio, I wondered for a second if I was a complete scoundrel. After all, old Mo didn't plan to double-cross them either. I think the survivors in that convoy are all decent. No need to worry. Then another voice agreed. The captain is right. I hope tomorrow's trade goes smoothly. Chu-Che reached out and turned off the radio, simply saying that everyone should get some rest and prepare for the trade at dawn. But as we stepped out of the tent, a wolf's howl pierced the silence of the night. I looked up and saw the youth who controlled the wolf pack, slowly patrolling the camel caravan. He placed his hand on the forehead of each camel, and instantly the restless camels calmed down. As expected, his supernatural sequence is related to beast taming. An ability like that is equivalent to a mobile army in the apocalypse. I gave him one last look, then turned back to my Doomsday pickup. The countdown on the system panel was flashing cold numbers. Cultivation technique deduction. 3 hours remaining. If the deduction succeeds, my supernatural cultivation speed will increase manifold, and my power will reach a new level. However, at this moment, Chu-Che, on the other side, reopened that radio. As the static sounded, a voice, both strange and familiar, emerged. I remember you're from Young Chu's convoy, right? How did you end up in my tent? But the next second, there was no response from the radio. Chu-Che felt a chill run down his spine. The traitor clearly knew the true purpose of eavesdropping on the radio. This meant the convoy would face a crisis soon. As the first rays of dawn pierced the clouds, the survivors of the camel caravan began to move first. They cleared an open space between the two groups, busy arranging supplies, while unloading the bundles from the camels' backs. Watching from a distance, I have to admit the caravan is incredibly well stocked. Every camel's back was piled high with supplies. Suddenly, a massive skeleton caught my eye. To be precise, it was the remains of a mutated giant ox. Strange patterns were faintly carved upon it. I had an idea for a while now. If I could integrate supernatural materials into the pickup, perhaps I could evolve my ride into a true supernatural vehicle. And the skeleton of this giant ox is undoubtedly the perfect start. So, I spent 70 slaughter points for appraisal. The system quickly provided feedback. Item origin: bones of a two-headed ox. Left behind by a man-eating two-headed ox. Hunted by 5 sequence transcendents. 1 transcendent had their head bitten off on the spot. The bones contain strange energy. If crafted into a supernatural item, it would be a remarkable large-scale collectible. System: can this thing be used to modify my Doomsday pickup? Integrating the two-headed ox bones into the Doomsday pickup. There are 2 options. Option 1. Smelt into the body to significantly increase chassis rigidity, reducing deformation from impacts. Option 2. Smelt into the chassis and main beam, enhancing off-road performance, while increasing overall body strength. My heart skipped a beat. When I upgraded the Doomsday pickup before, to save slaughter points, I used the cheapest materials provided by the system. As a result, the car constantly makes these creaking noises. If I could add these bones, the quality of the entire vehicle would jump a whole level. But just as I was thinking, Mo Huiren's sarcastic voice suddenly drifted over. "Little Chin, do you want this thing?" I greeted him as if nothing were wrong. "Captain Mo, you're up early." He patted the skeleton, his tone suddenly turning grave. Our caravan originally had 5 sequence transcendents, but since encountering that man-eating two-headed ox, one of them will never wake up again. Many of us died in that battle. I wanted to offer a few words of comfort, but didn't know where to start. Generally, a team with a guide leading the way is unlikely to be caught by the eerie creatures, unless something unexpected happened. Old Mo seemed to see through my thoughts. You guessed right. With our guides present, ordinary eerie creatures indeed can't keep up. But there are always exceptions. I'm just like Young Chu, a sequence 1 danger sensor, but that doesn't mean I can escape everything. The abilities of the eerie are bizarre. Some are beyond imagination, just like that two-headed ox. At this point, he returned to his old fox expression. "All right, young man, I've said my piece. How do you plan to trade for these bones?" I touched the Blood-Grudge Machete at my waist and glanced at the Doomsday pickup in the distance. "These 2 things are all I have. There isn't much food left in the car either." So I gave an awkward laugh. "Captain Mo, you made it sound so legendary. I can't afford it. I was just asking." The smile on Old Mo's face vanished instantly. As he turned away, he muttered, "Turns out he's just a pauper." I pretended not to hear and looked at other supplies. I have to say, the caravan really has a lot of good stuff. Food, medicine, mineral water piled up in huge heaps. And the iron lions from the convoy were even more impressive, taking up the largest area of the open space. And the most eye-catching were the 2 supernatural materials taken from the human-faced scorpion. However, Captain Chu had discussed it with a few of us. These 2 materials weren't just for trading supplies, but to solve the drinking water problem. Once a person is without water, they can only survive in the desert for 2 days at most. But despite that, the carapace and skin of the human-faced scorpion only managed to get 10 crates of mineral water. Before the apocalypse, these materials could have been worth hundreds of millions. And my task was very clear: trade for as much as possible during this fair. Soon, I traded a pack of instant noodles for high-top boots. Then I used 3 items to get the small fan I wanted. Just as I continued picking items, unexpectedly, Old Mo's familiar weird laugh rang in my ear. "Little Chin, how do you want to trade that baijiu?" This old guy is a typical alcoholic. His eyes lit up the moment he saw the bottle of baijiu on my stall. I smiled and told him, "Just trade it for those bones." "You brat, I knew you were cunning from the start. You really did have your eye on my bones." "Well, do we have a deal?" "In your dreams. Unless you can give me 50 bags of rice, I might consider trading the bones to you." Just as Old Mo and I were haggling, Chu Che walked over without me noticing. Seeing this, Old Mo immediately switched to a sleazy smile. "I have another trade. Do you want in?" But just as he finished speaking, a pair of hostile eyes were suddenly glaring at me. It was the youth wrapped in the cloak. The youth noticed my gaze and actually made a gesture toward me. "Yangke, I think that girl named Sue in your convoy and the girl named Zhou are both quite nice. How about trading them to me? They'll give you 2 crates of water. You have to realize that in the desert, water is more precious than gold." Perhaps Old Mo's gaze was too predatory. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt like she was being hunted by a beast. Sulina shrunk back toward me even more. "Captain Mo, don't ever mention this again. TSK, Little Chu, you're still too naive. This is the apocalypse. Does playing the hero even matter anymore? How about I add another condition? Last night, someone came into my tent. Guess what they told me? Chu Chi's expression froze. He knew someone had entered Mo Warren's tent last night. He just didn't expect the old bastard to bring it up now. But Chu Che still gritted his teeth and refused. Captain Mo, Su Lina and Zhou Xiaoxiao are human beings, not merchandise. I will not trade them. Captain Chu, I really underestimated you. Fine. I don't want these two women anymore. They'll just tell you straight. The one who entered my tent last night was a woman named Su Jiaojiao. She's pretty much sold you all out. People shouldn't be too kind sometimes. Remember, this is the end of the world. Hearing this, Chu Chi's face darkened. He never expected the traitor to be her. For the first time, a murderous intent flashed in Chu Chi's eyes. Thank you, Captain Mo. Ha ha ha, no problem. We're both captains. I'm just like you. I hate traitors in the team the most. Unexpectedly, just as they finished talking, I immediately grabbed Su Lina's hand and walked over to old Mo. Captain Mo, our captain won't trade with you, but I will. Su Lina belongs to me. As long as you give me those ox bones, they'll give this woman to you. How's that? The moment Su Lina heard this, she nearly collapsed to the ground. The instant I said those words, Chu Che was truly enraged. Little Chu, don't be so hasty. Xiao Chun wants to trade. That's his freedom. You, my friend, are great in every way, except you're too rigid. We used to be ordinary citizens. We had to endure being bullied. But things are different now. We are Transcendents. It's time to change those old-fashioned ideas. After saying this, his sleazy eyes scanned Su Lina once again, his smile becoming increasingly perverse. Hee Xiao Chun, it's not impossible for you to have those two-headed ox bones, but I'm afraid one woman isn't enough. Old Mo turned his gaze toward Zhou Xiaoxiao. In that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a chill run through her entire body. But in the next second, Mo Warren's heart suddenly tightened. Before he could even react, a wood-chopping knife descended from the sky. And the moment I struck, that plain-looking woman nearby suddenly released an astonishing aura. With a swift backhand punch, she blasted the hooded youth. The speed was so fast it was nearly impossible to react to. Although the youth blocked the punch, the impact still sent a spray of blood from his mouth. Ding dong! Why are you attacking me? But before he could finish his sentence, a sword tip pierced through his chest. He turned his head with difficulty, only to see Cici nearby forming a sword seal. You actually know sword kinesis? Just learned it. How is it? Doesn't it feel great? Before she could finish, a scream echoed from the distance. Several hungry wolves had already pounced on Tai Shi, and the Wolf King had clamped onto his throat. Tai Shi roared, trying to break free, but he was already at the end of his rope. His hands were clamped tight by another wolf. These wolves were ferocious breeds specially bred by Zhang Lei, each one larger and more vicious than a normal wolf. If Tai Shi hadn't been injured, he would never have been this vulnerable. But it all happened far too quickly. Just as Tai Shi was about to break free, Zhang Lei had already severed Tai Shi's head with a single blade. After doing this, Zhang Lei mounted the Wolf King and galloped deep into the desert. Tai Shi, Cici formed a seal with her hands, and a blade of light pierced toward the fleeing figure. Soon, the person on the wolf let out a muffled groan and fell from the height. In just 10 seconds, for sequence Transcendents had all perished, and the catalyst for all of this was that single strike of mine. Now Cici rushed to Tai Shi's side, large tears streaming from her eyes. Many survivors on the bus broke down in tears. Without Tai Shi, many of them probably wouldn't have survived. His death was unexpected, but it didn't make me lose my cool. I stared at the youth's corpse nearby. Chu Che said the demon sequence has incredible vitality, not even inferior to the Titan sequence. Therefore, I suspected he might not be dead, and that even the beast tamer was playing dead. So I drew the wood-chopping knife from my waist and slowly approached the black-robed youth. He's already dead. No one could survive that sword strike. There was indeed a bloody hole in the youth's body, and a mass of black mist was spreading from the wound. Countless flesh buds began to sprout and intertwine. If given a few more minutes, Liu Yang was confident he could kill everyone. He wanted to wait for me to get close and then launch a critical strike. But why would I let him have his way? I used my willow branches to control the knife, striking the youth, and I didn't stop until I had torn him limb from limb. I thought the curtain had finally fallen on this scene. At that same moment, the beast tamer who Cece had stabbed suddenly leaped onto the Wolf King's back and fled. I stared coldly at the retreating figure. What a waste of those slaughter points. After all, killing Mo Huiran just now had given me quite a few rewards from the system. Thinking back to last night, the first person I sought out was Ding Dong. She had always felt out of place in this group. When the youth bullied the other slaves, she was the only one who stepped in to stop it, especially when I noticed her looking at Mo Huiran. A flash of disgust crossed her eyes. None of this escaped my careful observation. The moment I found her and revealed my plan, she nodded in agreement almost without hesitation. The second was Cece. Once I made my move, I had her and Ding Dong take advantage of the chaos to deal with the demon sequence. Chu Che had once said that the strength of the demon sequence far exceeds ordinary awakened. I thought this battle would be incredibly perilous, but it turned out to be surprisingly smooth. As for Taisher, I never expected him to help, and I certainly didn't expect him to die so quickly. Taisher just lay there silently. The survivors of the convoy even made a tombstone for him, with Tomb of Wu Haifeng inscribed on it. I used to call him Big Dummy, but he never seemed to mind. Even Uncle Abao, who usually loved to joke, just smoked his cigarette in silence. And I was no exception. After all, back when I first awakened my ability, all that knowledge about sequence transcendence was taught to me bit by Taisher. If Taisher hadn't died, I might have actually considered him a brother. Ake. It's getting late.
Chuke didn't answer.
Instead, he turned to look at me. You shouldn't have been so reckless. You should have at least told me beforehand. If I had the chance to do it again, I'd still do it. I'd just warned Taisher to hide first. Chu Chi's expression grew even more silent. He didn't think I was wrong. It's clear Mo Huiran and that boy were nothing but scum. Perhaps you're the only one among us who can survive until the end. Chu Che poured a cup of clear tea before Taisher's body. If I die one day, remember to burn some tea for me every year. I checked the countdown. Time was running out, and just as we were preparing to leave, Chu Chi's tone suddenly turned strange. Yezi, do you know? Titan Sequence 1 is known as the Flesh Apprentice, but at Sequence 2 it splits into two paths. Which two? One is called the Two-Headed Giant. The other is the Peering Skull. The Peering Skull grows a third eye on its forehead. This eye possesses supernatural powers. I once saw a document for Titan Transcendents on this path. If their sequence is high enough, the third eye left behind after death can even be used directly as an oddity. I was stunned speechless. Even she beside me stopped crying. Do you remember Taisher's strange state? One personality normally, but a completely different person when fighting. Are you saying Taisher will come back to life? No, Taisher won't come back to life, because he never died in the first place. Just as he finished speaking, Taisher's corpse suddenly twitched. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, a new face appeared before everyone. Yezi, what the hell are you three standing there for? Get me up already. You have no idea. I almost died. Alright, my name is Kwang Shi. That guy Taisher isn't dead. ITLL just take a few days for him to come back out. So, isn't the Titan sequence badass? You can't even kill it by chopping off the head. But Yezi, I noticed you looked a bit guilty just now. A ruthless bastard like you actually feels guilt? I really didn't see that coming. Couldn't help but roll my eyes. Shut your damn mouth. It's late. Get in the car now. Kwang Shi climbed into the cargo bed, laughing loudly. This time, we didn't just bring back plenty of supplies, but also a sequence transcendent. The fair convoy is finally looking up, but Titans really are powerful. They can revive even with a single breath left. I made a mental note. If I encounter a Titan sequence enemy again, I must show no mercy. Suddenly, I thought of that demon sequence boy. Even though he was as dead can be, I still wasn't at ease. I exhaled a cloud of smoke. The smoke transformed into thousands of fine needles, whistling as they pierced the corpse. A moment later, a skull condensed from black smoke glared at me with malice, but it quickly dissipated into the air. I did the same to old man Mo Huiran's body. I treated it the same way, but this time there was no abnormality. Alright, enough. Everyone, Move the supplies to the vehicles immediately. All the camels will be used for transport. We leave this place in half an hour. The former slaves of the camel caravan all became new members of the convoy. Once they learned the convoy's rules, everyone was thrilled. Their movements became even faster. I also quickened my pace. A giant hand formed from smoke, suddenly grabbed the oxbone priority, and placed it on my Doomsday pickup. Once the technique deduction is complete, I will definitely upgrade my Doomsday pickup. What are your plans? Let me introduce myself again. My name is Hidong, Fist Master Sequence 1. Given the current situation, I have no way to leave. I want to join the convoy. No problem, you're more than welcome. I don't want to deal with the convoy's daily affairs. They'll just join Taisher's school bus. This belonged to Mo Huiran. The circle in the middle is the water source. As long as we find this place, we'll find the water. Chu Che took the map, his gaze sharpening. The convoy finally had a new direction. At the same time, a commotion came from behind the dunes. Two survivors emerged, escorting Su Jiaojiao. After Mo Huiran and Lu Yang died, she tried to blend in with the survivors and act innocent. But this betrayal had completely triggered Chu Chi's killing intent. No one pleaded for her. Uncle Abao just gave her a cold glance. Then, to the two men beside him, he made a gesture. One of the men didn't hesitate for a second. He stepped up to Su Jiaojiao, wrench in hand. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Su Jiaojiao lay on the ground, unable to move. Everyone watched the scene in silence. In the apocalypse, betrayal is more terrifying than zombies. The supplies from the camel caravan far exceeded my expectations. According to Chu Che, there's an oddity among them. But there's no time now. We'll examine it carefully once we find a suitable place. But just then, an incredibly handsome young man appeared before me. This was the mega-influencer with tens of millions of followers. Despite being a man, he was more seductive than any woman. Xuenan, what do you want? But Xuenan didn't even glance at him. Instead, he knelt before me and kowtowed 3 times. Mr. Chun, from this day forward, I Xuenan am your dog. They'll bite whoever you tell me to. Xuenan, what's the meaning of this? You killed that old bastard Mo Huiran. You avenged me. I followed him for so long, only because I wanted to find my sister. He lied and told me she had gone to another team. Then by killing him, haven't I made it even harder for you to find her? You don't hate me? Humph, of course I do. But more than that, I'm grateful, because he lied to me. If it weren't for you, I'd still be in the dark. I don't need a dog. The convoy is about to leave. Xuanan's face flushed red, but in the end he said nothing. He simply walked to a camel and mounted it in silence. Move out. As Uncle Abao's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, the convoy began to move slowly. However, Captain Chu's expression was exceptionally grim. He suddenly slammed on the gas, his eyes fixed intently on the rearview mirror. Captain Chu, what's happening? There's something eerie behind us. It'll catch up in a few minutes. In an instant, the entire convoy accelerated. No one asked why Chu Che was doing this. They only knew that following the captain was the only way to survive. The convoy's camels also struggled to keep pace. Just then, a system prompt appeared before my eyes. It was a plan for the system to deduce how to train transcendent abilities. Just as I was about to take a closer look, the car accidentally slammed into a huge rock. The front of the car swerved violently, knocking over a mobility scooter nearby. But before old Zhang could say another word, colossal beast burst through the sand. Its gaping maw exhaled a blast of air that whipped up a storm of yellow sand. In the face of such a monstrosity, trying to run away on foot would be pure suicide. I immediately called up the system to check the pickup status. Luckily, the engine was still humming, but straightening the car in a short time was too difficult. What are you just staring at? If you don't want to die, get over here and help. Old Zhang was stunned by my shout. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. After all, I had just crushed his mobility scooter. But when he saw the terrifying sand snake nearby, he could only curse under his breath and come to help. In the urgency of the moment, the two of us exerted ourselves simultaneously. Giving it our all, we finally pushed the apocalypse pickup straight. Then, I stepped into the cabin. What the hell are you dazed for? Get in. The old man paused, seeming surprised that I would actually take him along. Then he scrambled into the cabin as well. At almost the same instant, the giant sand snake was less than 100 meters away. Even with the Apocalypse Pickup speeding at full throttle, we still couldn't shake the sand snake behind us. There was no escaping that colossal monster. Seeing that this wouldn't work, so I exhaled a breath. The smoke formed a giant hand, which suddenly grabbed old Zhang and hurled him toward the sand snake. By the time the old man realized what was happening, he was less than a meter away from that gaping maw of fangs. "Master Chin," I said. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the snake, the old man's back suddenly bulged. Then a head actually emerged from the bulge. I looked through the rearview mirror. It was actually the Hunchback Old Ghost of Longevity Village. Now the Hunchback Old Ghost emitted a thick black mist, as if it wanted to swallow the entire sea of sand. Just when I thought a fierce battle was inevitable, the sand snake swallowed the Hunchback Old Ghost in one gulp. Then it dove violently into the dunes. I floored the accelerator. The giant sand snake rolled frantically within the dunes, along with a sudden, incredibly deep roar. It hit like a giant hammer, making my eardrums ache. And at that moment, I managed to put several hundred meters between me and the snake. I could still see the snake thrashing in the sea of sand. To be able to mess up a monster like that, it seems the Hunchback Old Ghost is no ordinary aberration. I had just caught my breath when I saw Xue Nan catching up on a camel. "Mr. Chen." Before Xue Nan could speak, the Apocalypse Pickup had already sped past her. This thrill of brushing past the Grim Reaper sent my adrenaline skyrocketing. As the blood moon rose, we finally stopped at a relatively safe dune. "Smells great." "You killed a camel?" "Yeah, I've never had camel meat before. I wonder if it tastes good." Previously, Zhang Lei was in charge of the camel caravan. Under his careful care, these camels didn't even need water for days. But now that Zhang Lei has fled, without him, these camels probably won't last many days. But fortunately, all the survivors got to eat meat tonight. Afterward, Chu Che even brought out a tea set. "Captain Chu, you're being so generous today. Girl, have you not had enough of my tea?" "Ding dong, let me tell you. Not everyone gets to drink Captain Chu's tea. We're only benefiting because of you today. By the way, Yezi, I saw old Zhang falling behind with you earlier. Why did you come back without him? Did you guys also think there was something wrong with that old man? Only a fool would think that old man is normal. Just one mobility scooter. So many people died along the way. Yet he's the one who survived. We thought you would test him. We didn't expect you to do nothing. Captain Chu, now I have to call you out. To have such an aberration hiding in our convoy. And you didn't even know? This news made everyone present shudder in fear. So, I recounted what had just happened. Who would have thought that the Hunchback Old Ghost had been in the convoy all along? Maybe the Hunchback Old Ghost isn't actually an aberration. What do you mean? Based on what I know, this should be a symbiotic sequence. Symbiotic sequence? Does that mean symbiosis with an aberration? You should know that using a power-up injection can awaken transcendent powers. But not everyone is 100% successful. Some people, after using the serum, cannot withstand the transformation of transcendent power and die instantly. Some are directly polluted by the power and become aberrations. And those who are lucky enough to survive, but fail to awaken their powers, their bodies in every aspect, become distinctly different from ordinary humans. They often choose to symbiose with an aberration, to obtain immense power. Therefore, we call these people the symbiotic sequence. Of course, transcendents of the symbiotic sequence don't just choose to symbiose with aberrations. Some even choose to symbiose with artifacts. This type of symbiotic sequence usually has two states. One is the ordinary human state. The other is the aberration state. In the human state, if you don't look closely, they look just like us. That's probably why I never noticed. Not long after, Uncle Abao and a few survivors began moving supplies. The most eye-catching item was a metal lighter. I picked up the lighter to take a look. An eerie sensation flowed from my fingertips. I immediately asked the system to identify it. Artifact: Love Brain Lighter. Number 05172. Use fire control. Side effect: must say I love you to this lighter 100 times a day. Otherwise, the lighter is likely to go on strike. The use of this artifact is simple, but the side effect is perverse. So this is that artifact. Let me see. Cece snatched the metal lighter away. The moment she touched it, she also received the artifact's information in her mind. Artifacts have a specific trait. Whenever they are ownerless, any transcendent who touches them will receive basic information. But once they recognize an owner, they are completely isolated from others. Chu-Che said artifacts are like pets at home. No need for blood-binding rituals or anything like that. Only through long-term contact and understanding can the ownership be established. Mr. Chen, Miss Sun, I know how to use this thing. At that moment, Ding Dong walked over. This love lighter was originally Mo Waren's artifact. At the time, my attention was drawn to that demon sequence youth. So this artifact eventually fell into Chu-Chi's hands. Ding Dong explained the lighter's usage in detail. Everyone listened, dumbfounded. Cece stepped forward first. She lit the lighter as Ding Dong instructed, and gently blew on the small flame. The next moment, a 7 or 8 meter blast of fire erupted, like a simplified flamethrower. With such power, if it were blasted at a person, the outcome would be obvious. Now, the convoy reached the supply distribution phase, and the supplies on site were in total chaos. According to the convoy's rules, gains from solo actions can be kept for personal use. Publicly obtained supplies are divided equally. Ordinary people get pitifully little, yet there are only 4 artifacts to distribute this time. But with 5 Transcendents, there aren't enough to go around. So Chu-Che suggested distributing the ordinary supplies fairly first, and then divide the artifact materials. In the end, I got 7 crates of bottled water, along with some rice, flour, and snacks. The ones with the biggest piles, however, were Taisher and Ding Dong. Ding Dong's supplies were essentially the same as Taisher's. Their combined loot was quite a sight. Then there were those few camels. Unfortunately, there's no food. They won't last long before becoming meat for the convoy. Alright, that's the ordinary supplies settled. Next, we divide the artifacts and their materials. The 2 artifacts from the human-faced scorpion. Ding Dong hadn't joined the convoy back then, so he's not part of the distribution. However, whoever wants these 2 items must offer equivalent supplies to trade shares with the other 3. The ox bone and that lighter follow the same rule. The moment they announced the artifact distribution, the entire camp went silent for half a second. Then, countless eyes lit up like hungry wolves. My heart raced with anticipation. I was determined to get that 2-headed ox bone. I glanced at my system panel. After killing Mo Huiran and that demon sequence youth, my kill points surged by 20,000. Combined with my previous savings, it was more than enough to upgrade an artifact. The first item to be divided was the ox bone. Everyone has a share. Whoever wants it must compensate the others. I'm not interested. If Chun Yi can give me 2 camels, they'll give my share to him. 2 camels? Why don't you just rob me? After several rounds of bargaining, I eventually paid 1.5 camels to Guangshi. Captain, you want that love brain lighter, right? Then give your share to me. I won't fight you for that lighter. Chun Yi, you're too ruthless. Is it a fair trade? I won't stop you from wanting the artifact. Chu-Che was slightly annoyed by my attitude, but I still gave some supplies to seal the deal. As for Shi and Ding Dong, I paid a heavy price to compensate them as well. With that, the ox bone was finally mine. Next were the skin and carapace of the human-faced scorpion. Shi took the skin, while the carapace was put away for future trade. The final focus fell on that love brain lighter. Chu-Che paid a massive price. Not only did he waive the gasoline I owed him, but he also gave me an extra 30 liters, along with a bunch of miscellaneous supplies. I even wondered for a moment if he had a storage space. Chu-Che remained tight-lipped about it. This man seemed to be hiding secrets no one knew. Meanwhile, Taisher and Ding Dong hit the jackpot. The other survivors following them were grinning from ear to ear. However, there was one last thing today. Captain, there's more? Can I skip this? I need to practice my sword tonight. I saw the bloody callus on her hand, a mark left from practicing every single night. But Chu-Che ignored her. He simply pulled a crumpled map from his coat. Ding Dong, you found this. You explain it. Ding Dong then took the map. This place is Yongyuan. Although we distributed a lot of water today, it won't last long. We must, before the last bottle is empty, find this place. Otherwise, none of us will survive. The surrounding survivors learned about the water source. Cheers erupted from everyone. It was the only piece of good news the convoy had in days. Once tonight's meeting ended, I pulled out 2 pieces of bread as payment and had 2 survivors help me load the supplies onto the truck. The haul was massive this time. With an excited heart, I opened the system interface. Blood Moon Observation Breathing Method Derivation complete. The moment I saw the name, I felt a flicker of resistance. Do not look directly at the blood moon. That's basic survival knowledge in the apocalypse. After all, during the first few days of the Anomaly's descent, countless people went mad and died just out of curiosity for that moon. But even so, I still opened the breathing method. According to the description, the blood moon isn't a pure curse, but a special kind of energy. It's just that this energy isn't suitable for direct human absorption. To utilize it, one must breathe at a specific frequency. According to the blood moon observation method, the power within every sequence transcendent has its own unique frequency. So, blood moon observation breathing is using that frequency to resonate with the blood moon. So I sat cross-legged, trying to feel the power hidden within my body. Half an hour later, I finally captured that distinct rhythm. Then, I looked up at the blood moon in the sky. In the next second, an eerie agitation surged into my heart. Felt like someone was whispering in my ear. This is why so many people went insane. I forced myself to endure the discomfort and closed my eyes instantly at the third second. To my surprise, the frequency inside me didn't stop. Just 1 hour of cultivation felt equivalent to the sum of several previous days. 2 hours later, I slowly opened my eyes, but I didn't rest because there was something more important. System fusion. System fusion. Ox bone upgrade. Using the two-headed ox as raw material. The Doomsday pickup upgrade plan is as follows. After the upgrade, the pickup will be transformed into an artifact. Required kill points, 20,000. Time required, 96 hours. After confirming everything, I crashed. Meanwhile, the night wind was blowing across the dunes. She returned to the car, exhausted. Cousin, you're back so late again today. Cut the chatter. I'm exhausted. I'm gonna sleep, don't bother me. And in the yellow school bus nearby, most of the survivors had already fallen into a deep sleep. Kwang Shi was sleeping on the large bed at the back. His head was struggling to grow, slowly taking on the appearance of Tai Shi. But just then, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the camp. I woke up with a start. Uncle Abao had already rushed out with a flashlight. To Xuanan. Something happened to Xuanan. I squeezed through to look. I saw Xuanan's mouth covered in blood. Beside him, a burly man lay on the ground, clutching his throat. Xuanan! Xuanan! He killed brother Hu. My God. The way everyone looked at Xuanan changed instantly. Chu Che and I exchanged a glance. Let Uncle Abao handle it. By the next morning, I was stunned when I saw Xuanan again. The androgynous Xuanan of the past was gone. In his place was a man with a rugged, fleshy face. I didn't expect him to have disfigured himself. Just as Chu Che and I were discussing the search for water, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Long time no see, everyone. I looked back and saw a figure with two heads standing before me. One head was fast asleep with eyes closed. The other head wore a goofy smile. Tai Shi, you big dummy, you're finally back. Damn. I thought you were dead that day. Then Chu Che said you weren't dead. Maybe you were awakening the dual furnace giant branch. Otherwise, you'd probably have been buried alive. I know. Kwang Shi told me everything. Everyone's reaction to the Titan sequence's recovery ability. Shocked once again. After breakfast, I returned to my car, only to find that my pickup had been washed. Beside it stood Xuanan, holding a piece of filthy clothing, looking at me with a timid expression. After a thought, I grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the car and tossed it over. Xuanan didn't expect me to give her a whole bottle. Her eyes welled up. To save fuel, I switched the car to pure electric mode. But just then, the sedan ahead suddenly shuddered twice and finally ground to a complete halt. Originally, the owner of this car died in Changsho village. Later, it was seized by 4 thugs. Just as I was packing my tools to hit the road, a bald man among the 4 suddenly ran toward me. Brother Chun, we're out of gas. Can we borrow some? Once we find a gas station, the 4 of us will pay you back double. I didn't answer. I simply took my tools out of the car, walked up to the empty sedan, and started dismantling its windshield. Chun-Yi, don't push it too far. Meanwhile, a blonde punk searched for a weapon in the trunk, clearly intending to teach me a lesson. He was the 3rd among the 4 thugs. Before the apocalypse, relying on his family's influence, he spent 3 years in prison over a petty argument. He thought he could use connections to get out once the heat died down. Little did he know the apocalypse came before his release. In the chaos, he and a few others escaped from prison, joining a survivor convoy to survive until now. Unfortunately, they had no idea what sequence Transcendents meant. Even within the entire convoy, everyone seemed to assume I was the weakest. After all, a smoke sequence didn't seem very dangerous. In the blonde's eyes, the world had always been about the bad bullying the good. But he never imagined the day the bully would be hit back. The blonde roared, raising a steel pipe and smashing it down at me. But what greeted him was a giant hand formed from smoke, slapping the blonde so hard he went flying. He landed on the ground, motionless. For the next 2 days, the convoy trekked through the desert. Every time Captain Chu stopped, those behind him waited with anticipation. But whenever he returned to his car, everyone's hope crashed along with him. Meanwhile, every night, I practiced the blood moon breathing technique. The moment the transcendent power surged through my body, I could control a smoke screen covering 7 or 8 meters. One morning, Chu Che was standing on a dune. This was the first time he felt doubt. Captain Chu, are we even making progress? But just as the words left their mouth, the light before my eyes suddenly dimmed. Then, everyone looked toward the horizon simultaneously. My God! What a massive whale. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe a whale could fly in the sky. That colossal figure blocked out the sun amidst the clouds. For a moment, it felt as if only that behemoth remained, gliding slowly. Is that a whale? No, that's number 9. Why has it appeared? Not only were houses floating on the whale's back, but there were men, women, and children looking down at us. Their gaze was deeply unsettling. Just as everyone stared in awe, the whale began to descend slightly. Its massive pectoral fins whipped up a violent gale, slowly closing in on the convoy. I looked up sharply. Fortunately, the whale seemed completely uninterested in us. It simply fluttered its giant fins, and like a ship sailing into the clouds, it vanished back into the firmament. Chu Che remained silent for a long time. Only after the shadow vanished did he utter a word. That was sky whale number 9. Is the sky whale also a strange object? Yes, it's one of the top 10 strange objects. Number 9. The sky whale. I thought strange objects were just weapons, like that radio of yours. I didn't expect a living creature to be one. The higher the rank of the strange object, the greater the cost. When Chu Che mentioned the word cost, his gaze turned solemn. Those people just now were also survivors. It's just that we rely on cars, while they rely on the whale. Different methods of migration, but the essence is the same. Are there anomalies in the sky too? Sky, seabed, underground. Everywhere you can imagine, there are anomalies. Even with a number 9 strange object, being targeted means certain death. Though the shadow of the sky whale was gone, the oppressive shock lingered for a long time. But luckily, I was about to obtain my second strange object. Compared to the last upgrade, I was clearly more excited for this one. From a bicycle to the Doomsday pickup, and now to a strange object. I put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this. That night, Uncle Abao suggested holding a New Year's Eve party. It was the final night transitioning from 2030 to 2031. Dozens of tents formed a circle, like the last city in the apocalypse. Meat had been the one thing the convoy didn't lack lately. After all, these creatures can survive for half a month without water. So tonight's feast was quite lavish. At least everyone got a few pieces of fresh meat. But the biggest surprise was Sulina. To the melody of a worn-out radio, her dancing had an indescribable allure. The male survivors around her practically swallowed in unison. Their eyes looked as if they wanted to devour her whole. But Sulina only gave them a faint glance, and finally her gaze landed on me. I watched the following acts for a bit, but my mind was already elsewhere. After all, the Doomsday pickup upgrade was only 2 hours away, so I returned to my own tent and began practicing the blood moon breathing technique. I don't know how much time passed, but a faint, strange sound came from outside the pickup. I abruptly pulled back the curtain to see a section of black metal extending to the chassis. A bull bar bumper had appeared on the front, a classic off-road modification style. Vehicle info: Strange object name. Doomsday Pickup. Number 2899. Ability 1. Enhances overall durability and fuel economy. Ability 2. This vehicle fears nothing more than a collision. If you encounter danger, floor the gas and ram right through. Ability 3. Shadow Drag. Can extend a shadow chain from the chassis to bind target creatures, dragging them underneath to be crushed and decomposed into fuel. Cost. A living life must be sacrificed every month, preferably a human. Taboo. No drinking or eating inside the vehicle, otherwise there is a risk of being devoured by the car. No scent of blood is allowed in the car. No injuries are permitted, otherwise you risk being swallowed by the vehicle. If combat becomes too intense, the vehicle may risk defecting. Note: if you are Chun-Yi, all costs and taboos can be ignored. You can drive this Doomsday Pickup as you please. You can even exert complete control over it. Review. This strange object, evolved from 2 wheels, is the crystallization of Chun-Yi's hard work. Now, it views Chun-Yi as a father figure. Triggered trait. When Chun-Yi drives this Doomsday Pickup, it activates driving specialization skills. Those movie-style driving stunts are not difficult for Chun-Yi to achieve. This trait possesses a unique designated person privilege. Next morning, as the brand new Apocalyptic Pickup roared to life, I immediately felt a completely different sense of stability. Every turn and every acceleration, I could clearly feel its contours and weight. This must be the power of its special traits. However, the journey ahead was far from smooth. In just a few short days, over 10 people had already fallen behind due to dehydration. Even the camels collapsed in the sand, too exhausted to move. Faced with this situation, Uncle Bao was at his wit's end. He could only hurry to make jerky for emergencies. Boss, we're out of water. Fourth. Do you have any left? Big brother, I'm out too. I drank the last bit this morning. Those Transcendents have so much water. Why won't they share any with us? Since I slapped that blonde kid to death, the remaining 3 thugs had hated me to the bone. So they turned their sights on me. Boss, rather than dying of thirst, why not take a big gamble? How about we rob them? Who do you want to target? I want to target Chun-Yi. That night, the boss was on lookout. Second was tasked with the hit, but what they didn't know, as they approached the Apocalyptic Pickup, a pitch-black tentacle from beneath the car slowly extended in total silence. The next moment, Second felt something slimy wrap around his waist. Immediately, he lost his balance. He was mysteriously dragged under the vehicle. He couldn't even scream a single word before the crisp sound of bones crushing echoed. This is the third ability of the Apocalyptic Pickup, Shadow Drag. At the same time, the fuel gauge, which was nearly empty, suddenly filled up. This sight nearly scared the boss to death in the shadows. He scrambled back in a blind panic. Early the next morning, Uncle Bao noticed 1 person missing during the head count. The boss simply said Second ran off alone during the night. However, Uncle Bao didn't ask further. After all, such things were no longer surprising. The journey remained grueling. More people began showing symptoms of dehydration. Even the camels started dying in large numbers. Just as despair began to spread, a hint of coolness suddenly drifted through the scorching air. The next second, Chu-Chi's modified off-roader accelerated sharply. Cousin, Chun-Yi, and the captain all rushed to the front. Chun-Yi won't lift a finger unless there's a profit. Quick, let's catch up. Watch me, cousin. Meanwhile, Taisher's school bus roared its engine. Now, the entire convoy surged forward at full speed. 20 minutes later, the endless desert was finally no longer the only sight. Green vegetation appeared more and more ahead. The air gradually grew humid. I could clearly feel every cell in my body cheering, as if sensing my emotions. The front of the Apocalyptic Pickup kept lifting excitedly. From the driver's seat, I could see almost nothing but blue sky and white clouds, until the front dipped. A blue-green lake appeared before my eyes, like a piece of exquisite jade fallen into the desert, shimmering with the luster of life under the sun. That wave of humidity hitting my face made me feel as if I had returned from hell to the living world. I never thought a body of water could be so beautiful. Cousin, it's water. I finally made it. Thunderous cheers erupted from the school bus. Some bold survivors just jumped straight into the lake. Just as I was about to approach the lakeshore, I suddenly remembered what Chu-Che had said. Anomalies are everywhere in the sky, on land, and in the water. I suppressed the excitement in my heart. There was no rush to jump in this very second. So I looked up at Chuche. At that moment, green ripples were pulsing around him. An incomprehensible power flowed through his body. Captain Chu, why aren't you joining them? Hearing my voice, Chuche gave a rare, gentle smile.
Changye.
I've reached sequence 2. Are you always this cautious about everything? Aren't you the same? Chuche and I shared a smile, seeing a mutual respect and understanding in each other's eyes. Uncle Bao, tell those people to get out. That's drinking water, not a place for them to take a bath. The survivors who had just splashed in hadn't been there for minutes. Before they were scolded by Uncle Bao and forced to climb back ashore in shame. That night, the campsite was naturally set by the lake. The survivors began busy pitching tents and organizing supplies. The long-awaited stability made everyone relax a bit. Just then, Chuche produced a staff from somewhere. He slammed the staff hard into the ground. The next second, a transparent circular light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire camp within it. After doing all this, Chuchi's face instantly turned pale. He collapsed from exhaustion. This is the ability of the Pathfinder Sequence 2. The Hidden One's new skill, Secret Barrier. It can weaken the presence of living beings within a certain range, making it harder for the anomalies to find us. However, we can only stay here for 3 days at most. We must leave after 3 days. Right, Uncle Bao, notify all the survivors. Absolutely do not leave the barrier's range without permission. When everyone heard they could finally rest safely for 3 days, the entire camp erupted in thunderous cheers. Besides the secret barrier, after Chuche ascended to Sequence 2, the Shadow Dweller, he awakened 3 other abilities. One is weather perception, capable of sensing weather changes within 24 hours. And the second ability is marking. A Pathfinder can imprint information on specific locations or objects, making it easier for followers or teams to track. The third is mystic communication. When 2 Pathfinders are within a certain range, they can sense each other and exchange simple information. Before the apocalypse, these abilities might have been insignificant, but now they are invaluable means of survival. The 3 days of respite passed in a flash. The convoy set off once again. Soon they reached the edge of the desert. However, this time everyone became terrified, because on the other side of the sand line, a far more eerie sight awaited us. On one side was the boundless great desert, with the sun hanging high in the sky, and on the other side was a vast, blinding blizzard. I looked down at the slippers on my feet, then looked at the barely repaired pickup. Chuche, are we really going in? Unexpectedly, at the mention of Rong City, everyone's expression changed instantly. Normally, the more densely populated a place, the easier it is for anomalies to breed. It's safe to say the danger of Rong City far exceeds that of Longevity Village. After hearing Chuchi's plan, everyone began to hesitate and want to back out. If there were any other choice, I wouldn't want you to risk entering the city. I've gathered some intel in advance. The villages around Rong City, their supplies were scavenged long ago. With that radio, Chuche could accurately track the supply situation in the area. But even so, everyone's faces were still filled with hesitation and fear. Seeing this, Chuche simply spread out the map, pointing to a specific area. I've arranged it this way, not to send you to your deaths. The Changwon district of Rong City is closest to us. There are 3 large supermarkets in this area. As long as we find one of them, we can collect enough supplies to survive the extreme cold. From what I can sense, there are no more than 3 active entities in this area. As long as we're fast enough, it shouldn't be a problem. If there are only 3 entities in an entire area, it only proves that their level of horror far exceeds any other entities. Captain, I have an idea. If you're brave enough to try it, let's hear it. Captain, why don't you act as the bait? You can set up a hidden barrier here first, while the rest of us hide inside. Once you lead some of the survivors out and lure away the entities of the Changwon district, we'll take the chance to gather supplies. Then we can all regroup here. How about it? Even if you get cornered by the entities, just throw a few survivors out to distract them, and that should be enough for us to escape. Chuche looked at me with a face full of rage. He didn't expect me to say something like that, and even less that I'd ask a defenseless guide to be the bait.
Changye.
Shut your mouth. However, to avoid freezing to death in this extreme cold, the final decision was that tomorrow morning, I and the other sequence Transcendents would lead the survivors into Rong City to gather supplies. Chu Che would stay outside to provide backup. I had just returned to my car, and my breath turned into a white mist in the air. I could even hear the cracking sound of ice forming on the windows. Unable to bear it any longer, I decided to sneak into Shizai's SUV for some heat. Unfortunately, Xiao Yu didn't give me that courtesy. You too. Don't even think about kicking me out to do something shameless. It's so cold, people will die. Xiao Yu would always remember that night, being kicked out of the car all alone. If Uncle Abao hadn't found and taken her in just in time, she probably wouldn't have survived that night. The next morning, I was practically frozen awake. At the same time, several of the survivors who rested last night had already frozen solid like ice sculptures. Over 70% of the survivors had fallen ill due to the low temperatures. If the issues of warmth and supplies weren't solved quickly, the entire convoy would likely perish in this freezing night. Everyone, I know you might not care about the lives of those ordinary people, but if all the ordinary people in the convoy die, can a few of us really survive on our own? We've already lost too many people. We can't afford to lose any more. Chu Chi's words made the atmosphere incredibly heavy.
Captain, don't worry.
Well, definitely bring back the medicine. Leave it to us. Took a full hour and a half of driving. Before we barely reached the outskirts of Rong City, the streets were now filled with cars smashed beyond recognition. I just floored the gas and plowed a path through them until a clothing store came into view. That's when I chose to pull over. Chenyi, you're something else. I didn't even notice this shop. Inside the store, the voices of excited survivors filled the air, desperate to pack up every single piece of clothing. I threw on a black down jacket, and a long-forgotten warmth instantly spread through my body. At that moment, Ding Dong walked out wearing a down jacket, followed by a tall, thin young man. Hearing that Ding Dong wanted a vehicle, Lao Si had volunteered to come along. They spotted a truck parked by the roadside. Can we get this box truck working? Just watch. A few minutes later, the engine sputtered to life. Sister Ding Dong, it's working. But just then, I felt a bone-chilling cold rise up my spine. Shi and Tai Shi entered combat stances almost simultaneously. I immediately exhaled a cloud of smoke, enveloping everyone within 10 meters. The next second, a heart-wrenching wail descended from the sky. I looked through the smoke toward the sky and saw a massive 8-tentacled monster plummeting from the clouds. Each tentacle was as thick as a water bucket, but the most horrifying part were the 8 human faces. Some wore a benevolent smile, others were full of hatred, yet all were stitched onto the same monster. However, this entity, without giving us time to react, slammed a thick tentacle straight down, and so, an unavoidable battle erupted. Watch me. Is this the new ability of the Titan sequence 2, the two-headed giant? He's still not dead after that? Chenyi, look out. You dare. Flying sword technique. Go. Grandpa, Grandma, I am being bullied. Don't cry, my sweet baby. Grandma will make some fried food for you, using the people who bullied you. Tai Shi roared, cutting off the octopus delusions. The air cannon on his arm struck the octopus directly. At the same time, I was condensing an even larger void whale. But the moment we unleashed our full power, a wave of eerie energy radiated outward from the octopus. Haha, this is the life siphon field. Let's see how you bully me now. The next second, an ordinary survivor's body shriveled up at a visible speed. I was startled and quickly activated the blood moon breathing technique, which caused the sensation of being drained to vanish quickly. But Shi and the others weren't so lucky. Their faces grew pale and their breath weakened, looking as if they could collapse at any moment. I made a split-second decision, and a giant whale made of smoke roared and crashed into the octopus. In the distance, a group of people in black cloaks approached slowly. Blood tears of mercy. Skeletons paved the divine path. Our Lord above. Witness the end. Their faces were hidden, but every one of them had their hands pressed together. Even stranger, 2 people in the group were carrying a palanquin, upon which sat an exquisitely seductive woman, and beside her, a hooded figure with a bowed head, held high a massive, blood-red scythe. In that moment, a chill shot from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. This is another entity. Seeing this, I immediately hid myself completely within the smoke. Why have you come? The Elder God says you've overstepped your bounds. Sorry, we've been hungry for too long. We simply couldn't resist. Leave now. After speaking, that massive body turned and fled as if facing a great enemy. Want to leave now? Is it too late? The black-robed man's voice was laced with mockery. Then he knelt abruptly before the woman in red on the palanquin. Lord Death, the 8-limb human face has violated the agreement. Please deliver your divine punishment. At that moment, the woman in red stood up calmly. Then she took the blood-red scythe from beside her. God says you are sinful. With a gentle swing, a towering blade of blood slashed out instantly. The 8-limb human face didn't even have time to scream, as its massive body was sliced clean in half. Yet strangely, the 2 severed halves of the body were still struggling, eventually dragging themselves away to escape. This scene left everyone breathless. Just then, the black-robed man approached within 3 meters of us. Friends, we are humans too. We mean no harm. Could you come out and meet us? My nerves were still taut, but his voice carried a power that brooked no refusal. My name is Wu Jianshan, a god-favored one of the worship sequence 3. Nice to meet you all. His tone was incredibly sincere, but my focus wasn't on sequence 3, but this god-worshipping sequence. I've never heard of it. What surprised me even more was that the man standing before me gave me an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But before I could speak, Cece and the others beside me suddenly burst into emotional tears. You're my cousin uncle. Cece? You're still alive? Thank goodness. Uncle Wu, is it really you? I was completely stunned. You guys are relatives? Cece nodded while wiping her tears. Yeah, my cousin uncle used to live right next door to us. When I was little and my parents came home late, I often went to his house for dinner. He's a wonderful person. Then Wu Jianshan slowly turned his gaze toward me. Chunyi, do you really not remember me? The moment he finished speaking, the memories in my mind began to scramble. Scenes flashed by rapidly. Our college dorm, staying up all night gaming together, skipping classes together. Wu Jianshan and I were so close we were like brothers. But the problem was, how could this 40-year-old man possibly be my classmate? After a moment of thought, I raised my hand and slapped him right on the forehead. Wu Jianshan, you're actually still alive. Great. Wu Jianshan was visibly stunned, his expression turning odd. He didn't expect me to become his classmate. And this is exactly the most unpredictable ability of the god worshippers. The intimate relationship sequence. This eerie power can rewrite a person's memories, creating a bond on a spiritual level that makes it impossible to distinguish truth from lies. But what he didn't know is that in order to survive, even if it's my closest brother, I will never be soft-hearted. You little brat, I didn't realize you were Cece's cousin uncle. By that logic, it's not wrong for Cece to call me uncle, right? And you too, Taisher and Ding Dong. Remember to call me Uncle Chun from now on. Uncle Chun. But the joke went a bit too far. Cece actually dared to hit me, so I decisively shifted the conversation. Why are you still in Rongqing? Aren't you afraid of being eaten by the anomalies in the city? Afraid of what? The only reason I've survived is thanks to my god-worshipping sequence. According to Wu Jianshan, the god they worship is actually an anomaly. The cultists call it the death god. Since receiving the death god's protection, the death god church has grown to over 70 members. Chunyi, you guys should join too. With your strength, I can make you protectors. With the death god's protection, you won't have to run anymore. Look, they aren't affected by the cold at all. Their physical condition far exceeds that of ordinary people. Cousin uncle, many people in our camp are sick. Since you live in the city, you must know where the pharmacies are. Take us to find some medicine. We need to get back soon. Then, Cece explained the camp situation in detail. In her eyes, her own uncle wouldn't have bad intentions. But after Wu Jianshan heard it, a flash of greed flickered in his eyes. After all, the god-worshipping sequence relies on faith. The more believers there are, the stronger he becomes, and the deeper the protection the cultists receive. He curled his lips slightly, and suddenly reached into his coat, pulling out a glass bottle filled with a red liquid. Tell you what, they'll give you a bottle of Death God's blood tears. Take it back and dilute it with water. Those people will recover faster than any medicine. Seeing our suspicious looks, he pulled out another bottle and walked toward a few weak survivors. Those people had already had most of their vitality drained by the eight-limbed face. Now they were pale and their legs were powerless. Wu Jianshan leaned down and gently fed them the liquid. A few seconds later, their complexion actually recovered. They could even stand up on their own. Cici and Ding Dong could hardly believe their eyes. This can actually cure them? Wu Jianshan gave a faint smile and handed over the bottle. Take this back, dilute it, and let them drink it. They'll recover in no time. Actually, forget it. They'll just go back with you. Meanwhile, Chu Che was waiting anxiously. The number of sick people in the convoy was increasing. In just one day, if it weren't for his superhuman sequence physique, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. You have to understand, if something went wrong on our end, the entire convoy's lifeline would be severed. Fortunately, we didn't keep him waiting long. When my apocalyptic pickup truck slowly emerged from the blizzard, Chu Che stood up almost instinctively. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. It's Chun Yi and Taisher. They're back. They're back. We're saved. The survivors in the camp all began to shout with excitement. In that moment, we were like heroes returning in triumph. We left with only 3 vehicles, but returned with 5. The convoy had gained a box truck and a large passenger bus. You're finally back. Did you find the supplies? We found a down jacket specialty store, enough to keep everyone warm. Ding Dong pulled open the cargo door. A thick layer of down jackets was piled high. People couldn't wait to change into the warm clothes. It was as if they saw hope for survival once again. As for the 5th vehicle, that was He Laosis Trophy. A thief everyone hated before the apocalypse had now become a hero in everyone's eyes. Where's the medicine? Did you find any? Chu Che was still worried. Chun Yi pointed to the mysterious man beside him and smiled. Captain, first take a look at who this is. At that moment, Chu Che was visibly stunned. You are
Chuke.
Look at me. Who am I? Captain Wu. Chu Chi's voice cracked. That's right, it's me, Captain Wu. You're still alive. My God, I thought you were dead. Chu Chi's voice trembled, his eyes reddening. But to me, this reunion felt a bit too convenient. Yet I couldn't find anything wrong with it. But in the next moment, the doubt in my heart was swept away by a new thought. The God-worshipping sequence, a mysterious power that borrows strength from the Death God. If I truly had the chance to observe that Death God up close, perhaps I could use my smoke to simulate its power. I had never considered simulating an anomaly before, but now the opportunity was right in front of me. Chu Che, I heard you have quite a few sick people here. I brought some medicine. Saving lives is the priority. Yes, saving lives comes first. As Wu Jianshan spoke, he took out the red potion and dripped it into clear water. Out of trust for Wu Jianshan, the survivors didn't even question the origin of the potion. They all drank the diluted liquid. Then, in the next second, survivors who were on the brink of death stood up in an instant. Seeing this, I used the system's identification skill on the potion. Name: Diluted Tears of the Reaper. Source: Eldritch Reaper. Tears of the Reaper contain unknown energy. For ordinary people, it can alleviate or cure most ailments. In concentrated form, it can enhance the power of sequence transcendence. I was stunned. So this thing doesn't just cure diseases, can even boost supernatural power.
Chuke.
Is this how you've all survived this journey? Captain Wu, you know as well, that we can't stay in one place for long. Chu Che briefly explained the current state of the convoy. A flicker of excitement flashed in Wu Jianshan's eyes after listening. Chu Che, how about this? Bring them back to Rongqing with me and stay there. Why go into the city? As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. Don't be nervous. I am now a transcendent of the God-worshipper sequence. As the Archbishop of the Church of the Reaper, we have the protection of the God. There will be no danger. God? You mean that eldritch creature? Cici, you may not know me, but from this moment on, you are forbidden from calling him an eldritch creature. That is blasphemy. From the moment I became a God-worshipper, he can only be referred to as God. Out of trust for Wu Jianshan, We didn't refuse immediately. After all, settling into a house in the city is far safer than drifting in the wilderness. 9 hours later, Wu Jianshan invited us again to join the Church of the Reaper. My instincts were on high alert. Even with an old acquaintance, I wouldn't easily trust any organization. So Chu Che and I decided to wait and see. Then Wu Jianshan sat in Chu Chi's SUV and personally led the way. The group marched grandly toward Rongqing. The base of the Church of the Reaper was located in an abandoned primary school in the Changwang district. When we arrived, dozens of black-robed figures were already standing at the school gate. Our Lord is above. Welcome, fellow survivors, to the Church of the Reaper. However, the moment Chu Che stepped out of the car, his entire body tensed up to the limit. In his perception, a terrifying aura was lurking deep within the school. If Wu Jianshan hadn't guaranteed it repeatedly, he probably would have turned around and fled long ago. This is the holy land of the Reaper. Wherever he is, there is no danger. But just as we were about to enter the school gate,
Chu Jack Pupin Sudenli Gonchat.
On the doorframe, a line of neon red words emerged. But when Chu Che looked back, he was horrified to find that no one else could see those words. Chu Chi's heart sank. That was a secret mark left by the Wayfinder sequence. The hidden one, meaning a Wayfinder had been here before. He began to look around, trying to find more clues. Wu Jianshan noticed his strangeness but didn't think much of it. At that moment, I walked forward with a smile and put my arm around Wu Jianshan's shoulder. Old Wu, you're something else. Even in an apocalypse like this, you managed to create a paradise. I should have sought refuge with you sooner. Yizi, don't forget who I am. The title of Archbishop of the Reaper Church isn't just for show. But with so many subordinates watching, you should give me some face here, right? Seeing their archbishop so close to me, the black-robed figures bowed in respect. They mistakenly thought my relationship with him was extraordinary. And it was precisely this misunderstanding that provided me with many conveniences in the church later on. Soon, 2 rows of black-robed figures stood behind Wu Jianshan. O side-bearer who wields the end, please show mercy and guide the lost souls. At this moment, Wu Jianshan's expression was solemn. He seemed like a completely different person. Chu Che and I exchanged a glance, seeing a flicker of unease in each other's eyes. A moment later, Wu Jianshan explained some precautions to us. There are 2 extremely powerful eldritch creatures in the Changwang district. One is the 8-limbed human face, and the other is said to be even more terrifying. And outside the Changwang district is practically a living hell. These words sounded like a reminder, but also like a warning not to wander off. But just as he finished speaking, Chu Chi's pupils suddenly contracted again. On a dilapidated wall, he saw a second mark. What terrified Chu Che even more was that, in his perception, countless eldritch creatures were prowling the outskirts of the district, yet they never dared to step a foot inside. Aside from Chu Che, the other survivors naturally couldn't perceive these anomalies. After all, they were desperate to stay here forever, treating this city protected by the Reaper as their final paradise. However, not all ordinary people felt this way, except for Xuenan in the crowd. He always felt there was something wrong with this place. Meanwhile, among the crowd, Zhou Xiaoxiao saw a familiar figure. It was Cui Xiuan, a singer as famous as her sister Zhou Lan. Zhou Xiaoxiao and she locked eyes. Cui Xiuan was clearly stunned, but quickly bowed her head and prayed incessantly. Until the welcoming ceremony ended, Chu Che and I were assigned to a classroom on the 4th floor to rest. My good brother, I've come to your turf now. You're not going to leave me with nothing, are you? What else could there be? It's the apocalypse now, but there's a ritual tonight. You must let the Reaper remember your scent. His protection will keep the eldritch creatures away from you, especially you, Chen Yi. When you meet the Reaper, remember to be respectful, or we won't be brothers anymore. Of course, you can do whatever you want here, but remember, never go to the 5th floor. I watched his departing figure, feeling a strange tightness in my chest. In my memory, Wu Jianshan had always been that bold and loyal brother. But now I can clearly feel that he is no longer the man he once was. At this time, Chu Chi's expression was even more grim. His gaze slowly shifted toward the blackboard, where 4 words were written crookedly in blood. However, before we could even rest for a moment, we were led by a group of people into the school's great hall. At that moment, the Reaper sat enthroned upon a high platform. At her feet Wu Jianshan knelt devoutly, murmuring prayers for half an hour. Great Reaper, these people are friends of our church. I pray that you remember their scent, and grant them your protection, shielding them from the pollution of darkness. When the prayer ritual ended, a terrifying pressure surged around the Reaper, crushing us all until we could barely breathe. Fortunately, this oppressive feeling lasted only a few seconds. Then, a massive dining table was carried onto the platform. Wu Jianshan personally walked to the Reaper's side, carefully carving a slice of bright red beef for her. Then, the Reaper slowly raised her hand, bringing the beef to her mouth and chewing crisply. Half an hour later, from the Reaper's crimson eyes, 2 lines of blood tears suddenly flowed. Wu Jianshan immediately pulled out a glass test tube, carefully catching those 2 drops of blood tears, then devoutly tucking them into his robes. As I watched this scene, a surge of possessiveness was instantly ignited in my heart. After the Reaper departed, Wu Jianshan ordered a grand banquet to be prepared for us. Every survivor received a relatively lavish portion of food. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Cui Xiuan of the God Worshipper sect quietly approached Zhou Xiaoxiao. Zhou Xiaoxiao, can I ask a favor of you? Can you take me with you when you leave?
I'm begging you.
I can't make that decision, but you can beg him. After saying that, Zhou Xiaoxiao pointed her finger at me. But at that moment, my mind was filled with confusion. Why does old Wu always try to avoid me? To figure things out, I stepped forward with a smile and threw my arm around Wu Jianshan's neck. Old Wu, why do you always run away when you see me? Since when did we become such strangers? Chenyi, what on earth do you want? What do I want? Old Wu, you've got something good and didn't save any for your buddy? That's not true. I don't have much of that stuff. Old Wu, do you remember back in class, who covered for you? Listening to me ramble about embarrassing college stories, Wu Jianshan's expression grew increasingly impatient. After all, he had other things to do. For this, he spent 2 drops of Death God's blood tears. Anyway, in his eyes, people like us won't last more than a few days. System: upgrading Death God's blood tears, enhancing the boost effect for sequence supernaturals. Upgrade requires 5,000 kill points. Estimated time: 6 hours. Confirm. Along with the system notification, a countdown appeared on the surface of the transparent test tube. 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. That night, Chu Che, Taisher, and I returned to the grade 4 class 3 classroom. Taisher leaned against the bed and suddenly started telling his own story. He said he was born into an ordinary mining family. Unexpectedly, his parents passed away one after another due to illness, leaving only him and his younger siblings to rely on each other. Fortunately, at the critical moment, their second uncle took them in. Later, Taisher became a bus driver, and his siblings worked hard to get into college. Though this family was shattered repeatedly by fate, they found hope through that sliver of familial love. However, when he mentioned taking care of old Wu in his old age, I felt something was slightly off. But no matter how I tried to think about it, my mind instinctively skipped over the issue, so I just brushed the question aside until the upgrade of the Death God's blood tears was complete. After system purification, there are no side effects. It can significantly boost the strength and physique of low-tier supernaturals. However, long-term use will create drug resistance. But trusting the system, I didn't hesitate to drop the blood tears into my mouth. Instantly, a powerful energy surged relentlessly through my body. I quickly activated the blood moon observation breathing method. The energy of the Death God's blood tears began to be slowly absorbed by me. I opened my eyes and exhaled a long cloud of smoke. The smoke swirled in the air, transforming into several illusory wild wolves. At this rate of improvement, if I can get more Death God's blood tears, perhaps I can advance directly to a sequence. Just as I was immersed in the changes of my power, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the distance. I instinctively gripped the wood-cutting knife beside me and rushed to the school gate immediately. At this moment, a large crowd had already gathered at the gate. A large crowd had already gathered at the school gate, but Wu Jianshan was nowhere to be seen. Chu Che and I squeezed into the crowd. On the snowy ground lay a young man whose eyes had been gouged out. What on earth happened? The Xiao Chaos eyes were dug out. However, in an apocalypse like this, losing your eyes is almost a death sentence. It was done by the Abyss Blood Pupil. There are 2 entities in the Chongwang district. One is the 8-limbed human face you've seen. seen. The other is the Abyss Blood Pupil. It loves to wander around for no reason. It's terrifying. Why are you telling us this? My name is Chui Xiuan. If you can leave this place, please take me with you. Thank you. After speaking, Chui Xiuan's face filled with absolute terror, and I grabbed the black-robed man beside me. Didn't old Wu say we'd be safe as long as we stayed here? Then where is he? The black-robed man wanted to scold me, but upon seeing my face, he immediately became respectful. The bishop is reciting scriptures. Where is he? He won't even show his face for something this serious. You can't. The bishop recites scriptures for 2 hours every morning. No one is allowed to disturb him. I beg you, please let me go. Otherwise, people will die. At this moment, I realized that this place is likely no longer safe. We have to leave as soon as possible. What is that? Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. A single eyeball was floating solitary in midair, as if it were watching us. Seeing that it had been discovered, the eyeball turned to fly away, but Chu Che immediately caught it in a small cloth bag. Facing this anomaly, none of us dared to act rashly. We could only wait for Wu Jianshan to come out before making a plan. After returning to Grade 4 Class 3, Chu Chi's expression was more solemn than ever. After all, the appearance of these entities was shattering everyone's previous understanding. They were no longer restricted by sunlight, from the human-faced scorpion to the headless sand snake. Every attack revealed the same fact. The entities were growing stronger at an alarming rate. Now, humanity has no way back, so we can't afford to lose any more people. Chu Che, why are these entities so reckless now? Do we really have no hope? The reason they're getting stronger might be related to the blood moon's energy increasing, or the deepening fusion of the other world. Moreover, the blood moon's influence now covers the day, causing the entities to adapt to the new environment. Humanity's living space is becoming narrower and narrower. Ding Dong originally wanted to plant potatoes in the school, to seek a glimmer of hope for everyone. However, with the accident that just happened, this so-called safe zone might no longer exist. Chu Che looked at the chilling words on the blackboard, realizing that the peace here was being shattered by their own numbers. The more people there are, the more entities they attract. Just as everyone fell into panic, Wu Jianshan of the Death God Church suddenly appeared with a smile. Would you all be willing to join the Death God Church? Old Wu, if you didn't come out, I was gonna come find you. Chu Che just caught an eyeball. Take a look at what this is. Without a word, Chu Che pulled the eyeball out of the bag and recounted what happened this morning. After listening, Wu Jianshan reached out and crushed the eyeball. This should be the purple eye of the Abyss Blood Pupil. The Abyss Blood Pupil can see everything around it through the purple eye. Every entity in the Changwang district is dangerous. Right now, the only safe place is this school. All of you stay here and don't run around. I will pray to the death god about this. I believe those heretics will be purged soon. After lunch, Chu Che and Uncle Ebao found an empty classroom to discuss privately. Uncle Ebao, are you saying some people want to join the Death God Church immediately?
That's right, Ake.
Some people see that they can settle down here, and they're tempted. Then keep them steady for now. Don't let them act on impulse. Let's wait a few days and see. When are we leaving? Everyone wants to stay. Why do you insist on leaving? This place always feels off, like something could happen at any moment. Regret began to brew in Chu Chi's heart. Maybe bringing people here was a mistake. In his perception, some eerie auras were as oppressive as the death god himself. If those heretics truly strike, some of us might end up as the sacrificial lambs.
Unso Bao.
Gather as many supplies as possible over the next 2 days. Find out exactly where the nearest gas stations are. Just make sure you don't alert anyone else. Meanwhile, I went to Wu Jianshan's office and got straight to the point. You've wanted us to join the cult from the start, haven't you? Anyone can see there's something fishy going on here, but we're brothers in arms. I can settle this for you. It's just that Chu Che is a bit slippery. He's definitely suspicious of your words right now.
Changye.
What exactly do you want? Stop playing games with me. First, give me the title of Vice Bishop for a bit, and 100 drops of Death God's blood tears. Then I'll handle the recruitment for you. What do you think the blood tears are? That you can just have as many as you want? Get out. You're not welcome here. Now, don't be so hasty. Besides, I'm not the only one who wants the blood tears. The others need a share too. Otherwise, why would we sequence Transcendents? Just willingly join your death god cult and take orders from you? After some haggling, I finally got 10 vials of blood tears from Wu Jianshan. This is enough to push me to sequence 2 very quickly. The price was that I'd get everyone on board for him. Everything is moving exactly as I planned. But as I walked down the corridor, Chu Chi's punchable smiling face suddenly appeared before me. Boss Chin, looking so smug, you must have made a killing. Huh? Captain Chu, what are you doing here? Nothing much. Just wanted to see if Boss Chin wanted to share some of the spoils. Captain Chu, I've got a deal. You interested? What kind of deal? I told him about my deal with Wu Jianshan, repeating it word for word. Wu Jianshan gave me 4 vials of undiluted blood tears. Let's split the work. You keep the survivors calm, and make sure they don't join the cult too quickly. They'll handle Wu Jianshan. How does that sound?
Chuke paused, clearly tempted.
He might not know the true power of the blood tears, but he knows that these things are absolute gold for trading supplies. I don't believe Wu Jianshan only gave you 4. We're in the same convoy. You still don't trust me? That old fox Wu Jianshan giving up 4 vials was only because of my relationship with him. As I spoke, I pulled out 4 small glass vials from my coat. The liquid inside shimmered with an eerie glow. Captain Chu, this is the real deal. Use them carefully. I know that. No need to remind me. Just as I turned to leave, Chu Che suddenly called out to me. Wait. Do you remember me telling you about the marking ability of the Pathfinder sequence too? I remember. I saw 3 marks left by other Pathfinders. Only I can see them. Even weirder, there are strange words written on the blackboard of every classroom. The reason he told me this was because I'm cold and selfish enough not to trust anyone blindly. If Iron Lion and the others found out, they'd likely run and tell Wu Jianshan immediately. After all, in this world, anyone who stands in my way is an enemy. But right then, a piercing scream shattered the dead silence of the campus, because in the classroom of Grade 3, Class 2, Chaos Corpse was hanging right there from the ceiling fan. Soon, a few survivors, led by Uncle Bao,
Dagas chalo grave.
and hastily buried a Chaos body. This is the apocalypse.
No rituals, no mourning.
A man who had lost his eyes had no chance of survival in a world like this. But none of that concerned me, because at that moment I noticed a cultist walking up to the 5th floor with an excited look. The 5th floor landing was tightly sealed with black cloth. I watched the black-robed cultist disappear behind the cloth, but after a long time, that cultist never came back down. I suppressed my curiosity and didn't go up. After all, in the apocalypse, curiosity is often deadlier than the supernatural. So I found a secluded spot and upgraded the death god's tears. Then, while I still had time, I slipped over to the school playground. Several off-road vehicles used by the cultists were parked there. I started stripping every useful part one could find from the cars. The cultists saw me dismantling their vehicles. Though they glared at me in rage, no one stepped forward because of my connection to Wu Jianshan. I even got Xue Nan to come and help me. The 2 of us worked with seamless efficiency. This is just low, isn't it? There are so many cars outside the school. Why are you obsessed with stealing from these guys? Captain Chu, you know exactly what's happening outside. Wandering around out there would be a suicide mission. I plan to go out tomorrow morning for fuel and supplies. You coming? What? Planning to leave already? Unexpectedly, it didn't take long for someone to report my car stripping to Wu Jianshan. Wu Jianshan stood on the 4th floor, looking down at the playground with a blank expression. Let him strip them if he wants. As long as he doesn't go too far, don't clash with them for now. Understood. But Bishop, there's one more thing. They said they're going out for supplies tomorrow. I suspect they're planning to leave this place. What do you think? Leave them be. Let them go. We still have a month's worth of supplies. We just need to wait a bit longer. Forget it, you may leave. Right now, all of Rongqing is surrounded by the supernatural. Not even Wu Jianshan himself can escape. Thus, a shadow of gloom crossed his eyes as he looked at the playground. After all, the car I stripped belonged to him. Soon, my vehicle was fitted with 4 studded snow tires. Chu Che began modifying his car the same way. Once everything was done, the blood moon had quietly risen. Since practicing the blood observation breathing method, my right I could see countless ghostly figures in the night. They were watching us from the darkness. Occasionally, I could even hear the sound of drool dripping onto the snow. When I returned to the dormitory, I saw Chu-Che returning from outside, acting all secretive. We looked at each other and smiled, a silent understanding passing between us. As I stood before the school gate and looked around, I found that only 5 survivors were willing to come along. They were Zhou Xiaoxiao, Xuenan, Boss Gao, and a pair of survivor brothers. Ever since Xuenan was disfigured, he stopped caring so much about life and death. As for the 4 brothers from Luqing, after I took out 2 of them, Boss Gao and he the 4th had become completely docile. After too many days of comfort, some people forget the dangers waiting outside. It's fine. If they don't want to come, they don't have to. Everyone has their own path. Besides, we have food and drink at school. Who would want to go out there and seek death? As the captain, Chu-Che was speaking the truth. The food provided by the Death God Church wasn't great, but at least it kept us from starving. That's why no one wanted to risk going out. But today's primary mission was fuel collection. Other supplies were just a bonus. Tai Shi didn't let Old Li drive that old school bus, but had Ding Dong take the box truck. He had Ding Dong handle the box truck. Zhou Xiaoxiao drove her luxury sedan as usual, only now with anti-skid chains on the wheels. Boss Gao borrowed 4th He's minibus, also wrapping the tires in metal chains. Xuenan and those 2 brothers were all in his vehicle. Everyone, this scavenging trip is extremely dangerous. You all know the situation outside. Even though it's daytime, do not let your guard down for a second. According to information from the Death God Church, there's almost nothing left near the 2nd elementary school. So this time we have to go further. If conditions permit, bringing back extra supplies would be great. Also, whatever you do, do not fall behind. I wish you all a successful mission. After speaking, he stepped aside from the school gate to see us off. Uncle Abao chose not to join the convoy this time. After all, he's getting old, and just surviving in this frozen apocalypse is hard enough. Following last night's plan, we would take turns leading the convoy today. Chenyi, what's the situation up ahead? The situation is grim, but it's not hopeless. Then it's up to you. Half an hour later, after Tai Shi and Ding Dong swapped positions, Cici, no problem. Right, Captain? Chun-Yi, the weather's been weird around here lately, especially you, Chun-Yi. I'm warning you, he's my granduncle. If you dare cause trouble, I won't let you off easy. Son Cici, do I look like that kind of person? He's your granduncle, but he's also my brother. Besides, I'm technically your uncle. Is this how you speak to your elders? The other end of the radio went silent for a few seconds. Soon, only static remained. I looked at the thick snow ahead and exhaled a heavy cloud of smoke. The smoke quickly formed a snowplow, pushing the deep snow to the sides of the road. Half an hour later, it was Tai Shi's turn to lead. He even jumped out of the car. I thought he was going to take a leak, but in the next second, both his arms transformed into artillery batteries. Then 2 air cannons blasted a path through the snow ahead. When Cici took over the lead, she unleashed her crimson flying sword technique. That strange object longsword, numbered in the 3000s, hovered in front of the car. Everywhere it passed, ice and snow instantly turned to steam. 10 minutes later, the convoy stopped in front of a gas station. I gripped the Blood-Grudge cleaver by my side, while 7 smoke-manifested wolves circled around us. Soon, everyone split up and acted according to the plan. Some pumped fuel, others were responsible for moving the drums. Even Zhou Xiaoxiao was put to work like one of the men. Captain Chu, it's done, Cici shouted. Everyone, including Boss Gao, breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. But in the next second, Chu-Chi's expression suddenly turned grim. Not good. Get in the cars, now. I'd seen that look on Chu-Chi's face several times. Every time it meant someone was about to die. So, everyone immediately rushed back into their vehicles. In this convoy, if not falling behind was the first rule, then following Chu-Chi's lead was definitely the right move. Seeing the convoy was only 1 kilometer from the school, everyone couldn't help but relax. Zhou Xiaoxiao even started playing music. Only Chu-Chi's face grew darker and darker. Xuenan's terrified voice came through the radio. Captain Chu, Chun-Yi, look, is that someone lying in the snow over there? They're here, and there are a lot of them. Everyone, please just try to survive. At that moment, the radio fell into a deathly silence. I took a deep breath of cold air, and the smoke I exhaled enveloped the entire SUV. The next moment, I activated my driving mastery and slammed the accelerator. The vehicle kicked up a massive cloud of snow, speeding rapidly along the main road. Right now, along the streets, on the rooftops of the residential buildings, humanoid monsters were crouching. They were snow-white and massive in size. What was even more terrifying was that these snow-white figures weren't just on the rooftops. From the underground sewers to the roadside malls and supermarkets, anywhere humans had once gathered had now become nests for these monsters. It was like a zombie movie playing out in real life. These are crawlers. The death god cultists had said that these monsters were the original residents of Kai City. All of them were residents. Doesn't that mean there are millions of these anomalies? Everyone, no matter what, you must survive. Then, I immediately accelerated and surged to the front. Chun-Yi, you little brat, little fish, hurry up and pass him. Cece's angry shouting came from behind, but the moment she finished speaking, a white shadow plummeted from the sky, lunging directly at my Doomsday pickup. I yanked the steering wheel, and the car zoomed past, grazing its massive body. Thanks to the special performance of the Doomsday pickup, I swerved continuously, dodging several monsters blocking the way. But Cece, following behind, wasn't so lucky. The crawlers I had shaken off all turned and lunged at her SUV. Once her car was forced to a stop by the anomalies, the consequences would be unthinkable. Cece watched the taillights of my car drift further away. She took a deep breath and nimbly flipped herself out of the car window. Little fish, keep the wheel steady. Before the words had even left her lips, Cece was standing on the roof, sword in hand. A surge of sword chi condensed into a fire dragon, instantly swallowing the surrounding white crawlers, incinerating those monsters into charred corpses. But the real crisis was far from over. Although the fire dragon temporarily suppressed the monsters, only a moment later, the white crawlers surged forward again like a tide. Out of desperation, I exhaled a massive cloud of smoke. The next second, a dozen smoke-condensed wild wolves instantly clashed with the crawlers in a bloody fight. The terrifying thing about smoke simulation is that, as long as I am alive, these wolves can appear in an endless stream. I even simulated a human-faced scorpion. Its massive pincers could easily snip a crawler in half. In just a few minutes, the pressure on the convoy was greatly reduced. Unfortunately, the trouble was far from over. On the other side, Taisher and Ding Dong's truck were also surrounded. Taisher let out a roar and jumped down. Fists the size of sandbags slammed down hard, instantly blasting the crawlers into a mist of blood. His dual-furnace giant form fully erupted. Under the power of Titan Sequence 2, these crazed crawlers were simply no match for him. Haha. This feels great, so satisfying. Not enough. Come more. Losing control, Taisher didn't retreat but pushed forward, actually charging into the densest crowd of crawlers. As for Chuche, he took his car. Hiding within the defensive perimeter we formed, it became the safest vehicle in the convoy for a moment. But danger soon shifted to that bus. At the critical moment, a crawler slipped into the cabin, grabbing the older of the two brothers, and violently dragging him out of the vehicle. A second later, a dozen crawlers swarmed over. Seeing his brother being mauled, the younger brother, consumed by rage, instinctively rushed out to rescue him, only to be clamped down on by two crawlers. I gripped the steering wheel, a chill running down my spine, because the school gates were less than 300 meters ahead. I thought we were finally safe, but just then, a massive eyeball hovered above the school entrance. The moment my eyes met its, I felt as if my own eyes were being sucked out, so I immediately used the smoke to block its line of sight, but that left me driving practically blind. Screw it, I activated the Doomsday pickup's ramming mode. The pickup seemed to sense my resolve, as the entire vehicle lunged violently at that hovering crimson eyeball. Wu Jianshan was standing by a fourth-floor window. He watched with his own eyes as the pickup, like a madman, slammed straight into that giant eyeball. Wu Jianshan broke into a cold sweat instantly. He knew all too well the power of that eyeball. Chun-Yi, you idiot. You're asking for death. This wasn't out of concern for me, but because he feared my death would ruin his plans. But in the next second, the expected tragedy didn't happen. The Doomsday pickup actually knocked the eyeball away. The direction it flew was straight toward the fourth-floor classroom office. How is this possible?
Chang-Ye,
You did this on purpose, didn't you? The massive eyeball smashed right through the fourth-floor exterior wall. At that moment, Wu Jianshan rapidly chanted an incantation, and in an instant, the figure of the death god appeared before him, seizing the blood pupil in a crushing grip. Simultaneously, our vehicles surged through the school gates. Those purple crawlers seemed to encounter their natural enemy, stopping dead at the entrance, not daring to move another step. Accompanied by the low prayers of the death god cultists, the blood pupil immediately broke free and floated over the school playground. Wu Jianshan immediately chased after it from the 4th floor. "Blood pupil, you are far too presumptuous." But no sooner had he spoken than that 8-limbed human-faced creature from before slowly drifted over from the other side of the ruins. "Wu Jianshan, your death god cult has so many living humans. Can you possibly eat them all by yourself? Old man Qian, surely you haven't forgotten the scars from that day? Even the Snow Woman and the other brothers have come, just to see how much capability your death god cult actually has left." He was right. If the death god showed even a hint of weakness, it would be the end of the world for everyone. Just as the clash between the two sides was about to erupt, I pulled out a fully charged phone, preparing to record the death god's battle. "Captain Chu, who do you think will win this time?" "Hard to say, but this clash is likely just a probe. Neither Wu Jianshan nor those anomalies will go all out for now, but after this, the real war will probably begin. We need to be ready." I agreed with Chu Chi's judgment from the bottom of my heart. After all, the anomalies wouldn't just give up over 100 lives. As for Wu Jianshan, although I still didn't know his true objective, judging by the conversation just now, this former close brother had clearly embarked on a path of no return. If I didn't make a plan soon, I feared that in the end, even I would be devoured by him. Thinking of this, the guilt I felt about what I had to do next gradually faded away. However, the ensuing battle was a complete eye-opener. The blood pupil seemed to possess a form of mental control. It continuously released eerie fluctuations, and the purple crawlers in the school, as if their consciousness had been hijacked, charged forward as its vanguard. Even more absurdly, even the survivors in the convoy were affected. Their eyes were lucid, but their bodies were completely out of their control. In contrast, the Transcendents were far less affected. They quickly stabilized the situation, forcibly suppressing the ordinary survivors, and surged toward the campus in a dark wave. And amidst this chaos and despair, Wu Jianshan continued to chant the death god scripture. As his voice echoed, the figure of the death god appeared before him once more. Then, with a gentle wave of the death god's hand, countless crawlers trying to storm the school were instantly obliterated, soul and all. But to me, this scene made the death god look more like Wu Jianshan's henchman. This god worship sequence actually has some tricks. While the death god was continuously knocking back the crawlers, the giant blood pupil suddenly turned bright red. Immediately after, a wave of scorching heat blasted toward us. The death god seemed to sense the danger, and instantly became entangled with that power. As towering flames raged wildly, the entire ground was scorched into boiling lava. Luckily, we had parked the cars at the foot of the school wall, but those death god cultists who were too close to the fire didn't even have time to scream before being instantly turned into piles of black ash. Fortunately, it was the death god facing the blood pupil. I then realized that the blood pupil's mental control seemed ineffective against the death god, so it simply turned its attention to Wu Jianshan, attempting to cast some eerie ability on him. As it happened, Wu Jianshan's eyes remained closed, but in the next second he suddenly snapped his eyes open. "Abyssal blood pupil, how do you like my eyes?" The blood pupil instinctively looked up. In that instant, Wu Jianshan's eyes suddenly filled with mercy. I took just one glance, and the kindness in my heart was instantly magnified 1,000-fold. Then, scenes from the past flashed through my mind, like the moment I failed to save Sister Zhou Xiaoxiao. I regretted it so deeply. If I could do it over, I would definitely go back and save her. Thinking of this, I was already in tears. "Captain Chu, am not a good person. Wu Jianshan gave me 10 bottles of blood tears, but I only told you there were 4. And Qian, I admit I clung to you. Am a piece of trash.
Am a scoundrel, I deserve to die.
And Taisher, I always laughed at you for being stupid. Even though you weren't the brightest, I kept bullying you." Meanwhile, on the other side, Captain Chu was in an even more pitiful state.
Yizi.
"I've wronged you too. Every night I used the radio to eavesdrop on your little secrets. And that thing between you and Chen Yi, I was the one who spread it throughout the convoy. I'm such a big mouth. I really shouldn't have. Taisher, I said you had the brain of a dog. I've wronged you and I've wronged Wang Kai too. Compared to the emotional state of Chu Che and me, the others didn't have much of a reaction. For instance, when Taisher and Ding Dong saw the blood eye, they simply found it very eerie. But Sun Chantian was different. A fire of rage ignited in her eyes. She had clearly been pushed to her limit. By the time Chu Che and I snapped out of our guilt, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Beneath the sky, the powers of the death god and the blood pupil collided violently. Every impact shook the air until it warped. But the outcome was decided quickly. The blood pupil was no match for the death god. That blood blade flashed in an eerie arc, and across the blood pupil's eyeball carved a deep, bloody gash. In just an instant, that once massive eyeball began to shrink rapidly, finally turning into a human-sized eye and falling to the ground. I stared at the eyeball, which still shimmered with ghostly light, and felt a sudden surge of impulse. After all, as my strength increased, the vision in my left eye grew worse and worse. Perhaps the blood pupil could replace it, but before I could use the system to appraise it, Wu Jianshan beat me to it. He reached out, picked up the eyeball, and stuffed it into his pocket. The 8-limbed human face quickly left the campus. The snow woman in the corner also left the scene one by one with the crawlers. Captain Chu, do you think they'll come back? They will. In the end, there will be a resolution. Are you two done acting? Don't tell me you think that everything you said went unheard by us. And you, Chen Yi, stop flattering yourself. Let me say it again. I played you. I'm the heartbreaker here. You're a bit too amateur to be a player. After saying that, Cece drew her long sword in anger. Luckily, Taisher stepped in to mediate, preventing the conflict from escalating further. Taisher, are you an idiot? They're insulting you and you're still helping them? I think they're right. There's nothing wrong with telling the truth. You're getting stupider by the day. After this battle, all the survivors were left with a deep impression, especially the moment Wu Jianshan opened his eyes at the end. Felt strangely eerie to me, but the death god's intimidation only lasted 2 days. After that, the situation at the school grew increasingly grim. Whether by day or night, countless aberrations wandered the campus perimeter. It was as if they were waiting for an order, preparing to attack again. To prevent any accidents, Wu Jianshan issued a strict order. All members of the death god cult were forbidden from going out. Uncle Bao also warned all survivors to avoid leaving the classrooms by even a single step. However, the survivors in the school were restless. Some cult members believed that these aberrations were calamities brought by the convoy, leading to several clashes between the two sides. Fortunately, the Transcendents stepped in to suppress them, preventing the situation from spiraling further out of control. Wu Jianshan was relatively fair. He personally beat the troublemakers into submission. From then on, those people didn't dare act rashly. Since returning from outside the school, Boss Gao Xuanan and Zhou Xiaoxiao received a fair share of gasoline and supplies. But Zhou Xiaoxiao's luck wasn't great. The small car that had been with her for days had long been turned into scrap metal by the Abyss Bloodline's mental waves. But somehow this woman used some trick to get He Lao Si to personally teach her how to fix cars. I saw her following He Lao Si several times, learning around a car. Compared to their gains, my system had already accumulated 37,000 slaughter points. Without hesitation, I directly purified 2 bottles of Death God's blood tears to prepare for the coming disaster. I also modified the Doomsday pickup, installing auxiliary lights on the front and the roof. This would make nighttime escapes much easier. At the same time, I took out that phone, repeatedly watching the battle between the Death God and the Abyss Blood Pupil. Currently, I could only roughly simulate the Death God's prototype. For this, I asked Wu Jianshan for permission to pay homage to the Death God. But Wu Jianshan rejected me ruthlessly. But I didn't just care about simulating the Death God's form. More importantly, it was the Abyss Blood Pupil in his hand. So, I went to Wu Jianshan's office once again. He wanted everyone to join the Death God cult, and I only wanted that Thus, this deal finally had some negotiating value.
Chang Ye,
You took 10 bottles of Death God's blood tears from me this time. What about what you promised me? I quickly pulled a piece of paper from my coat. The paper was densely filled with the names of survivors. Don't say I'm not a loyal brother. These are the applications to join the Death God cult. Half of the survivors from our convoy want to join your Death God cult. How about it? I wouldn't just take your things for nothing. Seeing the densely packed names on the paper, a faint smile finally appeared on Wu Jianshan's lips. To get the Abyss blood pupil from Wu Jianshan, I even used the entire convoy survivors as bargaining chips. After hearing this, the veins on Wu Jianshan's forehead throbbed. Just tell me what you want. Since you're being sincere, I won't hold back either. After you killed that Abyss blood pupil last time, shouldn't that eyeball from its body be returned to me?
Changye.
I've never met someone as shameless as you. If you hadn't intentionally stirred up trouble, the death god would never have clashed with the Abyss blood pupil. He grew angrier as he spoke, even spraying saliva on my face, so I helplessly took a step back. Take it easy, old Wu. Let me ask you one thing. If you want everyone else in the convoy to join the death god cult, you have to pay a price. Fine, I can give you that eyeball, but I want the information on every single member, and you must guarantee they all join the death god cult. On the surface, I reached a deal with him. I began to spill all the details about my teammates. Of course, I couldn't tell the whole truth. For example, regarding Chu Chi's marking ability, I conveniently omitted some key details. Wu Jianshan wasn't stupid. After comparing the intelligence his subordinates gathered with what I told him, he finally tossed the Abyss blood pupil into my hand. Anyway, his thinking was simple. Once we're all dead, this thing will eventually return to him anyway. But just as I stepped out of Wu Jianshan's office, I saw Chu Che with a cold sneer on his face. Didn't you say Captain Wu only gave you 4 bottles? Do you also plan to see old Wu?
However, Chu che ignored me,
and walked straight through the door of class 4-1. When he came out, he had 3 more bottles of Death God's blood tears. Carrying the blood tears, he went to a classroom. Soon, Uncle Abao's coughing could be heard from inside.
Ake, you've come.
Uncle Abao once had a happy family and a 3-year-old grandson. Unfortunately, when the apocalypse arrived, Uncle Abao watched his loved ones die one by one before his eyes. In just a few days, his hair turned white overnight, and he looked much older. After arriving in Rongqing, due to the extreme cold, Uncle Abao's health deteriorated further. Uncle Abao, just lie down, no need to get up. These are the blood tears I got from Captain Wu, the undiluted kind. It might help with your illness. Ake, did you promise Wu Jianshan something? No. You're overthinking it, Uncle Abao.
Ake, you're a transcendent.
You surely know what's going on. I won't say more. Uncle Abao, just focus on recovering. Once you're better, it'll take you away from here. After saying that, Chu Che fed Uncle Abao a drop of blood tears, but this single drop was merely a way to buy a little more time. Xiao Wang, the convoy assistant, watched this, his eyes filled with sorrow. Xiao Wang, go tell everyone that they can join the Death God cult. Captain Chu, how can we do this?
Don't argue.
Just do as I say. Meanwhile, I went to an empty classroom, eagerly taking out the blood pupil for appraisal. Appraisal will consume 1,500 slaughter points. Confirming item name, Abyss blood pupil, one of the 3 great anomalies of Rongcheng's Changwang district. The leftover eyeball of the Abyss blood pupil. It retains a portion of its immense power. If a high-level wondercrafter is found, can be forged into a wonder to maximize the power contained within the eye. During the clash between the Abyss blood pupil and the Death God, some of its abilities were not fully released. Thus, this eyeball is an extremely rare material for wonders. Theoretically, can create a wonder ranked within the top 1,000. But there is a risk of severe side effects. Please handle with caution. Friendly reminder, if someone uses this eyeball to replace a blinded left eye, exercise extreme caution. System, how do I replace my left eye with the Abyss blood pupil? Option 1. Pay the system 500,000 kill points to fully upgrade and modify the Abyss blood pupil. Once the modification is complete, the blood pupil will possess automatic parasitic capabilities and can complete the replacement process on its own. Option 2. Find a suitable surgeon to perform the surgery to replace the left eye, and then install the Abyss blood pupil. Afterward, use the blood vision breathing method to adjust the resonance frequency, allowing the blood pupil to gradually adapt to the body and subsequently trigger a portion of transcendent power. If a detailed manual for option 2 is required, a payment of 1,000 kill points is necessary. I immediately paid 1,000 kill points to exchange for the manual. Simply put, I need to find someone skilled in surgery to remove my left eye and then install the Abyss blood pupil. The process will be excruciatingly painful painful. Even if the surgery succeeds, I can only temporarily use a portion of the blood eye's power. Only when the blood eye is completely accepted by my body will I truly become a wonder symbiote. After reading the manual, I felt a chill run through me. While doctors are easy to find, the problem is that this is the apocalypse. How could I dare let a stranger hold a knife to my eye? Just imagining it plunged me into deep hesitation and conflict. The next morning, the atmosphere of the entire base had changed. Except for me and Chuche, almost everyone had become followers of the Death God Church, and the three, including Iron Lion, were now vice bishops of the church. I heard that in 3 days, Wu Jianshan will hold a grand sacrifice in the school auditorium. Yeah, Captain Chu, you guys, didn't you receive the notice? Chuche and I looked at each other, seeing the same unease in each other's eyes. Everyone in the school has joined the Death God Church now. You two should just join in as well. Besides, this sacrifice is very important. My granduncle said the Death God's holy water will descend. As long as we drink the holy water, we won't fear the cold like the other followers, and our strength will increase. See, for something this big, you have to at least give us some time to think. After sending Shi away, Chuche and I were speechless, because we both knew very well Wu Jianshan was finally making his move, though I don't know what his true plan is. But if this sacrifice is completed, neither of us will end up well. Therefore, to increase my strength as quickly as possible, I first found Sulina and got straight to the point. Is there a doctor in the Death God Church? Do you know if he has family here, or where he is hiding? After hearing my words, Sulina immediately contacted an ordinary member of the Death God Church, a man named Luo Tao. Before the apocalypse, he was a lead surgeon at a top-tier hospital in Rongqing. Back then, his family was happy and his career was stable. His medical ethics and character were highly praised. However, when the apocalypse arrived, everything changed. Dr. Luo tried to smuggle his family out of Rongqing by joining a convoy. But before the convoy could go far, they were intercepted by the Death God Church, and all were brought to the second primary school. He thought his medical skills would be useful in the apocalypse, but to his surprise, the Death God Church possessed a mysterious potion. As long as one drank this potion, the pain and illness of ordinary people would vanish rapidly. Thus, his medical skills had no place to be used. But who would have thought that today? Dr. Luo's wife, Hui, brought back shocking news. Old Luo, a sequence transcendent wants you to perform a surgery. The reward is a 30-liter drum of gasoline. Luo Tao was completely stunned. That's a whole drum of gasoline. Hui, are you telling the truth? Would I lie to you? Sulina told me. She came specifically to find me. After I obtained the Abyss blood pupil from Wu Jianshan, my first priority was to have Sulina find a surgeon. Soon, Dr. Luo Tao and his wife were led to a separate classroom. Mr. Chen, you plan to perform surgery in a place like this? You've seen the current situation. Finding this place is already lucky enough. However, Luo Tao shook his head and refused immediately. After all, this place lacked any surgical environment. But the moment he refused, Iron Lion, standing nearby, grabbed Luo Tao's wife. Mr. Chen, Mr. Wu, what do you want? Let go of my wife. Dr. Luo, as long as you perform the surgery properly, you and your wife will be safe. I will fulfill all the rewards I promised you. Dr. Luo, Mr. Chen never tells lies. As long as you cooperate, this only benefits you. Looking into my increasingly dangerous eyes, Luo Tao finally agreed. So I wrote out the instructions for the eye replacement. But when Luo Tao finished reading them, he became even more terrified. The contents completely exceeded his knowledge as a surgeon. But remembering that I was a transcendent, Luo Tao could only brace himself and keep working. To ensure Luo Tao didn't try anything funny, my cleaver hovered right behind Luo Tao's head. If he dared to act against me, this cleaver would be the tool to kill him. Sulina stood to the side, constantly wiping the sweat from Dr. Luo's brow. The surgery lasted for 5 full hours. By the time it ended, Luo Tao nearly collapsed on the floor. Afterward, Sulina took the initiative to care for me. For her, this was a long-awaited opportunity, but I gave her no room to get close, and drove them both out of the classroom. Then I consumed the purified Death God's blood tears, and began using my transcendent power to activate the blood pupil. 1 day later, I finally opened my eyes. Then, I stared at a pack of tissues on the desk with my left eye. The next moment, the tissues spontaneously combusted. This was the ability the blood I once used against the death god, though far weaker than the power of the abyss blood pupil from a few days ago. For the current me, it was already satisfying enough. However, when I stepped out of the classroom, the entire school was shrouded in an indescribable, eerie atmosphere. All the followers of the Death God Church were abnormally excited, all waiting for the arrival of the New Year's Eve sacrifice. What made me even more uneasy was, as night fell, a vast number of indescribable ghostly shadows appeared around the school. Yet the survivors didn't seem nervous. Only Chui Xiaoan, a follower of the Death God Church, felt increasingly panicked. Soon, she sought out Xuanan. "Miss Chui, you're looking for me?" "Xuanan, give this notebook to Mr. Chu and Mr. Chun. You must remember that." With that, she hurried away. Xuanan calmly tucked the notebook into her clothes. "Xuanan, where are you going?" "It's nothing. I'm going to find Mr. Chun." "Hey, you should also try to persuade Mr. Chun and Captain Chu. Everyone is a member of the Death God Church now. There's no point in those two still holding out. Look, we have plenty of food and drink. Once the Death God deals with the things outside, those filthy things will have to get the hell away." But before he could finish, Xuanan suddenly kicked the man hard in the stomach. "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you can just talk behind Mr. Chun and Captain Chu's backs? If it weren't for them, you'd all be dead by now." By the time the other survivors heard the noise and went to investigate, Xuanan had already entered Class 3, Grade 4 with the notebook. He didn't say a single unnecessary word, and simply handed the notebook to me respectfully. This scene also caught Chu Chi's attention. When I opened the first page of the notebook, the first line read, "Xueqing is dead." According to the records in the notebook, October 17th, 2030, Chui Xiaoan, Xueqing, and Wu Chong escaped to the school with a group of survivors. To survive, Wu Chong actually pushed Xueqing, who was fleeing with them, right into that anomaly, resulting in Xueqing's death in the tentacles of an octopus. Seeing this, Chu Che and I exchanged a look, already reaching a conclusion. The Wu Chong in the diary is likely the current Wu Jianshan, and Xueqing is the sister Xuanan has been searching for. When I saw this record, a strong sense of unease suddenly rose within me. Having spent a lot of time with Xuanan, I knew the price he paid to find his sister. With a heavy heart, we continued reading the notebook. In less than 3 days, a large number of survivors in this school were dragged away by anomalies. During this time, Chui Xiaoan saw a woman completely white from head to toe, surrounded by many eerie crawlers. By the 5th day, in Xiwen's mind, some memories that didn't belong to her suddenly appeared. It turned out Wu Chong had not only graduated from a top domestic university, but was also the head of a large internet company, with a net worth already in the hundreds of millions. And at some unknown point, he changed his name to Wu Jianshan. Even more absurdly, by the 7th day, Wu Jianshan somehow brought Xueqing back to the classroom. He even set up incense and candles, performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows every day. Chui Xiaoan described in the diary that Xueqing lying there in silence was even more beautiful than when she was alive. After that, Wu Jianshan began forming the Death God Church. Every day, he would enter the room where Xueqing was to chant sutras. Occasionally, some people disagreed and tried to interrupt him while he was chanting, only to be beaten to death by Wu Jianshan. The most shocking part was, when someone was gravely ill and near death, Wu Jianshan would feed them a bottle of red liquid, and that person would miraculously recover completely. October 29th, 2030.
Xueqing accidentally saw
Wu Jianshan feeding meat to the dead Xueqing, and blood tears slowly flowed from Xueqing's eyes. From that moment on,
Xueqing finally realized
that Wu Jianshan was no longer a normal human being, and she had to find a way to escape this place. The diary ended abruptly there. A chill ran down my spine after reading it, especially because I never could have imagined that the death god would be Xuanan's sister. Her aura so completely different from a human's. Thinking about it now, it's no wonder Xuanan didn't recognize her. Just as I was deep in thought,
Chuke unexpectedly discovered
a strange letter on the ground. We opened the envelope, and the contents immediately put us on alert. It mentioned that on November 7th, 2030, a convoy of 32 people escaped to this elementary school and subsequently met Wu Jianshan. Wu Jianshan claimed, to be the preacher of God worship sequence 2, and demanded everyone in the convoy worship the death god. Even weirder, the convoy captain was actually his biological younger brother, and the vice captain was Wu Jianshan's nephew, and even the convoy supervisor was his son. Chu Che and I felt our skin crawl reading this because the situation described in the letter was almost identical to our current convoy. Right then, Chu Che and I both felt a wave of dizziness, as if our consciousness was being forcibly suppressed, and even our suspicions of Wu Jianshan were being erased by some power. Fighting through the dizziness, Chu Che quickly wrote a line on the paper. Do not trust Wu Jianshan. Just half a minute later, his eyes had already grown vacant as he looked at those words. But once the seed of doubt is planted, can never be erased. Wu Jianshan's image in our hearts began to plummet from this moment on. A few days later, I discovered a giant octopus anomaly, a floating giant eyeball, and a self-igniting girl, all appearing simultaneously on the school's perimeter. Behind them followed a swarm of snow-white crawling monsters. Facing an anomaly combination of this scale, Wu Jianshan immediately summoned the death god to disperse them. Although the death god was a newly born anomaly, his power was incredibly immense. Yet, against such a lineup, it still seemed to struggle slightly. But just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, the death god suddenly unleashed a terrifying power. It looked up, and with eyes that seemed to hold the stars, gently swept its gaze across the anomalies. But in the next second, all the anomalies instantly lost their ability to fight. What was even more terrifying was, anyone seen by those eyes would feel an overwhelming sense of shame in their heart. Many in our convoy burst into uncontrollable tears on the spot. Seeing this, I finally understood. The power Wu Jianshan once used on us originally belonged to the death god's worship sequence. The one being worshipped wasn't anyone else. He was worshipping himself. Chen Yi, have you ever seen Wu Jianshan eat? You mean Wu Jianshan traded his sense of taste for the death god's abilities? This sequence is absolutely insane. Raising a god, and then trading abilities from that god bit by bit. The stronger the god, the stronger he becomes. In the end, he becomes the god himself. Worshipping the god is just worshipping himself. Wu Jianshan's methods are truly sinister. The first sacrifice was fewer than 10 people. Wu Jianshan sacrificed the first group that escaped with him, which allowed him to rise from sequence 1 to sequence 2. The second sacrifice, the convoy of over 30 people, pushed him straight to sequence 3. And the third sacrifice, which is us, the 100+ survivors right now. If he succeeds, he will become sequence 4. Sacrifice has one key restriction. It can only be someone from within the Death God Church. This also explains why he's been forcing us to join the church. And just as we reached this conclusion, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open by Cici. Captain Chu, Chun Yi, what are you two doing? My heart tightened, and I instinctively hid behind Chu Che. Cici, why are you here? Captain, wouldn't it be better if everyone just lived their lives in peace? Why must you do this? Is power really that important? Cici, have you never wondered if your uncle is still actually your uncle? Captain, stop talking. Come with me to see my uncle. He'll explain it for you. And just now, Wu Jianshan told Qianqian and Ding Dong that Chu Che and I were plotting to seize the position of Archbishop of the Death God Church, and even claimed he'd get rid of the two of us. This was hard for Qianqian to believe, and although Ding Dong hadn't been around long, he respected Chu Chi's character, so the situation turned into Sun Qianqian and Ding Dong facing off against me. Of course, I wasn't naive enough to think a few words could pull them away from Wu Jianshan's side. So, under everyone's shocked gaze, I walked over to Qianqian and Ding Dong's side, then drew my cleaver and pointed it straight at Chu Che. Changye, what are you doing? Captain Chu, don't blame me for being disloyal, but what you're doing is truly immoral. We came here under the care of my brother, Old Wu. He's not just your captain, he's my brother, and Qianqian's cousin uncle. And yet, you want to overthrow the Death God Church, and start some fairness church of your own? Qianqian, Ding Dong, it's a good thing you're here, otherwise I would have really been fooled by him. I report Chu Che for forging evidence to usurp power. I am the witness, and the notebook and letters in his hand are the physical evidence. Just as I finished speaking, Qianqian and Ding Dong, along with the church followers, were all stunned. Changye, where is your conscience? Is it gone? Then, our group left the classroom, except for Taisher, who was still snoring away. Honestly, I kind of envy him. The stupider you are, the less likely you are to suffer from insomnia. In the hallway, Chanxian, Ding Dong, and I were pinning down Chuche. Because of my little performance, the church followers looked at me much more favorably than before. Chinyi, you're a real piece of work. If you can't beat them, join them. Isn't that perfectly normal? Unexpectedly, I glanced out the window and saw someone hanging in the playground. One look and I recognized it was Chui Shoen. Below the tree, many survivors were whispering. We soon arrived at class 4-1. Sun Chanxian tried to say something to persuade him, but Wu Jianshan ruthlessly cut her off with a wave of his hand. Don't worry, they are my friends. I won't do anything to them. Chanxian was left speechless and could only bite her lip and leave. See, you've probably seen the contents inside, right? Then he tossed the notebook and letters onto the table. I've been looking for this. I just didn't expect that Chui Shoen would be the one to take it. Chui Shoen used to be very famous back home, and she was beautiful. When she first arrived, some people tried to take advantage of her. I was the one who gave her food, which is why she survived. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for me, 90% of the people here wouldn't have lived until today. But some people just don't know how to be grateful.
Changye.
Do you think I did something wrong? If a man doesn't live for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him. If I were you, I would do the same. As expected, they all say you and I are cut from the same cloth. But as you already know, the God worshipper sequence doesn't worship a god, but oneself. When I first awakened as a God worshipper, I was indeed very happy, but that happiness only lasted for a short time. Early-stage God worshippers are weak, not even enough to be a snack for the anomalies. In desperation, I found Xueqing. When I learned that worshipping requires JP, I was conflicted too. After all, I wasn't born with it, but people always change. Without JP, we would all be torn to shreds by the anomalies, so I sacrificed them to the death god. But I don't feel I was wrong. As long as I am strong enough, I can drive away the anomalies. As long as I pay enough JP, I can even rise to sequence 9. Looking back at history, which person in a high position didn't have a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood beneath them? Chinyi, I know you're just like me. You understand that some things require looking at the big picture.
So, yeah.
I invite you to join the Death God Church. Once I reach sequence 4, I will be stronger, and the Death God will be stronger. Then we can purge all of Rong City and rebuild our home. At this point, Wu Jianshan's gaze was incredibly sincere. He even brought out a box of tea and 5 cartons of Chunghwa cigarettes. Seeing these things, my heart clearly skipped a beat, and a flattering smile appeared on my face. Old Wu, you really know me so well. Lord Bishop, please take good care of us from now on. You agreed just like that? Wu Jianshan hadn't expected at all that I would agree so easily. In the end, Chu Che and I naturally became the new vice bishops of the Death God Church. However, at this moment I knew very well that Wu Jianshan's words were completely untrustworthy. I would never sacrifice myself to achieve his so-called great goal. Once he reaches sequence 4, we probably won't even know how we died. Therefore, I will absolutely not sit and wait for death. After all, tomorrow is the final day. Once he successfully ascends to sequence 4, we will all become his sacrifices. So, after discussing it with Chu Che, we decided to split up and act starting at dawn. In the early hours of that night, Chu Che and I sneaked to the window. I immediately transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing into the depths of the night. As for Chu Che, he had already prepared a rope and climbed down from the window. At the same time, draped in a black robe, I slowly emerged from a deep, dark corner. I know you can understand human speech. Let someone in charge come out. Just as I finished speaking, a snow-white figure floated from the distance, along with a massive octopus-like anomaly. Who is this acting so mysterious? Could they be plotting some shady business? Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Wu Jianshan will hold a ceremony. You know what that means. After saying that, I once again turned into blue smoke and vanished. But as I left, within that darkness, countless pairs of red eyes suddenly lit up. He's just a mere sequence 4. To think Wu Jianshan is arrogant enough to reach this level. We cannot underestimate him. He previously had that woman consume 10 guide sequence transcendents. Now his strength has grown immensely, and now there are a full 5 transcendent sequences. If he really consumes them all, we're all finished. Then when do we strike? The sooner, the better, as fast as possible. But who is that person? Why are they helping us? Not sure. Humans are truly troublesome, but since that's the case, let's make our move tonight. In a corner of the school, I pull out a bottle of limit-enhanced Death's Blood Tears and swallow it in one gulp. The next second, wrapped in a surge of powerful energy, my rank skyrockets from Sequence 1 to Sequence 2. 2 hours later, I returned to Class 4 to 3. Chu-Che happened to have returned early as well. I didn't ask what he had been up to, but he suddenly handed me a bag. The name Chen Yi was written in bold on the bag. This is the Pathfinder's mark. There are some stones inside. Remember to drop one every once in a while. They'll be able to see them. Captain Chu, what is this for? Stop talking. We both know the truth. Tonight, we save as many as we can. With these markers, I can still track your positions. Right now, it's not just me. 2 glowing characters are also shining above Taisher's head. Clearly, Chu-Che had already prepared for this. However, before the plan could even begin, the unexpected happened. Just then, from the direction of the school gates,
A suffocating, terrifying aura suddenly surgé.
Wu Jianshan, who had been sitting with eyes closed in Class 4 to 1, suddenly snapped his eyes open. Even the survivors fast asleep were jolted awake at that same instant. In a flash, whether humanoid or beast-like, the monsters completely surrounded the campus.
Yezi.
I think we're doomed this time.
Veres Yezi?
He was just here. Stay calm, Captain Chu. Even if we die, they'll go down before you. Taisher, you're the only one I can count on. Chun Yi really has no loyalty when it counts. But before Chu-Che could finish, Taisher suddenly charged toward the classroom door. Didn't you say you'd protect me? The campus was now swarming with countless crawlers. Facing so many monsters, the ordinary survivors were too terrified to even breathe. Only Taisher burst out laughing, blasting countless crawlers into the air. Seeing this, Chu-Che immediately gathered Xiao Wang, Su Lina, and the others. Did you bring everything I told you to prepare? We have it all, Captain. Then do as we discussed. Protect Uncle Bao, and evacuate now. At this moment, Chu-Chi's thoughts were exactly like mine. Even though I am now a Sequence 2 Mistshaper, facing this overwhelming tide of monsters, I still don't think I'm a match for these anomalies. So, I could only hide in a corner near the Doomsday Pickup. Fortunately, after advancing to Mistshaper, my mist shielding ability has improved significantly. Once the enemy enters the mist's range, they can't lock onto my position at all. But even so, I still dare not let my guard down, because on the outskirts of the campus, there are several powerful anomalies. One is a snow woman, draped in pure white. Worse still, some crawlers have started smashing the windows of the teaching building. An anomaly. Quick! Report to the bishop. We must find the Transcendents. Only they can deal with our kind. Blood-tier compassion. Bone-paved divine path. Our Lord above. Witness the end. The monsters hissed and growled, making the pressure on campus feel almost tangible. But in this critical moment, flames suddenly erupted on the 3rd floor of the building. The crawlers that had just climbed up didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to drifting black ash. Above the flames, Shishi stood in a pose so elegant it was almost absurd, perched upon a flying sword. Just then, the snow woman approached slowly and calmly. She completely ignored Shishi, simply raising her hand to command the crawlers, with a light point toward Shishi. But how could Sun Shishi just sit and wait for death? She began chanting under her breath, and a roaring fire dragon charged at the crawlers, burning them all to a crisp. However, the snow woman remained unfazed. Then, she pointed lightly toward Taisher. Instantly, endless crawlers piled up around him, burying him under a small mountain of monsters. But Taisher blasted them all, flying in every direction. Ding Dong seized the opportunity and charged straight for the snow woman. But before he could get close, her finger flicked again. Countless snowflakes condensed into the force of an ice hammer, slamming Ding Dong violently against the wall. At this moment, Ding Dong was already injured. Taisher was besieged by an endless swarm of crawlers. Just the Snow Woman alone had left everyone in a wretched state. Where is Chun-Yi? Come out now. We can't hold on much longer. Humans are truly weak. We haven't even used our true power, and you're already this pathetic. Where is that companion of yours? Why hasn't he shown up yet? And Wu Jianshan, surely he's not scared? Stop shouting. That guy named Chun-Yi, he's not coming out. Just as the words fell, Wu Jianshan slowly emerged from the shadows of the hallway. Immediately after, the figure of death suddenly appeared beside him. Upon seeing that figure, the panicked members of the death cult began chanting frantically, but what no one knew was that the appearance of death meant this battle was about to escalate completely. Even the Snow Woman, who had been so imposing, now stared intently at death floating in midair. You finally appeared. Death did not respond, merely floating silently with a scythe in hand. The terrifying aura emanating from its body actually forced countless crawlers to recoil several steps. Seeing this, Shi and the other two immediately closed in on Wu Jianshan. They all knew that this was no longer a battlefield they could interfere in.
Only Chuke
quietly led his people to hide in a corner. Clearly, he was thinking the same as I was. Find a suitable opportunity to escape this place. However, while everyone was in a deadlock, Wu Jianshan stepped out onto the playground. As for the rest, leave it to me. But just as Wu Jianshan finished speaking, the Snow Woman immediately pointed her finger at death. A massive blizzard erupted with her as the center and surged directly toward death. That force, which had easily driven Shi and Ding Dong into a desperate situation, hit death, but only caused its form to pause slightly. An anomaly with a giant wolf's head had somehow circled around to Death's back. In a split second, dozens of top-tier anomalies launched a simultaneous attack on Death. I immediately pulled out my phone and started recording, terrified of missing a single detail of Death's battle. What I saw next finally made me understand why the other anomalies feared Death so much. The Snow Woman's blizzard could only stall Death for half a second. The 8-limbed human face barely managed to land a whip strike, but Death simply blocked it with a casual wave, completely neutralizing the force. Then the Reaper's scythe sliced through the air. The tentacles of the 8-armed human face were severed one by one. Even the Snow Woman, in the heat of the clash, lost an arm. That is the terror of the Reaper. But the more the Reaper dominated, the more anxious I became, because Chu-Che and I both knew, once the anomalies were defeated, Wu Jianshan would wipe everyone out without hesitation. This isn't the ending I wanted. Everyone hold on for now. Once we take down Wu Jianshan, the Reaper won't last much longer. Chun-Yi, get your ass out here. Don't think I can't recognize you just because you're hiding your voice. Chun-Yi, how can you be so heartless? Am I not your best brother? In just 1 minute, the anomalies surged forward like a tide. Even with the Reaper guarding his side, Wu Jianshan was forced to retreat. Amidst the chaos, while everyone's attention was fixed on the battlefield, I dashed straight into the Doomsday Pickup. CC. Ding Dong, stop Chun-Yi for me. Anyone can live today, but Chun-Yi must die. With a roar from Wu Jianshan, every eye in the area snapped to me. Right then, Chu-Che emerged from the shadows with a group of people. Captain, what about Chun-Yi? He won't die even if you do, now go. However, upon hearing Wu Jianshan's order, CC, who should have been fighting the anomalies, froze. Instead, Ding Dong was the first to react, blocking the school gate directly. At this moment, the cabin was filled with thick smoke. Anyone who dares to block my path, even if it's Wu Jianshan, who was once like a brother, I will not hesitate. So I slammed the accelerator to the floor. The Doomsday Pickup charged at Ding Dong like an unleashed beast. Seeing the pickup charging head-on, Ding Dong's right fist, shrouded in a thick mist, smashed violently into the front of the car. After a thunderous crash, Ding Dong was sent flying backward. Meanwhile, the Doomsday Pickup was jolted to a dead stop by the punch. Chun-Yi, you're asking for it. Death God General. Seeing me try to restart the car, Wu Jianshan gritted his teeth and unleashed his ultimate move. Immediately, the Reaper's aura surged violently. The blood-red scythe in its hand erupted into raging flames, slicing the ambushing 8-armed human face into pieces. Seeing this, the Snow Woman didn't dare linger and turned to flee. But before she could take a few steps, her head landed silently on the snow. Then a diamond fragment clattered to the ground. The most pathetic was that anomaly wolf head. Under the shockwave of the Reaper's power, only a single wolf fang remained, glowing faintly in the snow. Now, whether it was the lowest level crawlers, or those indescribable shadows, they were all fleeing for their lives in terror. Fortunately, at that moment, my Doomsday Pickup's engine finally roared back to life. But soon, I discovered to my despair, the Reaper's silhouette had suddenly appeared behind my car. In a moment of desperation, I used the smoke to simulate a fake Reaper, but the smoke only held for a moment. The fake Reaper was quickly slashed apart by the blood-red scythe. By the time I recovered from the shock, that scythe had suddenly pierced through the roof, pinning me inside the car. I stared blankly ahead, in utter disbelief. Now, the Doomsday Pickup was like an enraged bull, its chains whipping frantically toward the Reaper, only to be snapped effortlessly by the opponent. The moment Sulina saw the roof pierced, she collapsed completely into the snow. How could he possibly die? They say a plague lasts 1,000 years. How could a menace like him die here? This is impossible. As for Wu Jianshan, the moment he saw my body, an irrepressible ecstasy appeared on his face. But the next second, a sharp pain hit his heart. He looked down, to find a hatchet had pierced through him. Chenyi, how is this possible? Before he could finish his sentence, his vision suddenly plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, inside the Doomsday Pickup, the clone that looked like me was slowly dissolving into smoke. The Reaper's hollow eyes flickered with confusion at that moment. After all, it happened too fast, leaving no one time to react. Why aren't you leaving yet? With that, I rushed from the shadows toward the Doomsday Pickup. With Wu Jianshan's death, Chu Che and the others immediately snapped out of it. The mist in everyone's eyes vanished in an instant. What an incredible ability. Everyone escaping is the priority now. Remember to take your respective markers. This time we split up and flee. Please fight to survive, until I come to find you. After speaking, Chu Che was the first to jump into his vehicle. The other survivors didn't hesitate any longer, frantically rushing toward any available car. Taisher, cover the rear. Alright Yizi, leave this to me. Idiot, what covering the rear? Just as my Doomsday Pickup departed, a willow branch swiftly swept away the tentacles on the ground. Soon, the school became a complete scene of carnage. Countless anomalies swarmed in. The survivors who couldn't retreat in time were caught, torn apart one by one in the snow. I watched that tragic scene through the rearview mirror, without a single ripple of emotion in my heart, because if Wu Jianshan hadn't died, none of us, including myself, would have escaped today. Luckily, I've already ascended to Sequence 2, and my control over smoke is far beyond what it once was. The smoke condensed into a snowplow at the front of the car, forcefully slicing through the accumulated snow on the road. Meanwhile, as Chu Che continued to charge forward, he pulled out a lighter and gently blew on the flame. A scorching fireball directly blasted the crawlers ahead. Once we had pushed a certain distance away from the school, the anomalies on the road finally thinned out. This reminded me of Chu Chi's previous instructions. So, I took out the stones engraved with my name from the bag. I dropped one every few intervals. From a distance, these faintly glowing stones were exceptionally conspicuous in the night, but I knew very well in my heart that running blindly like this wasn't a solution. Sooner or later, we'd hit new anomalies. After thinking for a moment, I drove the car to a secluded intersection and stopped. Then I lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled. The smoke diffused in the night wind, enveloping the surrounding dozens of meters into a hazy domain of smoke. In this absolute domain, I laid out myself. Other than me, whether human or anomaly, anyone who accidentally entered would have their 5 senses instantly stripped away. After doing all this, I began to review the trip to Rongqing and that god-worshipper Wu Jianshan. He left a profoundly deep impression on me, but it was only after his death that I realized that I actually did have a very close brother. It's just that the brother was nothing like Wu Jianshan. In that moment, I understood this was Wu Jianshan's ability. He merged someone from my memory with himself. The more I thought about it, the more a chill ran down my spine. Wu Jianshan's power was truly terrifying, making you treat a stranger as a soulmate without any defense. Not to mention, when he was only Sequence 3, he could simultaneously suppress both the Snow Woman and the 8-armed human face. This kind of strength, just thinking about it feels absurd, but someone that dangerous ended up dying by my hand. The true power of the Apostle of Smoke only begins to manifest at Sequence 2. If not for the sheer eeriness of the smoke clones, our whole group would have have been wiped out today. 3 days, 1 return of smoke. This is the second ability unlocked by the Sequence 2 Mist Shaper. The moment I was struck by the Reaper, this passive ability triggered. My physical body immediately dissolved into mist, and the real me returned instantly to my position and state from 1 minute ago. The horror of this ability lies in the fact that 1 minute ago, I was hiding in a dark corner. The smoke mist there hadn't fully dissipated. Even with the keen perception of a Reaper, they couldn't detect my presence. And it was at that exact moment that Wu Jianshan was right near me. So that unexpected strike landed right in Wu Jianshan's back. 3 days 1 refers to the 3 clones needed to condense the Tao, which are the clones. Return of smoke means the clone dissolves into mist upon death. And return means I can return to my past self. It was through the synergy of these 2 skills that I finally managed to take down Wu Jianshan. I successfully advanced from Sequence 1 to Sequence 2, and because of that, I was able to use 3 days 1 to defeat Wu Jianshan and finally escape Rongqing. However, the spoils of this trip not only gave me 43,000 slaughter points out of thin air, but I even scored a tentacle from an 8-limbed human face. Unfortunately, time was too tight during the escape, so I didn't have time to take the Snow Woman's transparent crystal, or the wolf fang of that wolf-headed anomaly. Item: 8-limbed human face tentacle. This item retains some of the 8-limbed human face's original abilities. If a suitable crafter can forge it into a wonder, the final product could rank in the top 1,000 of the wonder list. The higher the rank, the greater the side effects. If this tentacle is used to upgrade a certain someone's Doomsday pickup, could push the pickup's rank directly into the top 1,000. There's a high probability it will evolve into a monster pickup. Most importantly, the upgrade will perfectly bypass the side effects, for one reason only, because you are Chun Yi. How many slaughter points are needed to upgrade to a monster pickup? Upgrading to monster pickup requires the host to pay 200,000 slaughter points. With my current savings, that's impossible. With no other choice, I could only spend 30,000 slaughter points to upgrade the Blood-Grudge Cleaver. Who would have thought that right then? A faint sound would drift in from the surroundings. I thought Chu Che had found me, but for the sake of safety, I didn't rashly step out of the mist. Instead, I used the smoke to mimic the Reaper and stayed alert, while hiding in the Doomsday pickup, ready to flee at any moment. But what I never expected was, the source of the sound was actually a black goat walking upright, paced around the edge of the mist, as if sniffing for something in the air. This made me sense some danger, but soon, that eerie goat stepped toward me, but it clearly didn't know that any human or anomaly entering my mist would lose their senses. So, as soon as it got within 10 meters, it was forced back by various feelings of discomfort. An hour later, several more eerie goats passed by one after another. This made me realize completely just how terrifying the wilderness is without a guide. After all, you never know the abilities of these anomalies. Once you engage, you'll likely attract every anomaly in the entire area. This is a lesson bought with countless lives. So, I had to wait until the surroundings were completely silent, then activate the Doomsday pickup's electric mode, and slip away quietly. But after driving just 10 kilometers, I thought I heard the voices of Chu Che and Cece. Chen Yi, I finally found you. But when I whipped my head around, I found no one behind me, so I immediately accelerated. Chun Yi, wait for me. I'm not in the car yet. Open the door. Chun Yi, are you gonna leave me behind? At that moment, I had a very strong premonition that if I stopped the car, an unknown anomaly would immediately climb inside. And so, I encountered countless people wanting a ride along the way. There were old people, children, even people I knew. These anomalies seemed to be waiting for a chance to strike, and I turned a deaf ear to all their cries, until the sky began to brighten. I finally reached a relatively safe area, but strangely, the temperature here had risen significantly, so I took off my down jacket, and took a wonderful nap in the car. Now the morning mist grew thicker. Even the sun that had just risen began to be shrouded by the clouds and fog. Just as I was fast asleep, Chu Chi's voice suddenly woke me up from outside the door. Chen Yi, are you in there? But when I saw the vacant look in his eyes, I realized it was indeed Captain Chu. Izzy, you've got some nerve to be sleeping at a time like this. Holy crap. You really are Captain Chu. If you hadn't come, I'd be dead after I got out of the car. The first thing I saw was a thick rope tied around Chuchi's waist. He explained that he had followed the trail of stones I left behind, but he discovered that this mist was completely different from the natural fog around it. His first thought was of me, but as soon as he stepped into the mist, he couldn't see a thing. That's why he tied the rope as a makeshift guide, fearing he'd get lost while searching. Chun Yi, this mist of yours is truly sinister. Fair enough, pot calling the kettle black. You old fox, I knew you wouldn't die. You have to realize that the two of us are the most likely to survive in this convoy. One with deep schemes and endless trump cards, and one who is cunning and treacherous, both willing to do whatever it takes to survive. By the way, are you alone right now? Just me, Xiao Wang, and Uncle Abao. We haven't found the others yet.
Don't worry.
Taisher is so strong that ordinary anomalies can't do anything to him, and that little brat Sun Cece is incredibly sharp. As for Ding Dong, he should be fine as long as he's with Sun Cece. Taisher is the most naive awakened in the convoy, and the only one who still insists on saving people in the apocalypse. His school bus could fit so many people, precisely because he always wants to save just one more. Now that they've scattered to escape, either he's the one who saved the most people, or not a single one survived. The snow has decreased since leaving Rongqing, but the fog here wasn't this thick before.
Easy.
Can't you control smoke? See if you can control this fog. But I tried countless times, and there was still no response. After all, the smoke mist is my own ability, while this natural fog is something else entirely. The next person to find is Taisher, who's closest to us. Captain Chu, you never mentioned that your marking ability could also track people. I can sense items I've marked, but I can't mark more than 10 people. So we actually all have your marks on us. Then why did you make us carry those stones? Because the sensing has a range. Once you're out of range, I can't find you. Captain Chu, you're a real sly fox. You're even guarded against your own teammates. And don't act like you're innocent. When I killed Wu Jianshan, what was the deal with your clone? Also, this mist of yours changes so drastically, yet you never mentioned it. If it weren't for my marking ability, you wouldn't have found it today. I didn't expect someone who looks so honest to start hiding their powers. Circumstances forced me. I had to be on guard against Wu Jianshan's abilities. From what I know, every power-up grants 1 to 4 abilities. You've revealed 2 so far. Stop. Let's just drop this. Captain Chu, if we're looking for Iron Lion, we better hurry. Iron Lion is over 100 kilometers away. What? That far? Yes. But the fastest route is through Dawu City. As soon as he mentioned it, my scalp went numb. Driving through the city is exactly like what happened in Rongqing last time. Taking a detour would take at least a week. There's no faster way. Captain Chu, can't you use your marking ability to create a group and share locations so they can find us on their own? No. At least not for now. But don't worry too much. Including you, there are only 4 people. The third law of entities. The fewer the people, the less likely you are to attract their attention. Should we head out now then? Wait a bit longer. Uncle Abao needs to rest. Speaking of Uncle Abao, I realized I hadn't seen him, so Chu Che led me to the car. At this moment, Uncle Abao was skin and bones. I'm afraid Uncle Abao can't hold on much longer. But at least not dying in the jaws of an entity is a kind of luck. It's the apocalypse. Who knows, we might be the next to fall. Even so, I'm still more worried about crossing Dawu City. Here, I wrote this. I haven't given it a title yet. Take a look. Maybe it'll be useful to you. This notebook is full of records about the entities. From the white-clad Scissor Woman of Xinghua Town to the god worshipper of Rongqing Second Primary School. This is probably the first time I've seen such a systematic and dangerous set of research data on entities. What shocked me even more was that Chu Che didn't just record cases, but also summarized several laws. First, entities are indescribable. They cannot be fully defined. The moment you think you have experience dealing with them, you're not far from death. Second, entities and humans cannot coexist. Either we exterminate the entities, or they wipe us all out. Third, only sequence transcendents can fight entities. Fourth, the more people there are, the greater the attraction for entities. Fifth, The longer you stay in one place, the higher the probability of attracting an entity. That's why survivors are constantly migrating. This is also why, even with my system, I don't dare to hunt monsters recklessly. Reading this, I realized the immense value of this notebook. One could even say that possessing it, when encountering entities in the future, could save your life. But just as I was absorbed in reading, Chu-Che suddenly snatched the notebook away. Enough. We need to go. You've already experienced the things in the later parts. No need to read them. However, as I was about to get in the car, I saw the convoy assistant, Xiao Wang, kneeling on the ground, coughing incessantly. Xiao Wang, what's wrong? There's nothing, Captain Chu. I'm just having a bit of trouble breathing. But the moment he stood up, I realized there was something wrong with this fog. So we immediately put on masks. But Xiao Wang couldn't stop coughing. With no other choice, we had to set off as quickly as possible. At this moment, I was the only one in the convoy capable of fighting. All Chu-Che could do was follow closely behind and guide me. His voice soon came through the walkie-talkie again. Hello?
Changye.
Do you copy? Please respond. Captain Chu, it's just the two of us. Why so formal? Keep the comms open and slow down. This fog is getting weirder and weirder. I could only move forward slowly, while listening to Chu-Chi's instructions. Left then right, like groping through a maze, until the wheels hit the highway again. That eerie sense of dislocation gradually faded. But this also meant we had reached Dawu City. Compared to Rongqing, Dawu City was a much more prosperous city, and the danger level was far higher than in Rongqing. Captain Chu, what's it like up ahead? Dawu City is right ahead. Be careful. It'll notify everyone in advance to prepare if there's danger. Chu-Chi's car followed closely behind me, but since visibility was nearly zero, neither of us dared to speed up. Who would have thought that right then, Chu-Che would suddenly speak urgently. Wait! Chun-Yi! Stop. Captain Chu, there's an entity, right? Chu-Che closed his eyes and sensed for a full 3 minutes. Then he opened the walkie-talkie again. Strange. I clearly sensed some presence flickering in and out, as if it were being blocked by something. I've never encountered this before. Captain Chu, should we take a detour? Iron Lion can hold on for a bit. He is a Sequence 2 Titan, after all.
That's impossible.
There are at least 3 powerful entities following us. Each one's presence is no weaker than the 8-limbed human face. Those words left us with absolutely no room to retreat. Finally, the convoy fully entered Dawu City. However, the surroundings of Dawu City were a blur. It was almost impossible to see anything beyond 5 meters. But some roadside signs were still faintly recognizable. Just as I was adjusting my direction, a faint voice drifted from the depths of the fog. Help me.
Changye.
Did you hear a cry for help? Captain Chu. A cry for help in this hellhole? Do you think that's reasonable? No, this isn't an entity. Don't feel any entity's presence. This is a human. There are actually still living people here. My God, Captain Chu, Iron Lion can't wait that long. But preparation now saves time later. If there are survivors here, we can ask for directions, and maybe leave this city faster. You're the captain. It's your call. So we parked the car in a relatively safe spot. Since the fog affected them too heavily, Xiao Wang and Uncle Abao had to stay in the car to rest. The voice is just ahead. It should be on the 2nd floor of this barber shop. After Chu-Che confirmed there were no entities around, I took my blade and led the way upstairs. In the corner of the 2nd floor, a middle-aged man wearing a mask was huddling there, but his legs were severely injured. Are you human or an entity? You're the one who called me up to save you. Isn't it a bit late to be asking that now? I couldn't be bothered to explain, so I used the smoke to lift him and carry him downstairs. Seeing this, Chu-Che raised his hand and cast a hidden barrier. After questioning him, we finally figured out the whole story. This man, he originally belonged to a small survivor team of 17 people. He broke his leg while going out to search for supplies, so he could only hide in a barbershop and barely survive. Please, both of you, take me to the Renmin Road convenience supermarket ahead. Just get me there. Someone there will receive you. We can take you there. But we need a guide for Dawu City. Can you arrange that for us? No problem. I will have someone guide you. If my leg was not ruined, I could even be the guide myself. We are all locals. We know Dawu City very well. Following his directions, we soon arrived at a medium-sized supermarket. This is the place. Knock on the door and someone will open it. I raised my hand and knocked on the metal door. A few seconds later, a cautious voice came from inside. Who is it? It is me. I am back. As the rolling shutter slowly lifted, a dirty girl poked her head out. The moment she saw me and Chuche, a flash of greed appeared in her eyes. Uncle Zhang, you are back. And these two are... Xiaohua. These two are Mr. Chun and Mr. Chu Transcendents. When she heard the word Transcendents, the greed in the girl's eyes was immediately suppressed. My leg is injured. Ask Xiaolong and how to come out and help me. An impatient voice quickly came from inside. Coming. So your leg is injured. What? Do you want us to carry you? Soon, two yellow-haired young men walked out lazily.
Yo, listen.
New goods? They look pretty cool. Their eyes swept across me and Chuche. Soon that gaze turned into naked appraisal. Have you two lost your minds? These two are Transcendents. Can you afford to provoke them? Would you two like to come in and sit for a while? Uncle Zhang was saved by you. We have not had time to properly thank you. No need. We have urgent business. Uncle Zhang promised earlier that he would arrange a guide to take us out of Dao City. Can you make that decision? I cannot decide that alone. Why not come in and sit first? I need to discuss this with everyone inside. Seeing me and Chuche hesitate, she quickly added, do not worry, it will not take long, at most 20 minutes. The more she explained, the more I saw her guilt, especially when I looked at the floor inside the shutter door. There were faint dried stains on it. Clearly, this place was not clean, so I immediately stopped Chuche, who was about to agree. We are in a hurry. You are a local of Dao City. You can come with us, sir. It is not that I do not want to help. My parents are both inside. Cannot leave alone. I do not want to hear excuses. You are coming with me now. But right then, behind the rolling shutter, more than a dozen masked people suddenly rushed out. They held all kinds of weapons. Some even carried 4 or 5 guns. Fortunately, my reaction was fast enough. My body instantly turned into a wisp of green smoke and flashed backward. Everyone froze when they saw this. Chuche also used the opening to hide behind the off-road vehicle. Then he took out his lighter, ready to release his charged ability at any moment. At that instant, killing intent exploded in my heart. These people clearly had not done this for the first time. Brothers, do not be afraid. He is just a transcendent. It is not like we have never dealt with one before, right? They must have a lot of supplies. But just as they were about to move, the yellow-haired man in front suddenly burst into flames. The burning pain on his skin made him scream again and again. The next second, he rushed straight into the thick fog and never came back. It was him. He did it. At that moment, a faint crimson flickered in my blood eye, but because it had not fully synchronized, I was not very satisfied with its power. Still, it was more than enough to intimidate these people. How can he be this strong? No, wait. Why was Xiaobo so weak before? Why is this one so strong? You dealt with Transcendents before? For safety, Chuche and I never showed ourselves. We stayed hidden behind the vehicle. After all, the other side still had guns. Right then, I used the Blood Eye's second control ability. It made the people holding guns pull the trigger on their companions. Are you insane? Who told you to pull the trigger? I watched everything unfold. My face was dark to the extreme. I do not deny I have done plenty of dirty things, but all of it was to survive. But what these people had done made them unworthy of living. So I used the Blood Eye control ability again. The next second, they all gripped their weapons, then began attacking each other. You are a devil. No, you are the demon. Soon, under my transcendent power, everyone was dealt with. Chuche went into the convenience supermarket to take a look. When he came out, his expression was extremely ugly. He had clearly seen something he should not have seen. Captain Chu, time is almost up. None of these people can be left alive. Keep a few. At least we need someone to guide us, right? You do not know what they have done. I have survived this long in the apocalypse, and this is the first time I have seen something like this. Stop. Do not tell me. One person being disgusted is enough. Do not spread it to me. A few minutes later, there were 3 more people in my truck bed. One was Uncle Zhang, the man with the broken leg. Another was the young man named Hao. The third was Xiaohua, sitting in the passenger seat. From now on, cooperate properly. Once we reach our destination, you will live. Understood. With the girl's guidance, although the fog in Dao City still had not dispersed, our speed increased quite a bit. Did you come down from the divine elephant? Hearing those 2 words, I remembered what Mo Huiran once said. Supposedly, it was an unimaginably huge elephant, and there was even a castle on its back. Maybe this so-called divine elephant was also a strange object beyond comprehension. Tell me everything you know. I only heard it from others. The divine elephant is entrenched deep in the fog near Dao City. What is even stranger is, there is actually a real village on the elephant's back. The people there do not need to fight the weird. Their lives are almost like before the apocalypse. It is regarded by all survivors as a true shelter. To them, it was the only true refuge. But so far, I haven't heard of anyone ascending the divine elephant. In your little group, were there any sequenced transcendents before? I didn't do it. It was Xiao Long and Ahao. I didn't do anything. Cut the crap. Answer what I ask. It really has nothing to do with me. Everything with Xiaobo was their doing. The transcendent he mentioned is named Xiaobo, a sequence mechanic. When he first joined this group, Xiaobo was highly respected. He even used his abilities to forge several pieces of gear to fight anomalies. And it was this gear that allowed these people to barely survive in the dense fog. However, the blonde kid in the group was just a street thug before the apocalypse. After the end, his intentions grew even darker. They tried to do bad things many times, but were always strictly stopped by Xiaobo. Over time, the hatred in their hearts grew deeper. Later, due to the shortage of supplies, Xiaobo suggested reducing meals from 2 to 1 a day. The already dissatisfied crowd exploded instantly. Then, instigated by 2 thugs, they took advantage of Xiaobo's lowest guard and launched a revolt against him. After all, a mechanic isn't a combat sequence. Even with some weapons, he couldn't stop dozens of people attacking him at once. At this point, I glanced at Xiaohua. She was clearly a key instigator of that riot. After that mechanic died, how did you all survive? Mist slaves. Anyone who dies becomes a mist slave, and they come back to drag us away, pulling us into the mist, to turn us into new mist slaves. We had over 100 people before. Now only 17 remain. Actually, even if you hadn't come, we would have all become mist slaves soon. But as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt the seat beneath her come alive, binding her tightly. The sides of the seat were like an opening pouch, as if it could swallow her whole in the next second. What are you doing? One more word, and it'll make you. Xiaohua shut up instantly, but the malice in her eyes didn't fade for a second. You just said because of the mist slaves. You went from over 100 down to 17. 100 ordinary people facing anomalies, and the result was total disappearance? So you're hiding something. If you want to lie to a transcendent, you'd better check if your acting is up to par. Hearing this, the girl's body began to tremble slightly. She had clearly underestimated me. I'm sorry, the mist slaves are really strong. We tried to take them out, but without Xiaobo, we were no match for them. Many died trying to fight the mist slaves, but those things simply don't take damage. No matter how we attacked, it was useless. We should have vanished in the first attack. But mist slaves only appear for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, they vanish again. 3 minutes? Why? I don't know. It's only because of those 3 minutes that we've barely survived until now.
Yeezy.
This is a rule-based anomaly. Rule-based ones are far more dangerous than ordinary ones. They are the kind of entities that don't play by the rules. Besides, rule-based anomalies aren't something we can handle. Even the whole convoy wouldn't last a second. Up until now, aside from those fodder crawlers, the only anomaly our team took down was the human-faced scorpion. The later 8-limbed human face and abyssal blood eye. Neither was something our team could defeat. The power of these anomalies makes them practically invincible against the convoy. Captain Chu, how much longer until we reach the Iron Lion? At this speed, at least 2 days. To save time, we only stopped for 5 minutes each time. Over 10 hours later, we finally reached the Wujiang Bridge. Now, the thick fog has completely swallowed the bridge. Easy. I have some bad news. Can you just say it all at once? I sense something huge beneath the bridge. How huge? I don't know, but it's massive. Should we wait for it to leave before crossing?
I'm afraid we can't.
Anomalies are chasing us from behind.
Yeezy.
We must cross the Wujiang Bridge now, to avoid disturbing the unknown thing below. Well, switch to electric drive mode immediately, and glide silently into the fog. But at that moment, Uncle Abao and Xiao Wang in Chu Chi's car suddenly stopped breathing. Yet this scene wasn't even noticed by Chuche. But shortly after we drove away, at the entrance of the Wujiang Bridge, several blurry figures appeared. Those shadows were clearly very close, but not one dared to set foot on the Wujiang Bridge, because a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from below, as if some behemoth was churning the water. I fought hard to suppress my fear, but the middle-aged man in the back suddenly screamed. Seeing this, I quickly used a giant hand made of smoke to violently throw him into the middle of the bridge, and his screams ultimately brought us a great disaster. Soon, the sky above us suddenly went dark, followed by a colossal shadow slowly descending. I immediately killed the engine, then exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, completely enveloping our vehicles. At the same second, Chuche formed a transparent barrier, covering both cars. I thought the overlap of fog and the barrier would isolate our presence, but just as we held our breath, that massive snake head suddenly plummeted from the sky. Just the breath it exhaled was as violent as a typhoon hitting the windows. I gripped my chopping knife tightly. The immense pressure nearly snapped my mind, and what made me more desperate was that the giant snake head, as if sensing something, suddenly leaned toward us. In this moment of crisis, I exerted every ounce of my supernatural power. As countless runes swirled in my blood-red pupils, my mind was pushed to the brink of collapse. I thought I would be swallowed by the giant snake in the next second, but the giant snake suddenly tilted its head, turning toward the screaming middle-aged man. Its massive maw opened and swallowed him whole. Then, as if nothing had happened, turned and slid back into the Wujiang River. I was stunned for a full 10 seconds, before I felt my heartbeat slowly return. And only now did Chuche realize the extent of my absolute presence concealment, just how terrifying it actually was. Even a creature like that didn't notice us. If I hadn't intentionally made some slight noise to alert him, Chuche would have had no idea what kind of crisis was unfolding around them. Yizi, Xiao Wang, and Uncle Abao are gone. How could they be gone? I clearly saw them get in the car. They were so badly injured. There's no way they left on their own. Yizi, did you see them get out? My condolences, Captain. Uncle Abao and Xiao Wang must be dead. We've encountered similar situations before. Here, anyone who dies becomes a mist slave. On this bridge, losing two important people at once. For Chuche, it was undoubtedly a devastating blow. He could only stop the car for 3 minutes of silence, then restart it, driving deeper into the fog zone. Once you're out of this thick fog, will it be my turn? I didn't speak, but she continued on her own. Before I met you, I thought all superhumans were like Xia Bo, clearly so powerful, yet easily taken down by powerless people like us. Some say superhumans gain power, but looking at it now, that was nothing but a lie. I couldn't be bothered to respond, treating it as her just killing time. You're just like me, doing those things just to survive. There's actually no difference between us. There is a difference. I do it to survive, you don't. And I have a bottom line. No matter how low it is, it's still a line. But the things you've done, I would never do. You've killed so many people, and you talk to me about a bottom line? The people I killed deserve to die. Even before the apocalypse, they wouldn't have escaped judgment. What gives you the right to decide who lives or dies? Do you think you're some lawman or a savior? I'm just surviving. I'm not wrong, because my fist is bigger than yours. Is that reason enough? The girl was clearly stunned by my words. She obviously wanted to shake my resolve through argument, and then get me to let her go. Unfortunately, I don't fall for that. Alright, you can shut up now. Don't distract me from driving. When the car finally left the bridge, the sky had turned pitch black. Yezi, go straight for 2 kilometers, then turn left. We're getting closer to Iron Lion. How am I supposed to know when 2 kilometers are up? Tell me when we get there. Too many anomalies ahead. Let's take a break. We stopped for 5 hours. Until dawn, Chuche announced we were moving again. Yezi, we're less than 1 kilometer from Iron Lion. Speed up. Maybe they're waiting for rescue. Just as he finished speaking, I immediately activated the blood eye control. The girl in the passenger seat instantly jumped out, and the boy named Xiao Yan did the same. like puppets being controlled, they began to tear and fight each other. I didn't even spare them a glance. At the same time, on the other end, Iron Lion was facing a danger he had never imagined. Since leading the survivors out of Rongqing Second Primary School, he had carved through several bloody paths. After leaving the heavy snow area, he found an abandoned farmhouse to rest. But when Old Lee was counting the people, he found one survivor missing. Word was the girl had sneaked off to the hot springs. By the time Iron Lion arrived, she had transformed from a 20-year-old girl into a creepy old hag of 50 or 60. Sensing danger, Iron Lion immediately ordered the others to evacuate while he triggered his transformation to cover their retreat. Iron Lion and the hag fought a chaotic battle, nearly reducing the entire farmhouse to ruins. Only then did they escape. By the time he returned to the school bus, Iron Lion was covered in wounds. Fortunately, the Titan Sequence's recovery is god tier. It took 2 hours to barely return to normal. However, the bus nightmare had only just begun. Soon, while the bus was moving, they encountered a faceless Anomaly. In this fight, Iron Lion lost his left arm before he could lead the survivors to safety. And the third time, the convoy encountered a man standing under a streetlight. The man quickly lured away 3 survivors, and Iron Lion had to sacrifice his head to finally shake him off. The third time, because there were too many survivors on the bus, it quickly attracted a massive swarm of anomalies. Out of desperation, the convoy finally entered the fog. But unexpectedly, as soon as they entered, someone immediately started coughing. Thanks to Dr. Luo's caution, everyone quickly put on masks, which prevented further casualties. But visibility was nearly zero. For the first time, Iron Lion felt that he had encountered the most perilous trial of his life. Those anomalies had no faces, only swirling masses of fog, and they were countless in number. Just as Iron Lion prepared for a fight to the death, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "You big idiot, are you fucking insane? Yezi, you're still alive." At this moment, Iron Lion stood before a woman, his voice filled with disbelief. "What are you staring at, big dummy? Run. She's pregnant." Blurred figures surrounded the two of them, relentlessly attacking Iron Lion. Instinctively, I glanced at the woman's swollen belly. In that instant, it felt as if a sledgehammer had hit my brain. After all, there aren't many of us left. But in her womb is a new life. I was silent for less than a second. The next moment, I exhaled a cloud of thick smoke, which instantly spread in all directions. After all, I know the rules well. Once we hold out for 3 minutes, we'll have a chance to survive. Day 32 of the apocalypse. Chu Che and I successfully crossed the Wujiang Bridge and finally found Iron Lion. But what met my eyes was the worst possible scene. At this moment, Iron Lion was tightly surrounded by fog slaves, his entire body covered in wounds. Every strike was brutally draining his physical limits. Seeing this, I didn't hesitate for a second and immediately exhaled a cloud of dense smoke. The smoke quickly coalesced into the form of a grim reaper. In an instant, those blurred figures began to clash with the reaper. At the same time, the runes in my left pupil suddenly awakened. With a flash of blood-red light, the fog slaves that tried to approach me were instantly ignited by flames. But unexpectedly, at that moment, I felt a sudden tighten on my arm. 2 fog slaves had clung to me from nowhere, gripping my arms tightly, dragging me deep into the fog. Xiao Hua's words instantly flashed through my mind. Once you're dragged into the depths of the fog by a fog slave, you will become a new fog slave. On the other side, Iron Lion saw me entangled by the fog slaves. The next second, he rushed over without hesitation. "You idiot, what are you doing? He'll help Chun Yi." "Captain, you go first. We'll catch up." "You idiot, even if we all die, he cannot die." Just as I was about to be completely dragged into the thick fog,
A fog slave resembling Oinker Lobo
suddenly appeared beside me. "Chun Yi, get out of here. Go now." In that moment, I was almost certain it was the lingering consciousness of Uncle A Bao. So I turned into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished on the spot. When I reappeared, I had already slipped into the cockpit of the Doomsday pickup. The moment the engine roared to life, mist slaves pounced from all directions. Even those I had just torn apart began to reform within the mist. I had no choice but to slam on the gas. Little did I know that, at that moment, Tai Shi's figure suddenly appeared in front of me. "You genius. Why are you back again? I was afraid you'd get surrounded. Glad to see you're okay. Cut the crap and get in. Luckily, the Doomsday Pickup's chassis had been modified. We forced our way through, smashing a path. But within the range of the mist slaves seemed endless. For the first time in my life, 3 minutes felt like an eternity. In desperation, I gritted my teeth, extending the Blood-Grudge cleaver via a willow branch through the window, shredding every mist slave in our path. Taisher was even more brutal, firing several air cannons out the window. The violent shockwaves tore up the road, nearly flipping the entire vehicle over. Just as we were about to lose control, the Doomsday Pickup suddenly triggered its own ability. Suddenly, countless iron chains shot out from under the chassis. The mist slaves trying to close in didn't even have time to react before the chains coiled tightly around them, dragging them deep into the undercarriage.
Yezi.
What do we do now? Just follow my lead, don't panic. I immediately leaped out of the car, then exhaled a powerful breath. In the next second, a massive torrent of smoke erupted from my mouth. In an instant, everything within hundreds of meters was swallowed by the smog. 12 o'clock. Hearing this, Taisher didn't hesitate for a second, firing a blast straight at 12 o'clock, obliterating all the nearby mist slaves. As for the mist slaves entering the smoke, they seemed to lose their orders instantly, standing frozen in place one by one. But even so, more and more mist slaves surged into the smoke, pouring in like an endless tide. At the critical moment, I suddenly remembered the endless crawlers of Rong City. So, I summoned a horde of crawlers, using the most primitive, brutal method to clash with the mist slaves. Soon, the two monstrous torrents collided head-on in the mist, locking each other in a deadly struggle, neither side able to move an inch forward.
Yezi.
What now? Hold on just a little longer. As the circle of enemies tightened, I was already drenched in sweat. But just as my supernatural power was about to run dry, the movements of all the mist slaves came to a sudden, simultaneous halt. In the next second, it was as if they lost their support, finally dissolving into a faint mist. Seeing this, I collapsed onto the ground. It only took 3 minutes, but it nearly left Taisher and me here forever. Taisher wasn't in any better shape. He looked absolutely wretched. Yzi, is it over? It should be. Neither of us moved for a while. About 10 minutes later, Chu-Chi's off-road vehicle slowly came into view. Hey, are you two rested yet? Look at the time. Shouldn't we be moving? Then we made our way to Taisher's school bus. To my surprise, there were over 30 survivors crammed inside. If it hadn't been for the constant smog along the way, even more people would have survived. Then, a woman stroking her belly walked up to me. After all, she and her unborn child survived, and I did play a part in that. Mr. Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, my little one and I might be gone. Don't thank me. Thank Taisher. If it weren't for that genius, I wouldn't have risked saving you. The woman paused, but she still shook her head earnestly. Regardless, it was your choice that saved me. Thank you. You're a good man. I didn't respond. Soon, the news of Uncle Bao and Xiao Wang's deaths spread through the convoy. The mood among the survivors plummeted. Everyone knew that the only reason the convoy stayed orderly was Uncle Bao's stability and Xiao Wang's attention to detail. After their deaths, Xiao Fu was pushed by the group to be the new convoy assistant. Even more surprising was that Xuenan took over as the convoy supervisor. This left the survivors who used to bully him feeling a sudden wave of panic. Seeing this, I didn't interfere much, but silently tallied the gains from this battle. The direct clash with the mist slaves earned me a whopping 60,000 kill points. Chu Che showed a rare moment of kindness, ordering the convoy to rest for 30 minutes. Taking advantage of this gap, I simply ripped out the passenger seat and tossed it aside. Then, from a nearby off-road vehicle, I salvaged a relatively intact seat and installed it. Xuenan had been helping me the whole time, working quickly and efficiently. He even found a working car player from an abandoned van. This actually improved my mood a bit. At least the journey wouldn't be so boring. On the other side, Su Lina and Boss Gao stood by Captain Chu, sorting through the clothes that Uncle Bao and Xiao Wang had worn. They dug a small pit in a roadside flower bed, gently burying the clothes inside.
No ceremony.
And no one spoke. In the apocalypse, this was as dignified as it gets. While I was still securing the seat, I noticed Xuenan wiping the car door, casually chewing on a chocolate candy. You still have chocolate?
Yeah.
My sister loves these. I'll give them to her when I find her. It's just a shame I couldn't protect her. I hope that when I see her again, she won't be angry with me. You're always mentioning your sister. What's her name? Her name is Xueqing. Mr. Chen, have you ever heard that name? Never. But if I do hear it in the future, I'll let you know. Xuenan clearly breathed a sigh of relief, a rare smile even appearing on his face, seeing the hope in his eyes. I didn't tell him the truth, preferring to let him live on with hope. Alright, stop wiping the car. Go take care of your own things. Day 32 of the apocalypse. After confirming the convoy had finally reached a safe zone, Chu Che finally showed some mercy. Not only did he give everyone a 30-minute break, but he also held a simple, hasty funeral for Uncle Bao and Xiao Wang. This battle earned me a total of 60,000 kill points. Move out. Move out. Everyone, hurry up. Remember the first golden rule of the convoy. That is, always never fall behind. Old Lee, is everyone on your end accounted for? 34 people in total, all present. The convoy sets off. Since the apocalypse began, this is the first time I've heard music. Captain Chu, are Sun Cici and Ding Dong far from us? Not far, about 30 kilometers. If all goes well, we'll reach them in 2 hours. Sister Lena, you don't think something happened to Sister Cici? Do you? Don't worry, Cici is powerful. They're probably safe. Hang in there, Cici. 3 more minutes and we'll be there. Finally held out. The strike wipes out the fog demons. Your progress is just ridiculous. At this rate, I'm starting to wonder if you're cheating. It's not me, it's the sword. Feels like it was born, specifically to kill these things. These artifacts are so enviable. If I had one, maybe I wouldn't have almost been killed by Chun Yeskar. Cici, when we see Chun Yi again, I need to apologize to him. Attacking him this time was a low blow on my part. If he knows it wasn't your intention, he'll understand. Captain Chu, you said Cici was only 30 kilometers away, but the convoy has circled 5 times. It's already dark. Why haven't we seen her yet? Are you even reliable? What? Since when do you care if people live or die? No choice. There are too many anomalies in Great Fog City. Well, stay in this restaurant tonight. Supervisor Xue. Arrange the rest. Yes, Captain. Captain Chu is using his sequence ability again. It seems the number of anomalies in this area is indeed absurdly high. No one leaves the shield today. Even if you need the toilet, hold it in. Is it really that serious? We can't even go to the bathroom? Keep it down. He's not Uncle Abao. Do you have a death wish? Ah, Mr. Chen. What is it? Did that knife just move? Artifact name. Hate object.
No 2001.
Why did the number change to 2001? Could new artifacts have appeared recently? Review. A cursed blade that feeds on pain, resentment, and bloodline taboos. Its power comes from countless vengeful souls. The price is equally heavy. A song of slaughter, composed by the user and the souls. Basic stage, wailing, filled with resentment. Sharpness and damage to anomalies are significantly increased. Intermediate stage, sobbing. When resentment reaches the spirit realm, it can be consumed. To launch one powerful slash, accompanied by a shockwave of countless agonized faces. After use, resentment drops back to basic. Faces on the blade briefly materialize and wail, causing indiscriminate mental shock to the surroundings, friend or foe. Advanced stage, Eternal Day, requires extremely strict conditions to trigger hate awakening. Grants stronger unknown abilities. The price, the holder must sacrifice a part of their body. Priority, sight, hearing, taste, smell, or one of the limbs. Sacrificing sight yields the best results. Can even raise the hate rank. Sacrifice is only required once to gain the permanent loyalty of the hate. A choice must be made within 3 hours of acquisition. Otherwise, terrible consequences will follow. This sacrifice is way too high, and it's just a number 2000 artifact. Maybe I can use my right eye, since entering sequence 2. My right eye's vision has been fading daily. Wait, why not use my hemorrhoids? They are a part of me, aren't they? Everyone has to get those cut out eventually. It's just a matter of time. Seems feasible. No, I don't want to. Holy crap. This damn knife can actually react? Alright, I won't actually do that. That damn sword. Because of you, my number 2000 rank is gone. I won't accept this. Just wait, I'm marking this grudge. According to the prompt, I must decide the sacrifice within 3 hours. As I rise to sequence 3, my right eye will likely go completely blind. By comparison, this eye doesn't seem that important anymore. Sister, go call Dr. Luo. Day 32 of the apocalypse. Under the system's modification, the Blood-Grudge Cleaver has finally evolved, officially promoted to an artifact around number 2000. Simultaneously, my personal strength has undergone a qualitative leap at this moment. Go call Dr. Luo. Yes, Mr. Chun. Dr. Luo. Mr. Chun wants you to come over. He says he needs you. Him again. What does he want to threaten me with now? Why doesn't lightning just strike and finish him off? Chenyi, don't push it. You're not the only one who calls the shots in this convoy. Is this man insane? He wants my husband's help. But why use this kind of method? After dinner, help me remove my right eye. You are absolutely insane. Go and prepare the other things. I don't need your opinion. Come back in half an hour. After the surgery, I'll give you a case of instant noodles. You should know what that means. Wait.
Changye.
What are you doing? Shall we? Wait for me here. They'll be back soon. It's over. Looks like Dr. Luo is in for some bad luck this time. You guys don't know, right? I heard this Chenyi was a scumbag even before the apocalypse. When the Anomaly apocalypse broke out, he barely escaped from prison. That's not even the worst part. When we escaped from Longevity Village, I saw it with my own eyes. He pushed a grandfather and grandson into the anomalies. Supervisor Shui.
I'm here.
After Chun Ye's surgery, give him this bottle of Death God's blood tears. Leave it to me. I didn't expect him to be this distrustful. Mr. Chun, can we begin? Alright, you can leave. Xuanan will give you the items. Thank you. Captain Chu asked me to bring this. Mr. Chun, are you okay? Cut the crap and get out. Okay, I'm leaving now. I can't believe Captain Chu still kept something like this. Master, hurry up. I can't wait any longer. Hatred Cleaver. Rank has risen to 2000. It only went up by 1 rank.
Respected holder.
Thank you for your generosity, granting me greater spirituality and power. Rank 2000 won't be my end. My rank will continue to rise. Look forward to my performance. And that broken sword. I have finally claimed my rightful place. Just you wait. If I encounter those fog slaves again, it should be incredibly useful. Ability 2 has been greatly enhanced. Previous ability 2, willow branches like living tentacles. Enhanced, willow branches act as your own arms, allowing for more precise attacks. Can extend up to 70 meters. Upgrade effects double under the blood moon. Trading an eye destined for blindness. For a rank 2000 anomaly, it's a bargain no matter how you look at it. But what exactly is the origin of that broken sword? Why would even the Hatred Cleaver show such obvious repulsion toward it? Forget it, the system still has over 60,000 slaughter points. It'll prioritize increasing my strength first. Not using them now would be a waste. However, there are 2 upgrade paths. Either upgrade the Doomsday pickup, or enhance my own power. Boosting my strength is the priority. System. Exchange for magic potion capsules. Magic potion capsules successfully exchanged. After breakfast, pack the luggage immediately. Prepare for departure.
Changye.
I'm telling you, you could have been a normal person, but you chose to be a freak. Now look at you. Everyone knows you're a lunatic. Only someone like you could pull this off. Just keep those sunglasses on from now on, to avoid scaring people. Captain Chu, besides those words, is there something else you want to tell me? You really can't let it go. Can you? I did manage to get some anomalies from that small group earlier, but we'll divide them once we find Cece and Ding Dong. Captain Chu, could those two women be nearby? Shouldn't be far. I can sense them. Once we find them, we can get out of here. This place always feels so eerie. Captain Chu, Mr. Chen, here is the breakfast prepared for you.
Changye.
I have a feeling that those fog slaves are the least threatening anomalies in this city. Although they are rule-based anomalies, there are far more terrifying things in this city, like that giant serpent in the fog river. So that giant serpent hasn't left yet? Correct. Taisher's injuries haven't fully healed yet. Until we find Cece and Ding Dong, you are the main combat power of the convoy. Get ready. System. Add cabin adaptation. Fuel tank adaptation.
Plus headlight adaptation.
Modifying the Doomsday pickup will consume 3,500 slaughter points. Upgrade wait time. 7 hours. Does the host wish to upgrade? Convoy. Prepare for departure. Everyone hurry up and get in the cars. Oldly do a head count. Copy that, Supervisor Shui. Day 32 since the apocalypse began. To upgrade my gear, I personally sacrificed my right eye. At the same time, Chu Che not only sensed Cece and Ding Dong's location, but also sensed countless anomalies surrounding the restaurant. Convoy. Prepare for departure. Everyone, get in the cars now. Hurry. Quick. What? More anomalies? Run. Run for your lives. Captain Chu, what's happening? Since yesterday afternoon, I felt something was wrong. Throughout Great Fog City, that flickering supernatural aura is becoming denser and denser. From what I can sense, the entire city is now crawling with fog slaves. What? The whole city is full of fog slaves? There's no other way. Right now, around this restaurant, at least 5 hordes of fog slaves have gathered, and all 5 roads leading out are completely blocked. Staying here is a death sentence. Breaking out of the city is our only chance of survival. Then why are we still talking? Get in the cars now. Chen Yi will direct the route. You're responsible for clearing the path in the direction I give. Chuke, you. We have no choice. Right now, you're the only one in the convoy who can take them head on. Besides, Sun Cece and Ding Dong, we must bring them back. Captain Chu, the convoy keeps circling the same area. This is the 5th time already. Do you think we've hit some kind of wall?
Yezi.
Prepare for battle. Wait, these fog slaves, something's not right. Captain Chu, these fog slaves are acting strange.
Changye.
Don't attack yet. Everyone listen up. Without orders. Do not act rashly. No noise. And absolutely no attacking. Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid. We'll definitely make it out alive. Get out of my way. Captain Chu, how much further? Turn left at the next intersection. Then go straight. They're right there. Cece, what do we do now? The anomalies don't seem to want to attack us. They're here. What are you looking at, you stupid woman? Run now. Ding Dong. Let's go. Captain Chu, there seem to be survivors ahead. Wait, that's Uncle Leibao.
Changye.
This Uncle Abao. Everyone, stop. Captain Chu, don't be too sad. Everyone is counting on you. Uncle Abao. Xiao Wang. How could this happen? How did Uncle Abao become a fog slave? Didn't we all escape? And Xiao Wang, why him too? Everyone who dies in the thick fog eventually becomes a fog slave. Uncle Abao and Xiao Wang didn't make it out. Uncle Abao, what happened to you? Wow, Uncle Xiao Wang, be good, little Yuer. Uncle Abao left a piece of candy for you. From now on, see the outside world for Uncle Abao, okay? Could my little sister have become a fog slave too? No, she couldn't have. I didn't see you, which means you must still be alive. Uncle Abao, I've memorized all the rules you taught me. Well, definitely make it to the end. Alright. Uncle Abao, Xiao Wang, I'll make sure to do my job right. Everyone get in the car. Captain Chu, what about you? I'm fine, just let me stay with Uncle Abao a bit longer. Just 3 minutes. Day 33 of the apocalypse. Just as the convoy was about to leave Dao City, a familiar figure appeared, without warning, right before my eyes. It was Uncle Abao. By now, he was no longer among the living, but he came specifically to see us off one last time. Yet, just as everyone was preparing to leave, a thunderous dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the horizon. Chu Chi's expression shifted instantly. As he rushed toward the vehicle, he urgently ordered everyone to get in. Everyone get in. Leave this place immediately. Uncle Abao, Xiao Wang, goodbye. Captain, stop talking. Uncle Abao isn't coming back. Move. That sound from behind. Could it be that giant snake from the Wujiang River? Is it transforming into a dragon? Captain Chu, stop. I don't think that snake is coming for us. At a time like this, what could it possibly want? If one day, I can simulate the Wujiang snake with my smoke, I probably wouldn't have to fear these aberrations anymore. Such a creature usually only exists in myths.
Don't forget.
This is the apocalypse. Anything is possible. The mist slave didn't attack us today. It must be because of that thing. Perhaps that giant snake hides a crucial secret. But those things aren't for small fries like us to figure out. Let's just focus on surviving first. Time to move out. Wow, this place is gorgeous. I wish I could have visited here before the world ended. Well, stay here for today, alright? Stop the car. Stop. I have to say, Captain Chu picked a fantastic campsite today. Look, Miss Su is dancing. If I could marry Miss Su, I wouldn't mind becoming a ghost. Keep dreaming. She's the woman Mr. Chun has his eye on. Watch your tongue. I've gotta admit, she really is stunning. Well, is she beautiful? Not bad. Sulina is truly gorgeous. Humph. She's just okay. If I weren't a superhuman, do you think she'd dance for me? You're surprisingly self-aware. Why did you come over here anyway? Did you just come to take a few jabs at me? I came to apologize. We only woke up after you killed Wu Jianshan, so I shouldn't have treated you that way back in Rongqing. I'm not that petty. If I were in your shoes, I would have attacked me too. Humph. Chun-Yi, you really are ruthless, but Captain Chu once said, if one day, only one person among us survives, that person will definitely be you. Doomsday Pickup upgrade complete. Not bad. The cargo hold has fused perfectly with the Doomsday Pickup. The supply storage is much more discreet now. The fuel tank is significantly larger than before. Time to go ask Chu-Che for my share of the loot. Help! Help me! Get out of the way. Sister. Sister. Please don't leave me. I should have been faster. If I were just a bit faster, she wouldn't have died. This isn't your fault. Even if you were faster, you couldn't have saved her. Xuanan, clean this up. Yes, Mr. Chun. You lot, follow me. Captain Chu, are you sure this place is safe?
Don't worry.
Aside from its absurd size, I didn't sense any eerie aura from that fish. Xuanan, notify everyone. Well, recover here for 3 days. We must leave this place in 3 days. Yes, Captain. Everyone listen up. No one is to leave the range of the light curtain. We depart in 3 days. Supervisor Xue. About that giant fish, should I process it? The guys are absolutely starving. Go for it. Why aren't you eating? This fish is too big. Something feels off. I'll wait and see what happens to the others after they eat. Oh man, this is delicious. Hey, don't hog it. Leave some for me. You're way too cautious. By the way, Captain Chu, I've always been curious. Back in Rongqing, how did you see through Wu Jianshan's scheme? It's a long story. Day 34 of the apocalypse. After leaving Dao City, the convoy and I stopped at a lake. Eventually, Chu-Che gave the order to recover here for 3 days. He also mentioned how he saw through Wu Jianshan's trick back in Rongqing. During my time in Rongqing, I went out almost every night. My goal was to use the radio to eavesdrop on Wu Jianshan's true intentions. Unfortunately, Wu Jianshan was too cunning. He never talked to himself, nor did he ever discuss his plans in front of his subordinates. Fortunately, I managed to pick up some fragments of information from other death god cultists. Piecing those clues together made me realize that Wu Jianshan had other designs for us. Later, I contacted Uncle Abao. Using his prestige, he recruited quite a few survivors to help. Some acted as lookouts, some provided cover, and some were specifically tasked with fooling the death god cultists. As for why I didn't ask Taisher, at the time, he actually believed Wu Jianshan was his uncle. So that's how the supplies on the truck were acquired. Ding! That box truck had the most supplies. That's why I told him to try and drive that specific truck away when he left. I pulled off such a huge feat. Why are you all just standing there? Shouldn't you be praising me? Captain, you're amazing. You'll always be my captain. The captain is incredible. Captain Chu is a legend. Wait a second, Captain Chu. Didn't you say before that your former captain was your best friend? That without him, you would have died long ago. He was like a brother to you. Does this operation count as betraying your brother? You can't put it like that. You all used to say my level was too low. Now, look at who's actually the weakest link in this convoy. From now on, when you talk about me, remember to include Captain Chu too. Master Chen, I'm done arguing with you guys. Come and check out our supplies. Hurry up, move over this way. Be careful. Don't damage the boxes. Holy crap, so many supplies. Aren't these things expired? Look at the time we're in. Who cares if they're expired? Captain Chu, you didn't empty out Wu Jianshan's warehouse, did you? You guys haven't seen where he actually stockpiles things. This isn't even a tenth of what he had. What a waste. Captain, the work is done. We can start distributing the supplies. let's start the distribution. Naturally, Ding Dong and I did the most work this time. If I hadn't planned the evacuation route in advance, and if Ding Dong hadn't risked her life to get the cars out, these supplies would never have made it here. Next is Cece, Guard Lu, and Ding Dong. If it weren't for her, Ding Dong would probably have died halfway. As for Chun Yi and Taisher, they'll be last. There was only me in my car. I was the only one in my car. Only me in my car. This distribution seems fair enough. Of course, the survivors who acted with us at the second elementary school will also get a share. Great. Finally, some supplies. I have to say, Captain Chu is truly thoughtful. Based on this alone, Captain Chu deserves to be the leader. These cigarettes and alcohol might not fill your stomach, but they're hard currency in the apocalypse. You can trade them with other convoys for a lot of good stuff. Captain Chu, it seems you already knew what I lacked. I also sense that we'll encounter other convoys soon. When? Not sure. But this time, without my order, no one is allowed to attack. By the way, Captain Chu, did you forget we still have the oddities to distribute? Captain, you're not hiding something good to keep for yourself, are you? Chun Yi, forget it. Let's distribute them together. Xuanan, bring the items. Yes, Captain. Everyone, Chun Yi and I encountered a survivor squad in Fog City. We got some things from them. You all should be interested. Huh? Why are there no bullets? Captain Chu, you're not just giving us these, right? Of course not. These 4 are all oddities, created by a mechanical sequence transcendent named Xiaobo. These spoils were obtained by Chun Yi and me. Yeah, how about we take 2 each? No problem, but let me see them first.
Deadly Sniper, No 7152.
Mechanical sequence transcendent, the final work of Xiaobo before his death. Ability. Consumes transcendent power daily to generate 1 bullet with extreme lethality. Against aberrations, only 1 every 24 hours. Maximum storage of 3 bullets. Cost. Lifelong hemorrhoids. Holy lifelong hemorrhoids. Let's just look at the next one. Bursting Star. Number 5829. Ability. Nurture the gun body daily to generate 7 explosive bullets effective against aberrations. Triggers an explosion upon impact. Cost. When injecting transcendent power, chaotic whispers will be heard from inside the gun. Those with weak will suffer severe mental erosion. High output, high risk. This thing is literally fought with one's life. Captain Chu, let's try another one. Marrow-eating 6 eyes. Number 6225. Ability. The gun's blood vessels can attach to a human body, using flesh and blood as energy to create bullets. As long as there is flesh, the bullets will never end. Can store at least 300 flesh and blood bullets. Cost. The magazine must be filled in one go, otherwise the weapon will suck the holder dry, until they become a husk. Only Taisher can use this gun. Chun Yi, look at this one.
Silent Banished, No 6112.
Ability. Generates 1 bullet every 12 hours. Can only store 1. Once the target is locked, the trajectory corrects automatically. Completely silent firing. The darker the environment, the higher the rank, and the stronger the ability. Cost. Continuous hair loss until complete baldness. Taisher, this one is perfect for you. However, the convoy rules must be upheld. You'll need to provide some supplies as a token of appreciation. Day 34 after the apocalypse broke out. After we arrived at the temporary safe camp, Chu Che began distributing supplies to the convoy members, and even brought out 4 oddities. You'll need to provide some supplies as a token. Then I'll thank the captain. Sister Ding Dong, why don't you look at this sniper? Anyway, you only have 1 arm left. With a gun in hand, your combat power will increase significantly. Cost. Lifelong hemorrhoids. I don't want this one. If you're willing, bring out the other one, and I might trade with you. Sister Ding Dong, hemorrhoids are inevitable. Haven't you heard that 9 out of 10 women get them? They'll give you a discount. Give me 90% of the cigarettes you got, and a few bags of rice and flour. Ha ha ha. I've only heard that 9 out of 10 men get them. Stop trying to play me. Besides, didn't Captain Chu say that before long, we would encounter other convoys? This one would be more valuable for trading. Don't leave yet, one more thing. In a few days, we might encounter another survivor convoy. Their scale is not small, probably around 1,000 people. Captain Chu, roughly how many days? Are there many of them? Not sure, maybe tomorrow, or maybe in 10 days. But one thing is certain, their scale is massive. Is the information accurate? Accurate. So everyone should prepare in advance. If it weren't for the apocalypse, this place would be full of tourists, right? Wearing sunglasses late at night, trying to be that cool? Tell me, is there still hope for our survival in the future? I don't know, maybe we can just live a bit longer. Captain Chu said, even if we all have to go in the end, you will definitely be the last one among us to go. Why? Because you're cold enough, ruthless enough, and selfish enough to survive. You'd do anything. Nonsense. This topic is too heavy. Chenyi, if one day I'm gone, remember to find a beautiful place for me. Bury me in a place like this. Okay? At Cece's age, she should be sitting in a bright classroom. Let's go to the snack street after class. Instead of discussing where it looks best to bury me. What are you spacing out for? Just agree with me already. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease when I'm gone.
Fine.
If you actually leave, I promise you'll find a place 100 times more beautiful than this to bury you in. Pinky swear. No changing for 100 years. Aren't you being too childish? Hurry up, or I won't feel at ease. Alright, pinky swear. This is great. So beautiful here. Even a dummy like you knows it's beautiful. Just because my brain doesn't work well, doesn't mean I'm actually stupid. I can still tell if something looks good or not. I guess the price of the Titan sequence was just too high. I think it's fine. Being a bit slow means fewer things to worry about. I used to suffer from insomnia. Now I sleep like a baby. So the side effect of the Titan sequence isn't lower intelligence. There's great wisdom appearing as folly. I think so too.
Don't move.
I don't feel any anomalous aura. So many butterflies are flying out of the lake. Chenyi, take a photo of me. Quick. So beautiful. Am I dreaming? Strange. Did these two rub honey on themselves? Seems like even the butterflies don't like you. I refuse to believe my charm can't attract butterflies. This is... Captain Chu, do you think this is still our world? That's not important anymore. Since these butterflies are formed from the lake water, let's call this place Fairy Lake. Right, I have one more important thing. March 18th, 2031. We left Fog City, traveled about 100 kilometers, arrived at an unknown lake, temporarily named Fairy Lake. Fairy Lake is located southeast of Fog City. The scenery is stunning. Flowers and grass mirror each other along the shore, suitable for short-term camping. At night, the lake reflects the blood moon and the starry sky. Extremely deceptive. Caution. Large fish exist in the lake. They will attack proactively. The convoy has already lost survivors to this. Once night falls, butterfly fairies emerge from the lake water. They have humanoid torsos and giant butterfly wings, about 10 centimeters tall. Their wings glow. Their behavioral patterns are not yet fully clear. Preliminary assessment. Butterfly fairies tend to approach those with pure hearts and stable emotions. Toward those with dark thoughts or excessive murderous intent, they show clear aversion. Chun Yes' heart is malicious. The butterfly fairies despise him. He deserves it. Why do only a few butterflies come to me? Iron Lion, what do you think about catching some big fish and making smoked fish for reserves? Deal. Leave it to me. What are you staring at? Come help me. What a huge fish. This thing should last us for days. I can't believe we dragged up a fish this big. Let me. Is one arm really that powerful? Fist Master Sequence 2 Mountain Crusher. Miss Sun is indeed impressive. Of course she is. Miss Sun is the top expert in our convoy. Chinyi, your turn. Is your flying sword actually a natural artifact? Why is it so ridiculous? None of your business. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Day 34 since the apocalypse began. Just as I was taking photos of Shishi, countless butterflies suddenly drifted over the lake nearby. But that wasn't the most ridiculous part. Countless fish shadows were gathering in the water. But right then, the sequence Transcendents in the convoy immediately began hunting the giant fish in the lake.
Changye.
Your turn. What are you doing? You'll find out soon. It swam over by itself. This is way too eerie. Are you crazy? Is Mr. Chun someone you can just judge? What kind of ability is this? It's kind of creepy. I don't mind telling you. Let's call it an artifact symbiosis sequence. Everyone will find out eventually anyway. It's getting late. I'm going to rest.
Yeah.
Don't forget what you promised me tonight. You're so boring. System. How many slaughter points are needed to upgrade the blood moon breathing technique? Upgrading the blood moon breathing technique requires 100,000 slaughter points. As the sequence level increases, the system is becoming increasingly greedy. However, nothing unusual happened at Fairy Lake tonight. Maybe I can get a good night's sleep. Everyone, get ready. A large convoy should be close to us. Great. We've collected quite a bit of supplies along the way. Finally, we can trade for something decent. Unfortunately, these potatoes from Longevity Village are all rotten. Potatoes should be the easiest crop to grow, but after the apocalypse, something seems to have happened to the soil. Not just potatoes. Almost all vegetables are unable to grow normally. If we can't restore farming, humanity will eventually collapse. Sister Ding Dong, we're about to meet the large convoy Captain Chu mentioned. Maybe they have a solution. It's unlikely, unless we find a permanent, safe shelter. No matter how many supplies we have, they'll eventually run out. Sigh, don't overthink it. Today's lunch will still be mainly fish. The lake. Did you guys feel an earthquake? Could it be a giant anomaly? Captain, look over there. What is that? This is. Help. The anomaly is coming. I don't want to die. Could this be the divine elephant that Mo Huiran mentioned before? This is just too ridiculous. Captain Chu, when you said large convoy, you didn't mean the divine elephant, did you? The information I got didn't say it was the divine elephant. I sensed an anomalous aura from the divine elephant. No, this anomalous aura has vanished.
Don't panique yet.
Let's just wait and see. This is good. This is perfect. Can you be serious for once? Everyone, I am the village chief of Divine Elephant Village. Pathfinder Sequence. Blood Path Priest. Everyone calls me Chief Big Head. How are you greeting me? Where is the captain? Hello, Village Chief.
Chuke.
Pathfinder, Sequence 2, the Hidden One. Zhan Yudao, Celestial Master, Sequence 2, Exorcist Taoist. Dashen, Buddha, Sequence 2, Ascetic Monk. Sun Sisi, Sword Immortal, Sequence 2, Wind-Piercing Lens. I look forward to your guidance. Fist Master, Sequence 2, Mountain Crusher. Greetings, Village Chief, Taoist and Master. Taisher, Titan, Sequence 2, Two-Headed Giant.
Chanye,
Your turn.
Chanye,
Apostle of Smoke, Sequence 2, Mist Barrier Master. I didn't expect one of you to have a supernatural path, and an Apostle of Smoke no less. Is there something wrong with supernatural paths? It's not that it's bad, it's just that, as far as I know, supernatural paths have branches at many sequences. For example, when an Apostle of Smoke reaches Sequence 3, they must make a choice. What are the branching paths? One remains an Apostle of Smoke. The other is called the Lord of the Mist. As for the third one, sorry, that's all I know. Lord of the Mist sounds much more dominant than the Apostle of Smoke. Everyone, standing here all day isn't the answer. Why not take a tour of our divine elephant village? How about it? Day 35 after the apocalypse. Just when we thought what we were about to encounter was a convoy of survivors, we never imagined that what appeared before us would be a colossal divine elephant that blocked out the sky. What's even more absurd is that the person who descended from its back invited us to climb aboard and travel together. Oldly, is everyone here? All set. Alright, this is our divine elephant village. Please come this way. Holy crap, this village chief is incredible. He actually built a village on the back of the divine elephant. It's simply a miracle. The air here is so fresh. How wonderful it would be to live here forever. So much fish and meat. It seems the villagers' supplies aren't as abundant as imagined. Everyone, why don't we tour the village first? Well, leave it in your hands, village chief. Xiaozheng, help me arrange things. Yes, sir. Village chief. Look, outsiders. Wow. There are actually elderly people and children here. It really looks like a normal world. Everyone, this is our village temple. Every outsider who comes to Divine Elephant Village comes here to light an incense stick for Great Uncle 17. Great Uncle 17? That's right. Our village was originally established single-handedly by Great Uncle 17. Without them, there would be no Divine Elephant Village today. This Great Uncle 17 looks like a woman no matter how you look at her. Alright, thank you all for visiting. Now let me show you around elsewhere. I hope your time in Divine Elephant Village is a pleasant experience. Professor Liu, come over here for a second. Come here. I'm busy. Don't bother me if it's nothing. Ha ha ha. Professor Liu was a university professor before the apocalypse. Later, he awakened the botanist sequence. This entire vegetable plot is the result of his work. Professor Liu has cultivated many crops that can survive in a post-apocalyptic environment. We can offer some of them to trade with you. I'm sure you'll be interested. Our village can currently only barely manage this much. Every so often we organize people to go down and gather supplies, but supplies outside are becoming harder and harder to find. If it weren't for Professor Liu supporting us, we'd probably have starved to death long ago. By the way, why don't you take a rest here first? Tonight, Divine Elephant Village will host a simple welcome banquet for you all. Everyone, please join us. Go prepare some supplies for tonight's welcome banquet. Yes, sir, Captain. Do you know, the host of this banquet is called Su Manxing. Who is Su Manxing? Why does that name sound so familiar? You don't even know her? The streamer from Midnight Voice, the goddess of all otakus. Holy crap, it's actually her. Oh my god. I never thought in my lifetime I'd see her hosting for us. This is totally worth it. In your dreams, you think she's here for you? She's here for Chen Yi and Captain Chu. A woman like that is out of your league. Welcome to Divine Elephant Village, Captain Chu and company. We've prepared a modest feast tonight. Please accept our humble hospitality. Captain Chu, you've come from Great Mist City? Yes. Village Chief, have you also been to Great Mist City? We passed through. There's a giant snake in the Mist River. Good grief, if it weren't for the divine elephant, I'm afraid not a single one of us would have survived. Village Chief, you also encountered that giant snake in the Mist River? Indeed, our divine elephant village lacks everything. A while ago, Taoist John and Master Deshawn took 20 people to gather supplies in Great Mist City, but in just half a day, only 5 returned. Village Chief, do you know where these mist slaves come from? I suspect that deep within the thick mist, there is a portal to another dimension. Otherwise, there's no explanation for why the mist slaves are endless. Those who were dragged away might just be projections from another dimension. By the way, did you encounter the lamp ghost in Great Mist City? As for the lamp ghost, let Taoist John tell the story. The lamp specter is something we encountered in Great Fog City. It usually appears as a man or woman under a lamp. Its rules are incredibly eerie. It mimics the appearance or voice of someone you know. Once you respond, it will haunt you until one of you dies. Luckily, I had a 5 Thunder Talisman back then. Otherwise, I might never have made it out. Remember, if you encounter a lamp specter, do not respond under any circumstances, or not even a god can save you. Alright, everyone settle down. Professor Liu has recently developed some new crop varieties. Since our honored guests are all here, why not give us some feedback? We're not exactly agricultural experts. Asking us for opinions is a joke, isn't it? Chief, aren't these just ordinary potatoes and bamboo shoots? How are these ideal seeds? You all might think these are just crops that were everywhere before the apocalypse. Nothing special. But what I'm telling you is, these are the ideal seeds Professor Liu just finished developing. This one is named New Century Type 72 Potato Number 1. It takes only 72 hours to mature. And this one is New Century Type 36 Number 1, completed just 4 months ago. It only needs 36 hours to mature.
Changye,
I suggest you don't do anything reckless. This guy is the village chief. Is he actually out of his mind? And as for Chun Yi, our genius, please don't make a move right now. These new varieties are drought-resistant, cold-resistant, disease-resistant, and pest-resistant, even in harsh environments. As long as it's not too extreme, survival is guaranteed. If the convoy gets their hands on this, we'll never run out of supplies again. Wait, Chief, if they mature and are edible in 72 hours, then why is the village still short on supplies? Sigh. To be honest, I don't mind you knowing. This is also their drawback. Not every potato or bamboo shoot can become a qualified ideal seed. Even for us, these qualified varieties are rare. Then what about that field we saw earlier? On the 36th day after the apocalypse, the survivors and I arrived at God Elephant Village. But to our utter surprise, in this apocalypse overrun by anomalies, God Elephant Village was like a forgotten paradise. And when night fell, the chief personally invited us to a banquet. Then what about that field we saw? What's the deal with that? Yeah. So many rice paddies. Haha, what you saw is just the tip of the iceberg. Most of the basis crops rely on Professor Liu's transcendent power to accelerate growth. Without his personal supervision, we could never maintain this scale, so those aren't the same as these ideal seeds. Thank God Chun Yi didn't act. Otherwise, we'd be in huge trouble. That's all for tonight's banquet. After breakfast tomorrow morning, we will begin the trade. Xiaozheng, take Captain Chu and the others to rest first. Yes, sir. Chief. Captain Chu. All right. Keep a close eye on those ideal seeds tonight. I have a feeling that guy, Chun Yi, is no pushover. Everyone, rest here for the night. Let me know if you need anything. They'll be heading back then. About today, what do you think? That old geezer today intentionally showed us those 2 seeds. He's playing a game.
Chanye.
I'm warning you, don't be reckless like last time. I'm not an idiot. This is God Elephant Village. If I dared to act, I'm afraid none of us would leave alive. What do you think, Captain? I'm fine with that. My supplies are yours to manage tomorrow. The chief is doing this to let us know he has something valuable, to keep us on our toes. Setting the trade for tomorrow gives us time to discuss our bargaining chips. Captain Chu, aren't you always writing in that notebook? That thing is high value. Could probably fetch a high price. Don't even think about it. If I'm not mistaken, that old man probably has one too. They ripped us off today, so tomorrow we rip someone else off twice as much. We'll definitely make up the loss. That's our Chen Yi for you. Only you could come up with a plan like that. But don't be too pessimistic. As long as we get the seeds and learn how to plant them, we can trade them to other convoys later. By the way, Captain Chu, do you want to eavesdrop on the chief tonight? If he mentions something, it might come in handy for tomorrow's trade. What are you looking at? I'm not doing this for myself. It's for the sake of the convoy. I bet you actually want to go tonight.
Chanye.
I'm not like you. Hypocrite. To be safe, he'll go eavesdrop. Chief, that young man with glasses seemed a bit off. I know, his malevolent aura is very strong. He doesn't seem like a good person. Master, can't you say a few words? Judge by actions, not by the heart. For if we judge by the heart, no one is perfect. That benefactor eventually dispelled his aura on his own. I believe he harbors no ill will toward us. You monk are just too soft-hearted. Chief, do you really intend to give Professor Liu's new varieties to them tomorrow? What other choice do we have? These 2 varieties are great, but they're still too few for God Elephant Village. To take it a step further is nearly impossible. Rather than worrying over our treasures, it's better to trade them for things we actually need now. Once we trade for Captain Chu's notebook tomorrow and find out where they get their fish and meat, we'll find a way to get some too. Whatever the chief says goes. They'll follow the plan. But that young man full of evil energy, you still need to keep a close eye on him. Understood, Chief? Even if they have 4 Transcendents, we're not to be trifled with. If pushed too far, well, just let Uncle 17 handle it. Do they think they can turn the world upside down? Absolute nonsense. Do you think the 17th Great Master can just act on a whim? Have you lost your mind? Never mention the 17th Great Master again. The 17th Great Master. Could it be referring to those in the Heavenly Temple? Those 17 busts? No way. Those things can actually fight. As for you, kid, you were staring intently at them today. That middle-aged woman in the convoy. Got some ideas again, didn't you? You know the price of my Celestial Master sequence. I'm staying out of this, but don't take it too far. At least it should be consensual. Otherwise, I can't help you.
Don't worry, don't worry.
What could possibly happen to me? As expected, this might actually be some leverage. I can use it tomorrow. By the way, village chief, that outsider our village rescued earlier, what did you see in his deathbed memories? Deathbed memories? Is this the ability of Pathfinder Sequence 3? There's no need to hide this from you. I did indeed see some things in that person's memories. They'll tell you today. So you can be mentally prepared. That outsider was a survivor from a certain convoy. When they reached this area, they were attacked by a flying anomaly. The entire convoy was wiped out. A flying anomaly? Village chief, what exactly did you see? Pathfinder Sequence 3 has an ability called danger perception. It's hit or miss, but under special circumstances, it can sense disasters related to oneself. Unfortunately, his memories were already chaotic. While I was reading his memories, I triggered danger perception, but I felt it very clearly. In a week, we will encounter the same crisis as that convoy did. No wonder this old man insisted on inviting us to the village. He plans to use us to deal with the anomaly. Why not just ask the 17th Great Master to act? If the 17th Great Master acts, he can naturally turn misfortune into luck. But deploying him too often is not a good thing. I had them come to the village, hoping to use their strength to solve this crisis. The less we rely on the 17th Great Master, the better. I didn't expect a bit of eavesdropping tonight to uncover so many core secrets of Xinxiang Village. Let's try practicing the blood moon breathing technique on the divine statue. See if there are any changes. Why can't my smoke simulation have the same combat power as my original body? Why can't it be indistinguishable from the real thing? This is the effect of the magic potion capsule. No. If 99% reality is added to 1% fiction, the fake can become real. Ability unlocked, smoke simulation, advanced branch, spirit infusion, and advanced direction of smoke simulation. Obtain pheromones or characteristic items of the target. This significantly increases similarity and combat power. In the final stage, it becomes indistinguishable from reality. Who's there? When did you get here? I've been here for half an hour. I saw Mr. Chun practicing just now, so I didn't disturb you. Were you waiting specifically for me? You could say that, Mr. Chun. How about we make a deal? What do you want? When Mr. Chun leaves Xinxiang Village, could you take me with you? In exchange, I can tell you a secret about Xinxiang Village. The true secret that has kept this village existing until now. Choi Soon. Another girl wanted me to take her away before. Unfortunately, her wish was never granted. The secrets of Xinxiang Village don't interest us. Miss Su, there's no need to say more. We'll be leaving soon.
Changye.
Master, it's getting late. Time to go back and rest. Mr. Chin. Then he'll be going. Master, it seems the waters of this village run deeper than I thought. Forget it. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Chu Che was right. There aren't many humans left. If we can still stick together, maybe we really can survive this. The village chief will be here soon to trade supplies. Anything else you want to say? I just hope we don't get scammed. Captain, if the price is too high, then forget it.
Don't worry.
We won't be cheated today. Captain Chu, you didn't actually eavesdrop last night, did you?
Changye.
You're talking nonsense. Captain Chu, the village chief invites the honored guests over. Understood. Everyone, as long as the trade is completed today, you can take these 2 ideal seed varieties with you immediately. You can even verify their authenticity on the spot. Rest assured, Xinxiang Village never cheats. Besides, humans are becoming fewer and fewer. We should support each other even more. Help one another. Village Chief, our convoy also hopes for a long-term partnership with Xinxiang Village. Whatever we have, just say the word, Chief.
Chuke. Guarante.
That I won't disappoint you. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. The value of these 2 seed varieties, you know very well. For that kind of fish meat from yesterday, we want 90% of your current stock. Additionally, 30 bags each of rice and flour. He wants 90% of the convoy's supplies in one breath. This isn't a trade. It's practically highway robbery. Oh right. Also, add 3 oddities and 2 oddity materials. Village Chief, this is way too greedy. You just said there aren't many humans left, and that we should unite and help each other. Is this how you help people? To be honest, you've really disappointed me. Exactly. Chief, we haven't even started trading, and you're already ripping us off. This is just too much. Yeah. Village Chief, if we give you everything, our convoy will be left to starve. Captain Chu, you've seen how miraculous these 2 seed varieties are. If this were before the apocalypse, stop right there. Village Chief, you know that was before the apocalypse. Besides, your seed yield rate is pitifully low. Even if we trade for them, they wouldn't be enough to feed the whole convoy. It might be a bit low, but your convoy doesn't have many people. Chief, don't think I don't know. You're only offering them because the yield is too low, and you want to swap them for supplies. Even Professor Liu probably can't guarantee a stable output. Furthermore, even if we did trade, how much would you actually give us? We'd still have to go out and scavenge, still risking our lives on the edge of a blade. This seemingly honest guy, how does he know the yield rate is so low? Trying to play games with me? First piece of leverage activated. Captain Chu, Taoist John. What? How about a cup of tea? Sure, sounds great. Second piece of leverage. Confirmed. Hey, Taoist John, where are you going? Don't leave yet. Regardless of Captain Chu, the seeds bred by Professor Liu, once you get your hands on them, will definitely solve a huge part of the food crisis. At least give me 80% of the conditions proposed earlier.
80% ISNT impossible.
But if we really give you 80%, after a week, don't expect any help from us. At that point, you'll have to ask Lord 17 of the temple to step in. How do you know about that, Chief?
Don't forget.
I'm a guide too. I have my own ways. You,
Chuke.
didn't you just say that as long as I spoke up, you wouldn't disappoint me? You're disappointing me greatly right now. Didn't the chief also say we should help each other? But the moment he spoke, he tried to bleed us dry. You're so ruthless. It's quite disappointing. Day 38 after the apocalypse. At the trading fair of God Elephant Village, Chief Datu made an outrageous demand, demanding 90% of the supplies. Little did he know, Captain Chu had already secretly found leverage. The chief's face instantly turned pale.
You, Chuke.
Didn't you just say that as long as I spoke up, you wouldn't disappoint me? You're disappointing me greatly now. Didn't the chief also say we should help each other? Yet he tried to bleed us dry the moment he spoke. Your ruthlessness is also quite disappointing. Then what do you suggest? How about this, chief? Of the supplies you mentioned, we'll give you 10% at most. Don't even think about the rare items. After all, we aren't exactly wealthy. As for the seeds, we want 300 caddies in exchange. After a week, we'll help you fend off the coming danger. This seemingly honest captain turns out to be just as cold-hearted. Chuche, are you insane? We can't even scrape together 100 caddies, let alone 300.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Since there's nothing left to discuss, we'll just have to leave. So you want to make outrageous demands? Hey, I can do that too. Is this the real Captain Chu? Captain Chu, wait. This is the captain's true face. Captain Chu, please don't leave yet. At this point, I won't hide it from you. God Elephant Village is far less wealthy than you imagine. On the contrary, we've already suffered several eerie attacks. Now, very few humans are left. This time, I beg you on behalf of all the survivors of the village.
Changye,
What do you think? Captain, you should decide this yourself. Chief, you're making it hard for me to be the good guy. How about this? Final offer. Well, provide half the supplies. That's the bottom line. As for the rare items, that's absolutely out of the question. Fine, let's trade on Captain Chu's terms. Xuanan, go bring out half of the convoy supplies. Yes, Captain Chu. From now on, the ideal seeds are in your hands.
Don't worry, Captain Chu.
Cleansing talismans in the apocalypse? Do these things actually work? Cleansing talisman, it literally works like taking a bath, but it's much cleaner than a bath. It works as long as you infuse it with supernatural power. Then how do I trade for this cleansing talisman and peachwood sword? Not expensive. A pound of rice or flour will do. A pound of rice? Why don't you just rob me? 1 pack of instant noodles at most, plus some dry food crumbs. Take it or leave it. Hey, Miss Sun, don't go. Ill trade, okay. Wouldn't it have been easier if you'd just done that? Hey big guy, what are you looking at? Vajra, demon subduing fist. Holy crap. For real? Is this an actual martial art? If the benefactor doesn't believe me, this humble monk can demonstrate it right here. Damn, that's way too cool. Master Dashin is incredible. Monk, is this internal or external power? Whether it's internal, external, or supernatural power, The essence is the application of energy. You awakened one's possess sequence abilities, while I have simply broken down the demon-subduing divine ability of the Buddha sequence into a method that anyone can practice. As long as you practice this Vajra demon-subduing fist as written, you too can achieve the power to subdue demons. Doesn't that mean anyone can learn it? Abilities from other sequences. Theoretically, yes, but in practice, the difficulty is extreme. Compatible sequences would be much easier. For example, this Benefactor Wu. The Titan sequence focuses on the physical body, which aligns with my Buddha sequence. Therefore, he can practice this fist technique. Monk, I don't understand a word you're saying, but I like this fist technique. Tell me, how do I trade for it? 100 caddies of rice, some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, at least 10 sets of winter clothes, and 10 sets of autumn clothes. 100 caddies of rice? Why don't you just rob me? But since Benefactor Wu and I are destined to meet, he'll sell this manual at half price. He'll take it. He'll take it. What a total simpleton. But this monk, just to get more supplies for the village, actually put his own training method up for sale. Truly unbelievable. What's this? System. Can I practice this chi-swallowing technique? Negative. The chi-swallowing technique is exclusive to the Buddha sequence. It is incompatible with the host smoke apostle sequence. The sequence barrier cannot be breached. Then can it be adapted based on the chi-swallowing technique to make it compatible with the smoke apostle sequence? So, how many slaughter points are required? Adapting the chi-swallowing technique is feasible. Required slaughter points, 20,000. As expected, having the system derived from scratch. A cultivation method for sequence 2 costs 100,000 points, but adapting an existing one only costs 20,000. This is a steal. As long as I have the cultivation method, the sequence 3 Lord of Mists is within reach. Big Monk, how do I trade for this? 150 pounds of rice or equivalent supplies, preferably within the expiration date. Big Monk, I can't afford that many supplies, but I have a strange object. If you're willing, we can trade. What type of strange object? What's the ID number? Is it high-ranking? Firearm type. ID 7125. Why don't you take a look? If it's suitable, I might trade. Xuanan, bring the item. Also, I'll throw in 10 pounds of flour for you too, and some snacks. How about that?
Don't rush, don't rush.
Everyone gets some, everyone gets some. It seems Xinxiang village is indeed much better than the convoy. At least these children can survive. What, do you want to stay? Forget it, I'm better suited for a nomadic life. Life in Xinxiang village is too peaceful. This bronze mirror has some effect on the anomalies. Sister Ding Dong, what is this? I traded for it from that Taoist. Just a small magical tool, useful in emergencies. These are treasures. If we can grow them stably, we might not have to go out scavenging for supplies every day. Sister Ding Dong, I really envy you for becoming a transcendent. I want to be your apprentice. Please teach me how to become a transcendent. You want to become a transcendent? Is it to get revenge on Chenyi? If that's the case, I won't teach you. Sister Ding Dong, I don't.
I wouldn't dare.
Actually, Chun-Yi has no real grudge against you. I know roughly what happened. In that situation, if it were me, I wouldn't have saved your sister either. Even for a sequence transcendent, they would die in the face of such a natural disaster. He had no obligation to save anyone. I didn't think that. I just want to become a transcendent. Once I become one, I'll be able to find my sister. Maybe my sister isn't dead yet. I can take you as my apprentice. I can teach you boxing techniques, but I can't guarantee you'll awaken a sequence and become a transcendent. Do you understand? I understand, Master. You've only just started. Don't push yourself so hard. I'm not tired, Master. I know it's already late to start. If I don't give it my all, it'll never awaken. What a lunatic. You shameless brat. staring at someone else's daughter. When I was young, I was every bit as pretty as them. The anomalies are about to attack, and you're still not getting your ass back in the room. Oh, come on. It's still broad daylight. What's there to fear? These are house-protecting talismans made by Taoist John. We explained how to use them during training. Keep them safe. This is your family's lifeline. Understand? Yes, we do. Thank you, Assistant Zhang. Could we have a couple more? After all, there are elders and children at home. In your dreams, remember to keep your doors and windows closed these few days. Don't go out at night, and keep a close eye on the children. Aren't you tired of warning every single household? Some people, even if you tell them twice, they don't take it seriously at all. I have to keep emphasizing it. I'm doing this just so fewer people die. By the way, do you know this girl? Named Xue Qing, about 20 years old. I don't know her.
Don't worry.
We'll find her eventually. Yeah, thank you. Little sister, one day I will definitely find you. Village Chief, I think that guy named Chu is a complete psychopath. Why? What did you see? Chief, you have no idea. That guy is as disgusting as it gets. I was just passing by and saw him crouching in a corner, telling a lighter, I love you, I love you, I love you. You're the only one I'll love in this life. I love you. Every single second I think of you is torture. It was as cheesy as it could possibly be. He even said every single second was torture. That expression. If you had seen it, you would have thrown up on the spot. Who knew a guy who looked so decent could be this kind of person? Wait, I was already being very careful. How did he still see me? You little Taoist John. It seems I need to teach you a lesson. You clearly don't know your own place.
Changye, Miki.
I heard Taoist John fell ill last night. Let's go visit him. Not sick before, not sick later, but sick right now. There's definitely something fishy going on. Captain Chu must have overheard some scandalous secret last night. Anyone there? A grown man knocking so hesitantly. Let me do it. Taoist John, we've come to see you. This reckless woman. I don't know whether to praise her courage or call her reckless. Why are you all here? Everyone knows about you and Zhang Yanping. No need to hide it. This Taoist really dared to use the hemorrhoid sniper. No wanderesik. Ha ha ha. Taoist. We heard you were ill, so we came specifically to visit you. How did this guy know I was sick? Do you really plan to follow the Taoist? Captain. Old John has been good to me, and I quite like Xinxiang village. I don't want to leave. I hope Captain Chu will let me stay. Since you've made up your mind, I naturally have no objection, but there will be plenty of danger ahead. It's best if the Taoist stays in peak condition. Now this is getting interesting. It seems he's not faking the illness. He's determined to use that lethal sniper. That gun isn't ranked high, yet he still wants to use it. Suspicious. You two are always guessing this and that. So much nonsense. I'm leaving now. It's great to be young. Hey! Why are you mimicking me? The trouble in Xinxiang village this time will likely be huge. Is it time to use those hidden tricks of yours? There are over 1,000 people here. They are our own kind, Yizi. I know you're cold-blooded, shameless, and brazen, but humanity is almost extinct. Won't you fight for it? When the world, is there any point in being the only one left alive? This is a team of a full 1,000 people. Captain Chu. I'm starting to think that teaming up with you might be the biggest mistake I've ever made. I just want to survive, but you always want to treat me as a savior. Captain Chu, don't you think you're crossing the line? Yizi, someone has to be the savior. If not you, then me. Better you than me. It's better if you do it than I do. Bullshit. You said it yourself. Xinxiang village is in big trouble this time. Isn't it time you revealed your own tricks? My tricks? What tricks do I have? Stop talking nonsense. Captain Chu, that's not fair. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Captain Chu, you. Day 40 of the apocalypse. Xinxiang village has entered a state of full combat readiness. Though the great battle hasn't arrived, under Captain Chu's orders, I decided to stay and face the anomalies together. Yizi, someone has to be the savior. If not you, then me. Better you than me. It's better if you do it than I do. Bullshit, you said it yourself. Xinxiang Village is in big trouble this time. Isn't it time you revealed your own tricks? What tricks do I have? Stop talking nonsense. Captain Chu, that's not fair. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Haha, Captain Chu, you're truly thick-skinned. Whatever, I'm the one stuck with a captain like you. But before that, I need the shell of a human-faced crab. Chun Yi, the convoy's rules cannot be broken. In exchange, you must give up 60% of your supplies. Hey, stupid woman, are you home?
I'm here.
They'll be right out. Remember back in Yenzhou, that piece of human-faced scorpion skin you got? I need it urgently now. I can give it to you, but you have to do something for me in the future. I haven't thought of what yet. We'll talk about it later. If I can keep the origin remnants of the Reaper and the Snow Woman, perhaps my strength will advance further. Pouring spirit into the void abyss to purify the breath. Granting the physical form the eroding moon shadow. Lives condensed dew peers into the divine remains. Mist devouring light, heed my command. Couldn't have actually developed a self-awareness, right? Zhou Xiaoxiao has a mirror. Xiao Yuer has a peachwood sword. They all have protective items. Only I don't. Maybe Mr. Wu didn't notice me at all. Old Li. This is a house-guarding talisman. It's a good item. Tomorrow will be dangerous. Have people paste these talismans all over the house now. No matter what happens, do not open the door. Not even for you. Among the anomalies, many can mimic human voices. Once the danger is gone, it'll come find you. I wonder how many will be left after tomorrow. I'll write the characters scribbly. That way, I won't have to worry about them falling into the wrong hands. Lovely Chu Che, are these even words? Are you doing this on purpose? Chen Yi, why are you here? I searched the entire Xinxiang Village area today, and yet I found nothing. Captain Chu, do you really have no sensation at all? None. Other than the spiritual pressure of the statue itself. There is no abnormal anomalous aura. Then what use are you, Captain? Hey, tell me, could it be that we've encountered an anomaly that even you can't sense? I don't deny such things exist. A Pathfinder's sensitivity to anomalous auras is not something other sequences can understand. Then is there a possibility that the anomalies are also evolving? They've already entered the village. We just haven't noticed yet. It's not impossible. However, Easy, this is bad.
Yves Sancet dans Anomaly aura.
They are inside the village, and there are many of them. When did they get in? Come on, let's go check. Strange, why did the aura disappear again?
I'm sorry.
I didn't want this. I had no choice. I didn't want. Wait. Captain Chu, what's going on? I don't know. I didn't feel any anomalous aura from him. Could it be? This man really just gave up on life. It's my fault for arriving a step too late. I didn't expect it to be him. You know him? I know him. His name is Wu Dawei. He was a construction worker before the apocalypse, in charge of repairs in Xinxiang Village. And he was a very honest man. He did whatever he was told. Who would have thought he'd do something like this? Everyone. This might be more serious than we imagined. He's not the only one gone. What do you mean? His family and neighbors are all gone. The scene is covered in wounds. It's as if they were carved away one by one. And it was done with that knife in his hand. Every single one of them is gone. You're kidding, right? An honest, decent man, slaughters his entire family and neighbors, then takes his own life. Day 41 of the apocalypse. In Xinxiang village, as sensed by Chuche, the attack of the anomalies has finally arrived. You're kidding, right? An honest, decent man then commits suicide. Captain Chu, let's go tell the village chief quickly. May the great lords protect us, protect Xinxiang village and help us survive this crisis. Chief Wu Dawei is gone. Captain Chu and Mr. Chun have arrived. What? It's already starting? May the 18 great lords protect us. May Xinxiang village survive this calamity. Quickly invite them in. Please come in. This is Su Manxing. Why is she here? And she's become one of the great lords of the temple? That old woman called her that before. Chief Wu Dawei is gone. The other villagers in room 132 are all gone too. Village chief, did you feel anything just now? Perhaps they have already arrived. Xinxiang village is very dangerous right now. Can't you see the memories of the deceased? Wu Dawei is right outside the door. Why don't you take a look? I saw it. Wu Dawei killed his friends and family, and then, right in front of Captain Chu and Mr. Chun, he committed suicide. The killer was Wu Dawei. That's all I saw. But this might not be the whole truth. I can only see the most vivid memories before death. There are many details that even Wu Dawei might not have realized. I certainly can't see them. I can only feel his panic, despair, and regret. Clearly, something beyond his understanding happened. I'm certain the anomaly is here in Xinxiang village, and someone else might die very soon. Village chief, the people in number 12 are gone. Sheriff, everything is gone. All of them are gone. 7 people in total, all dead. All gone except for Zheng Chang himself. The others were all murdered. Let's check Zheng Chang's body first. I can clearly feel the terror he felt before death, but other than that, nothing more. Village chief, are you okay?
I'm fine.
It's just that every time I use my power, it drains my energy. I'm counting on you all for this. We will never go back on our word. Sheriff,
Chanye, Miki.
go check on Taisher and Ding Dong. Yes, Captain. Captain Chu, this isn't simple. We need to prepare an exit strategy. There are 1,000 people here. If we leave, Xinxiang village will be a dead end. Why not gather everyone together? Protect them as one group. Sun Sisi, are you stupid? Haven't you noticed the pattern? Those who died were all from the same building, and they were all closely related. Could it be a rule-based anomaly? If we force everyone to gather, we might trigger the rule directly. Normal people don't suddenly slaughter their own kin, unless there's an irresistible force involved. An irresistible force, someone who would kill their own family. Chen Yi is no good. Captain Chu isn't any better. I don't trust anyone. Captain Chu, Mr. Chen. Miss Sun, wait. There's still one left. Don't do anything reckless. Put the knife down now. We've barely survived this long. Qianfeng, don't do something you'll regret. You can't see it. The opera performer. Was there any similar information in the other victims' memories? No. Village chief, why don't you check her memories? I can't see the memories of the living. Then that's simple. Don't do anything crazy. She's faking it. She probably knows something. It's just that the village chief is here. Maybe we should ask her tonight. That woman just killed herself at the temple. Damn it. We finally made some progress, and now the lead is gone. Out of everyone, why me? Why did you have to choose me? Day 42 since the apocalypse began. But while I was patrolling the edge of the village alone, the mutation struck without warning. Before I could even process what was happening, the anomaly had already found me. You, who are you? Shut up. Brother, that man in sunglasses from your convoy. Why does he feel more terrifying than the anomalies? Keep it down. Him? He's the black-hearted chun of our convoy. In the apocalypse, encountering an anomaly might leave you a sliver of hope. But if you encounter him alone, you're absolutely dead. You're black-hearted chin?
I'm dead. I'm dead.
What did you just call me?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I really didn't mean it. Shut your mouth. You only have 1 minute to live. Spatial domain. You have less than a minute to make a choice. You die or he dies. It's useless. Transcendent, we aren't in the same dimension. You can't kill me. Besides, I smell a heavy scent of blood on you. A choice like this should be easy for you. Artifact symbiote. I didn't expect humans to have reached this level. You talk too much. D. Abyss control. Not a bad trick. If we were in the same plane, your blood I would indeed be a nuisance. But now, whatever you do is futile. 35 seconds remaining. Kill him and you can live. I don't want to die. Mr. Chun, you wouldn't kill me, right? Shut up. Void Abyss. Spirit Infusion. Purge the miasma. Bestow form. Eroding Moon Shadow. Humans are getting more interesting. To think you can actually pull dead souls back to the living world. You were never a good person to begin with. Why pretend to be merciful? Kill him. He's just one person. If you can't make a choice, who dies in the end will be out of your hands. Life due. Glimpse the divine remains. Mist devouring light. Obey my command. You can even summon a pest like the 8-limbed human face. You think you can control it? Partnering with it will only drag you into endless darkness, and you'll never get out. I know you're conscious. Cut the crap. Help me, or you'll never return. Wait. Stop wasting time. Swear that you'll give me 1 hour of activity a day. Then I'll help you. I swear. As long as you help me solve this immediate trouble, they'll give you 1 hour every day. Young man, I'll trust you once. But if you lie to me, the price will be more than you can bear. Placing your hope in humans. How laughable. Humans have something called integrity. Besides, his oath was vicious. He's just a fragmented soul. Transcendent, your time is running out. Act now or the promise is void. It's just a domain. You think I'm powerless? D. Come out. Come out. Get out here. Time's up. Did you underestimate me too much? Young man, remember your promise. Otherwise, I will come for you. The things I promised. What things? What's going on? Why don't I remember? This transcendent is actually quite interesting. In that case.
Changye.
Are you still there? Are you still alive? Everyone, be careful. This entity is not right. Thank God. Luckily, Captain Chu left a mark on you. That's how we got here so quickly. Leave this thing to me. Everyone, watch out. You're really okay. Thank God. Just leave this thing to me. Crimson Flame. Strike. Wait, the abomination is actually absorbing resentment. Triggered the first state, whale. Is it Cece's fire dragon sword? Everyone, be careful. I can use fire too. Fall back. Abyss control. Now's the chance. Crimson flame. Strike. Sword. Return. Just this?
Impossible.
A rule-based entity can't be defeated this easily. Oh no, this thing is still alive.
Sorry I'm late.
A deadly sniper ranked over 7,000 was actually strengthened to this level by him. Damn it. Take him out now. Go. This feels great. The abomination is still growing stronger. At this rate of consumption, it'll likely enter its second state soon. Wait.
Danger.
Get out of here now. Taoist, what do we do next? Do you have a backup plan? The village chief did prepare a trump card, but if it comes to that, the entire idol village will be in danger. Captain Chu, what is that? Oh no. The entity's aura is surging wildly. We're in grave danger. Everyone, these are wraiths. Give it everything you've got. Lightning summoning talisman. Day 45 of the apocalypse. The moment I shattered the entity's mask, I thought the battle was won, but I didn't expect that inside the mask wasn't its true face, but countless imprisoned wraiths. Watch out. Transcendent. This is just the beginning. This guy can actually throw such a violent punch. Holy crap, wait. Izzy, leave this guy to me. What? His physical strength is even greater than Iron Lion's. Dashin, go help out in the village. Professor Liu, what about you? am not like Datu. I have some means of fighting back. I can't actually be of much help here. Go on. There are more people in the village. The situation there is likely more complex. With this lady here, they'll be fine. Professor Liu, I'm counting on you. Please ensure her safety at all costs.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Professor Liu will be fine. Could this also be an oddity? Divine power. Heavenly Mother's Thunder God descent. Crimson flame. Strike. Chinyi, what do we do now? It won't be long before the abomination enters its second state. Not enough, not enough. I want to have some real fun. Is this a transcendent wraith? What on earth did he go through before he died? To be able to predict my movements, but close combat isn't my forte. D. The feast has only just begun. Go and crush everything here. Leave none alive. Day 46 of the apocalypse. As the battle escalated, the resentment on the battlefield grew thicker. At the same time, the blood wraith cleaver in my hand was about to trigger its second form. But just then, something even more terrifying happened. That entity wearing the gilded mask actually summoned from within the mask a transcendent level wraith. The feast has only just begun. Go. Crush everything here. Leave none alive. Leave none. Everyone, move. Get to the temple now. Be careful.
I'm sorry, Sister Lina.
This is the hunter sequence. Xiaozhang, hold on. Am I finally going to die? Maybe it's for the best. I've had enough of living like this. Stop talking nonsense. You're not going to die. Your village chief must have a way. I have medicine too. It's over. How dare you? Big Monk, I'll leave these entities to you. Benefactor Chin. Enough, that's enough. There are too many of them. Damn it. A Sequence 3 Transcendent Wraith and a melee type. We really can't win this time. Maybe we should just run. We can't be responsible for these people's lives anymore. Escape? Where do you think you can escape to? Today, everyone will become my nourishment. Open the door. Look at the time. You village chief are absolutely absurd. Still keeping the door locked. If you don't bring out your last resort now, we're leaving you to it. Everyone hold them off for 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Are you insane? The world is ending, and you still want to be a hero? Risking your life for these strangers. What do you stand to gain? If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Humans are becoming fewer and fewer. If you flee, over 1,000 people here will die. In the end, you'll be the only one left in the world. All of you, shut up. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Dragon Soul Sword. Thunder Talisman Lightning Summon. How is this possible? This is only Sequence 2. Yet it's already affecting the laws of nature. Abomination's second form. Wailing descends upon the mortal realm for the first time. I guess that counts as a second skill. Day 47 of the apocalypse. Facing the endless tide of abominations. Everyone was pushed to their absolute limit, and I was finally pushed to the final step. Forced to unleash the abomination's second form. Since when did Chun Yi know this move? That's a Sequence 3. Even if it's a Sequence 3 formed by a remnant soul, it's still a Sequence 3. What a terrifying strike. It's useless, you can't kill them all. Ha ha ha. I know human wave tactics too. What the hell am I looking at? I can't hold on much longer. Has it finally come to this? The god elephant has awakened. Well, not exactly awakened, but this situation is likely going to be trouble. No wonder the temple is so strange. No wonder Xinxiang village could be built on the back of this mysterious god elephant. So they were actually able to control this powerful and mysterious god elephant. How could the 18th uncles be monsters? Monsters, they are monsters.
That's Sumanseng.
How did she become like this? And Grandpa Chow, Aunt Zhang, didn't the village chief say they went missing on a mission? How could they appear here? I see. Rather than being worshipped by the villagers, the 18th uncles are in symbiosis with the god elephant. Eerie symbiosis sequence transcendence. Over time, These people eventually twist in the darkness, until they are neither human nor ghost. Old man, hurry up, we can't hold them off. Chinyongu, it seems the village is in great trouble. Good. This is great. Ha ha ha. Whether you hate me or want to devour me, I only have 1 minute. If you are still unwilling to help after 1 minute, the village will cease to exist, or I will use the power of the contract. What does the village vanishing have to do with me? Chinyongu, look at what I've become. Do you still think I'm human?
Sumanseng.
You signed the contract yourself. I didn't force you, and you are already a sequence transcendent now. What else are you dissatisfied with? If not for Xinxiang village, you would have been like the others long ago, rotting away in some unknown corner. Chinyongu, how well said. I was deceived by you back then too. Now we are nothing. Neither human nor ghost. What's the difference between this and being dead? Oh, Mr. Village Chief. Have you ever experienced the endless cycle of days and nights here, enduring those strange whispers in your ears every single day? Chinyongu, I promised you back then that I would do anything for the village, but now I was wrong. I regret it. Chinyongu, let me eat you. I've thought about it for so long. Everyone, please hold on a little longer. It'll be over soon. Everyone, this time, perhaps as the village chief of Xinxiang village, this is the last time I will speak to you. Perhaps in a few minutes, Xinxiang village will no longer exist. But I, Chinyongu, have never done anything that weighs on my conscience. The 18th uncles, before every one of them became an uncle, they were volunteers, becoming transcendents, coexisting with the god elephant to provide protection for the village. Without them, the village would have vanished long ago. Of course, transcendents of the eerie symbiosis sequence cannot avoid the influence of the eerie, eventually becoming twisted monsters. But I, Chinyongu, will never regret the decision I made. If you want to curse me or hate me, remember my name. Don't curse the wrong person. And now the village is in danger. Someone among you needs to step forward. What does the village chief actually mean? Speak clearly. Receive the blessing of the 18th uncle. Become a temporary transcendent to protect the village. But after 24 hours, you will die. Is anyone willing? But after 24 hours, you will die. Is anyone willing? Is the village chief done yet? Is Xinxiang village really ending today? How ridiculous. I've done so much, and in the end, the only one who cares about this village is me. Village chief, I'll do it. You'll die. And you're still willing? Village chief, if not for you, I would have died long ago. Rather than being slowly tortured to death by the eerie, I'd rather drag them down to hell with me. Count me in. You brat, you didn't even call me. As expected, honest people hide the biggest secrets. Emojo, you. Some things just have to be done. Count me in. A temporary transcendent is still a transcendent. If a chance like this doesn't let me, Zhang Gang, have some fun, that would be unacceptable. Village chief, you couldn't have forgotten about me, right? Little Zhang, you. Peacekeeper. I am a peacekeeper, wearing this uniform, holding this position, earning this living. Protecting the village is my duty. Peacekeeper. I'm going to, just me, and me. I'm old. I won't live many more years anyway. I'll go. Old man, are you done yet? We can't hold on much longer. Give me 1 more minute. Just 1 minute. Children, just reach out to the 18th uncle, and you will obtain transcendent power. Stop talking. Time is running out. I say, Big Monk, you're way too useless, aren't you?
Chanye.
Yi, move aside. Golden essence soul casting, sharpness born of itself. 2 begets 2, 4 begets 4. Infinite derivations. Where the blade points, 10,000 swords slay evil. I really want to take a nap. Taoist, leave the rest to us, get some rest. So this is the feeling of a transcendent. Not bad at all. Pity it's only for one day. So what if it's only one day? He is a transcendent. How many spend their whole lives without reaching this realm? To experience it once before dying. It's worth it. Stop talking, brothers. Now it's my turn. Even if it's only for one day, they'll let these eldritch things know that Xinxiang village is inviolable. The spark of humanity will never be extinguished.
Commence.
Children, I Chen Yonggu have failed you. But I truly had no choice. Captain Chu. What are your orders, village chief? Boy, do you know why? The Pathfinder Sequence 3 is called the Blood Realm Ritual. Kid, you old geezer. Fine, you want to act? They'll play along. Since you're old, please enlighten me, village chief. Watch closely. This is the Blood Realm Ritual. In trembling fear, I offer my blood here. Heaven and earth diverge. All creation descends into madness. I see. So this is the Blood Realm Ritual. Trading blood for a path amidst despair. Stop charging. Let me go. I want forgive him. Is it over? But those children, they're never coming back. I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve. Same here. The whole team is wounded, yet you're still spotless. I'm a Pathfinder sequence. I have no combat power. I'm not like you guys. My tricks are only for self-defense, not for fighting. Then what use are you? That again. Can't you say anything else? No, I only know this one line, but it's enough to piss you off. Chenyi you. My grandpa's been dead for ages. Go look for him. Thank you all for this time. If it weren't for you, Xinxiang village would have been finished long ago. The things I promised you before, we will definitely fulfill. Captain Chu, this old geezer probably has more trump cards, right? He's hiding them so deep. Those 18 lords in the temple are actually true sequence transcendents. If they could temporarily leave the statues to fight, the situation wouldn't be this passive. But the fact is, they've been contaminated by the eldritch. The chief doesn't dare release them. If he forced them to act, could lead to even more terrible consequences. They can leave the statues? How do you know this? Are you guessing?
I'm just guessing.
Sissy. Did you forget our captain's hobby? He has a mystical radio for eavesdropping. Do you think he didn't hear? I see. Captain Chu, you really are a hypocrite. These two are damn infuriating. Whatever, we're leaving Xinxiang village soon anyway. The secrets here are none of my business. Do you really plan to stay? After this battle, Xinxiang village might not be safer than the outside, but at least it's a bit quiet here. Even if it's only temporary, it's enough. System, check kill points. Current kill points, 219,000. I hit the jackpot this time. System, upgrade chi swallowing technique. Upgrade requires 20,000 kill points. Yes, confirm. Upgrade confirmed. Processing. Estimated completion, 72 hours. Please wait patiently, host. Look, this is transcendent power. Someone has awakened. This should be an architectural support sequence. Move aside. The village chief is coming. Xiaoxia, which sequence did you awaken? Village chief, I awakened the architect sequence. Home builder. Great. With the architect sequence, the village can establish an effective defense. Chi swallowing technique upgrade complete. This time, I truly thank you. If it weren't for you, Xinxiang village, village chief, even without us, Xinxiang village might not have vanished, right? It seems you've already guessed. I'm curious how you knew. Everyone has an inkling about these things. Ha ha ha. forget it. In this apocalypse, those without secrets can't survive. But there are two things you definitely don't know. Which two? Which two? First is the return to city plan. Someone is already gathering Transcendents to return to the city. The city? Isn't that paradise? Is this actually true? Don't ask me for details. I only received the news. Which city? Who's organizing it? I don't know either. If you want to know, you'll have to find out yourselves. And the second thing, have you heard of the legendary oasis? A convoy once said they were heading there. They said there's food there, medical care, supplies, even like it was before the apocalypse. Honestly, I don't believe it. If such a place really existed, the Eldritch would have found it long ago. But they sounded so convincing that I can't tell for sure. Alright, time's up. It's time for you to leave. Goodbye. Everyone, prepare to move out. Let's hit the road. Everyone. Watch your mouth. What do you mean hit the road? Captain Chu, it's departing. You're an adult and the captain. Can't you say something more auspicious? Exactly. That last sentence was said by Xuanan. I've already lectured him. Comrade Xuanan has deeply realized his mistake. I believe hell never makes such a mistake again. Come on, Xuanan, apologize to everyone. Sorry. Captain Chu, you're truly shameless. Captain Chu, you're a pathfinder. Before the apocalypse, how could creatures like these statues exist? Is this still the world we once knew? Stop dreaming about returning to the old world. Even if we can return to the city, life will likely be completely different. As long as someone actually dares to build a city, not to mention anything else, every eldritch creature within thousands of miles will probably swarm there. Though the eldritch are terrifying, Transcendents aren't so bad either. We will succeed one day. Captain Chu, when will this rain stop? It won't stop for at least 24 hours. But there is some good news. Captain, what's the good news? The nearest danger zone is 50 kilometers away, and there's no sign of them approaching us, so we can set up camp tonight. Boss Gao, take your men and pitch the tents. If this keeps up, we'll run out of cigarettes sooner or later. Our combat effectiveness will definitely suffer. We need to find a solution quickly, but Lord of the Mist sounds pretty good. I just wonder if it can produce its own resources. And the monster pickup, still short 1,000 kill points. Just 1,000 kill points left. Chinyi, what are you spacing out for? The captain called a meeting. Next. We need to collect supplies with long shelf lives. Eating expired food long-term is too hard on the body. In 3 days, we'll pass through a small town. That's our target this time. Any objections? If there are no objections, then let's get some rest early tonight. Captain Chu, what kind of creature is this? It's called a roaming toothbud, about 25 centimeters tall. It likes to hunt on rainy days, prey several times its own size. It opens its petals when hunting. The petals have dense, sharp teeth. When in danger, it pulls its roots from the soil to escape. Its speed is roughly equal to an adult human's. June 22nd, morning, the first survivor was hunted to death by this roaming toothbud. Is this an animal or a plant? IDs say it's an animal. These little guys ate a whole one. Captain Chu, what do you think? Don't you guys feel that along our journey, animals seem to be very rare? What do you mean? All this way, staying away from cities, sometimes even intentionally heading to remote areas. While we've encountered some animals, they've been pitifully few. Otherwise, on this journey, we wouldn't have failed to catch any prey. Captain Chu, are you saying the old animals might be like humans, and have mostly died off, and new animals are appearing? And these new animals are all like this thing? In other words, the new animals might not be so easy to deal with. We humans have always been at the top of the food chain. This time, I'm afraid we're being knocked off that spot. Everyone, the top of the food chain has changed hands. Our lives are likely to get harder and harder. Mr. Chin. Save me. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I'm human. I'm not a monster. Someone is hunting me. Please, help me. It seems this old man is nothing unusual. Oh my God. Those people finally didn't catch up. Thank goodness. But could you move that thing further away? Old man, you just suddenly appeared before us. If you want us not to suspect you, you need to provide evidence that proves you're trustworthy. No, young man, you're mistaken. I'm not a man. Calling me old man over and over isn't accurate. Are you an old lady then? That's not accurate either. Fine, then you're just an old thing. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. For us contract sequence transcendents, we belong to a third gender, neither male nor female. My name is Zhu Zizai. Contract sequence 2, Promise Keeper. You can call me Old Zhu. Anyway, any name will do. Contract sequence. I didn't expect that. Right after we discussed contract sequence transcendence, one would suddenly pop up right here. Were you at Xinxiang Village before? You mean Chen Yonggu? It seems you've also been to Xinxiang Village. That's right. I've been there. I traded things with that old geezer. You have no idea how evil those people are. Everyone was trading peacefully, and then he just attacked out of nowhere. He didn't even give people time to react. How can there be such evil people in this world? I curse him. Everyone, there's no need to be so guarded. This old fossil should be fine. Why did you come looking for me? Chenyi, I actually do have something for you. It's the apocalypse now. It's not easy for people to meet like this. Do you think you could write in a yearbook for me? So it'll have something to remember you by, right? A yearbook? You came all this way for that? You don't know. So many people were lost when the anomalies hit the city. My son, daughter-in-law, and grandson are all gone. Now I don't even have a single memento left. This seemingly simple request actually hides a trap. This guy is almost certainly up to no good. Chenyi, stop flipping through it. Just write one for me. Please write one for me. Meeting is fate. Hurry up and write. I still have to find others to write in it. Chenyi, don't overthink it. Old man, what do you want my signature for? This is a misunderstanding. Give me the yearbook. I won't make you write anymore. Young people really have no honor these days. Brother Chenyi, don't be anxious. I have no malice. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. This is a wonder. Zhu Zizai, look at me. Who am I? You. How are you still alive? Day 51 since the apocalypse began. Survivors in the wilderness encounter a mysterious old man of unknown origin. Look. Who am I? What do you plan to do now? In the end, I just can't bring myself to be ruthless. Forget it, you're the captain. You handle this however you see fit. But this guy has many wonders on him. He likely holds many secrets.
Don't worry.
Leave this to me. I guarantee it'll give you an answer. Captain Chu, do you actually have an interrogation skill? Just interrogation. Is that so hard? If he doesn't behave, I'll beat him. I have plenty of ways. In being framed, I just wanted Mr. Chun to write in my yearbook. I had no other intentions. Really, you have to believe me. Old. Still trying to play tricks on me? Taisher, take him away for now. How long will the system upgrade for the Apocalypse Pickup take? The upgrade takes 24 days. Confirm? Kid, you're not keeping your word. No honor. You devil. You demon. What do you want to do? Tell me, what was your goal in doing this? What exactly was that address book for? Ha ha ha. Stop scratching. They'll talk. Let me go. They'll tell you everything. The contract sequence has a certain ability. As long as they get your signature, they can draft contract terms based on it. That's why Chun Yi wanted your signature back then. He wanted your cleaver and your gun. This ability is terrifying. It's not as exaggerated as you think. This ability has strict limitations. It must be a blank paper contract, and the paper cannot have any writing.
No creases, no stunts,
and no tears. A normal person wouldn't just sign a blank piece of paper given by a stranger. So, That blank paper you found wasn't ordinary paper. It was a blank contract, so that old man disguised it as an address book to trick us into signing. Exactly. And there's one more key point. This kind of contract isn't effective for everyone. Zhu Zizai is sequence 2. If he targeted you, the effect would be greatly diminished. After all, you are sequence 3. Trying to force control over you with a contract is extremely difficult. Then why didn't he go for Ding Dong? Instead of me, he did. I was busy at the time. I ignored him. What about you? Did he not try to find you too? He tried me as well. I was busy then too. That old bastard is cunning. Back in Xinxiang village, he used this blank contract to screw over Chen Yonggu once. But luckily, Chen Yonggu is also sequence 3, so he didn't lose too much. The old man didn't mention a word about it then. He probably just wanted to see me fail. These old geezers are each more sinister than the last. Next time I see him, I'm definitely not letting him go. Damn. I wonder if Chu Che fell for it. Given that little fox's personality, it's unlikely. If those two clash, it'll be interesting. Too bad I won't be around to see it. Where's the old man?
Yizi, sorry.
He got away. That old guy had so many treasures on him, and you let him escape? I didn't expect it either. The old man had an oddity on him. Just a single, inconspicuous hair on his head. Who would have thought a strand of hair could be an oddity? That's what helped him escape. I was careless this time. No oddity left behind. Captain Chu, you let him go on purpose, didn't you? It seems. I still can't hide it from you, Yizi. You're still as suspicious as ever. As for the reason, I can't say right now. When the time comes, I'll give you an explanation. But there is one thing I can tell you. That Zhu Zizai didn't come here to kill you. You should have felt that yourself.
Screw you, Chuke.
I'm going to beat you to death today. For oddities. No 5.
Changye.
I'm the captain, for heaven's sake. Ah, my hair. Let go. Let go of me. It's fine, they aren't using supernatural powers, nor any oddities. Just let them fight it out. They're just venting. Forget it. They'll ignore these two psychos. Are you hungry? You haven't eaten breakfast, right? A little. Give me back my oddity first. In your dreams. Everyone's supplies are running low. If we don't find a supply point soon, we won't even have potatoes to eat. So the next target is Xining Town. Everyone listen up. No matter what happens, we must evacuate within half an hour. Give me 3 minutes. Wait for my signal before moving. There's actually a grocery store here. Let's go inside. We might find something. Most of the time has passed, and there's absolutely nothing. Well, did you find any supplies? No. Sorry, my judgment was wrong this time. What use are you? Are there any large hotels or restaurants in town? Those places usually have reserves in their warehouses. I've checked. The biggest hotel in Xining Town is the Caesar Grand Hotel. The warehouse is empty. Other restaurants and eateries and small supermarkets all out of supplies. Even those places have been stripped bare. Don't we still have 20 minutes? If we don't find supplies, I might not survive until tomorrow. Instead of waiting here to die, I'd rather charge in and fight for it. Everyone stay put. You still haven't thought of a way? Captain Chu, watch closely. Don't any of you go up. Wait down here. They'll go. Mr. Chun is incredible. Mr. Chun is a beast. Move now. Oh no, it's the entangled crowd. They'll hold it back. I've got this. Strike. It still won't die. It just won't die. Now. Retreat. the entangled crowd, currently the most threatening anomaly known. Individuals are highly fused, no obvious core, cannot be completely killed, can only be repelled. Comprehensive evaluation of current human combat power against this anomaly. The win rate is infinitely close to zero. It seems that for humans to retake the cities, it's nearly impossible. Unless the first sequence 9 appears, there is no hope. If only I could be like this guy. Thinking of nothing, only wanting to survive. But this guy seems a bit different lately. At least he's improved a bit. Day 52 since the apocalypse began. While the convoy was out gathering supplies, they were pursued by the entangled crowd. At the critical moment, I and several sequence Transcendents tore open a gap, escaping this incredibly stubborn anomaly. Alright, well, rest here for the night. We actually got quite a lot this time. It should last us a while. Yes, thanks to Mr. Chen. Not a single hair was lost on the way. Oh no, heavy rain is coming. Everyone, move now. It's about to pour here. Quick, Xiao Fu, count the people immediately. See if anyone is missing. Everyone else pack the supplies. Full evacuation in 10 minutes. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Got it. Captain Chu, are you sure ITLL flood here? We just set up camp here yesterday. There will be at least 30 centimeters of standing water within 24 hours. And the rain will only get heavier. How heavy can it be? Much heavier than what you see now. They'll go find Cece and Ding Dong. Get things ready on your end. I can't believe sending messages via birds still exists. Who on earth still uses this method? Everyone, speed up. We're out of time. Everyone listen up, keep up with my pace, don't fall behind. They'll say it again, don't fall behind. You all saw that bird, right? Captain Chu, is it good news? I wouldn't call it good, but it's important. Chun Yonggu mentioned a plan to return to the city before. The date has been set. It's the first day of the lunar calendar, 2032, which is New Year's Day. They're fighting their way back. There's such a thing? For real? Captain Chu. How did that bird find you? It's not a trap set by the anomalies, is it? That bird isn't a normal creature. It should be a heart messenger beast bred from the Keeper sequence. Now that communications are down, this method is actually the most reliable. As for whether it's true,
I didn't sense any anomalous aura.
It's most likely true. They only gave a time. Didn't say which city they're attacking. They didn't, but there should be more news later. Chen Yi, do you even know how to drive? If you're not happy, come bite me. You had a perfectly good car, perfectly good one, and you drove it into this wreck. What do you know? It's a strange object. His is a growth-type artifact. It started as a simple old bicycle, and became this pickup truck. This car has a big secret. So what? Still stuck in a ditch. Can't even crawl out. Holy crap, that's possible? Captain Chu, when do we rest? It's too dangerous right now. Sorry, we can't stop for now. We must leave this place as soon as possible. Captain Chu, what did you see? Nothing, I just feel that this place is very unsafe. Chen Yi, you take the lead car. They'll follow behind you. Other vehicles, maintain formation. Everyone, accelerate. Copy that. Damn it. Captain Chu, what's this? I don't sense the guide's aura, nor have I received any messages from the guide. This convoy has no guide. I am the Emperor. You may address me as Your Majesty, or as the Sovereign, or as Imperial Father. During my southern tour, I encountered such a natural disaster. Blame it on my lack of virtue, that heaven has brought down this calamity. My heart is deeply pained, though you peasants are of little use. You are all my subjects. I am the Emperor, and thus I am your father. Enough. Enough. You lot lead the way properly, and I shall reward you handsomely later. Also, Little Chen did well just now. I shall reward you handsomely later. How does this guy know my surname is Chun? Who the hell is this idiot? I really want to punch him. How dare you? Who do you think you are? To dare insult His Majesty, and your voice is utterly hideous. This humble servant orders you to shut up. You are forbidden from speaking. Fine, just fine. Don't let me catch you, you damn eunuch. It's over, it's too late.
Changye, ding dong, TSC.
I need help. Taisher, you bastard, if you don't wake up, we're all going to die here. Taisher, wake up. Mountain collapse. Looks like it's my turn to step in. Let me try my fourth ability, Hidden Edge. Chun-Yi, save me. In my name. Pause. Everyone, the danger is not yet gone. Hurry. Leave this place first. I've already seen it. A very bad vision. Captain, what was that technique just now? I don't know. There are too many sequences. I only know some of them. Now is not the time to discuss this. Let's just leave first. You Hicks don't even know this? Your Majesty, why not be merciful and tell them? Idiots. This is the quote sequence. That man is called Chun Hao, though he's as stupid as you lot. This sequence is very powerful. Don't provoke him, or else he. These guys are truly shameless. A bunch of idiots. These peasants actually refuse to communicate with His Majesty. If it weren't for His Majesty, would they even know what a quote sequence is? Xiaode, Your Majesty, Xiaode is here. How much longer until we leave this place? Replying to Your Majesty about 2 hours. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Xiaode will ensure your safety. If Your Majesty is weary, perhaps you should rest. I am indeed exhausted. Do not disturb my peaceful slumber. All right, everyone, the danger has been cleared. When will these days ever end? Damn, Taisher, you're incredible. I just feel like my strength has peaked. My speed has increased, and I have more energy. Any other feelings? No, that's it. You bunch of hicks. It's just an external mutation of the Titan sequence. Is it really worth being this surprised? Truly asking for death. I have to teach them a lesson. Now we've got a show. Not only are you ugly, but you're also terrifying. As expected, a hick is a hick. What's that smell on you? Get away from me. What do you think you're doing? I suggest you let me go or else. Ow! You damn peasant! You bumpkin! Do you have any idea who I am? Don't hit my face! Don't hit my face! I was wrong, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Save me! Day 53 since the apocalypse began. The convoy was suddenly hit by extreme weather during relocation. But under these harsh conditions, our convoy unexpectedly encountered another one. You dare hit me? Once His Majesty wakes up, you're in for a world of pain. Ashelu. Im Chen Hao. Quote sequence rank 2. Thanks for earlier. If it weren't for you, many of us would have died. It was nothing. Quote sequence users are just like everyone else. By the way, someone as strong as you, why be a punching bag for that convoy? How about joining us instead? It's not that I don't want to leave. I lost a bet to the master of the Doomsday Fortress. What? You just obey him because you lost? That was the deal. And I agreed to it. Haha, that's an easy fix. Just toss that contract in the trash. Who cares about that? I know, but I can't. Then tell us, what's the deal with this Doomsday Fortress? The master of the fortress is a rank 3 transcendent of the Imaginer series. Imaginer? He can turn whatever he imagines into reality. What? Meaning whatever he thinks of, he can create. That ability is insane. Then this whole fortress couldn't have been imagined by him too? Yes. He imagined the whole thing. Can he actually fight? Barely. Got it. A total specialist, just like those players in online games, who put all their points into defense. No wonder when I was beating people up, he didn't even react. Makes sense. But who would imagine themselves as an emperor? He's an imaginer. Delusions are probably a side effect. Then it's strange. Why has this fortress survived until now? Because he once met a transcendent of the rune sequence. He carved concealment runes all over the fortress. It can completely mask the presence of living beings, and the fortress can power those runes. What do you Hicks know? Those anomalies cannot be killed by ordinary means. Even low-rank oddities have very limited effect on them. The most important thing right now is to survive. Only by surviving can we have a chance to counterattack. Once my sequence rank increases, it'll have every oddity imaginable. That will be the time I lead you all to counterattack. And as for you, you lowly sequence, stop seducing my people. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Your Majesty, you're finally awake. You must avenge this old servant. He's the one who hit me. People from the Boonas are always this crude. Little Detsy, he dared to insult my people. I will absolutely not let him off. Brother, why not just roll with our convoy? We have 5 Transcendents in our convoy. No one's forcing you if you don't want to. You think Chun Hao is like you? Once he gives me his word, hell see it through even if it kills him. You hick. Let me tell you one more thing. People of the quote sequence are all fanatics. Their obsession with promises is beyond someone like you. Once they've decided, no one can change their mind. Brother, we both share the surname Chun. I won't screw you over, nor will I make you break your word. Well, just tie you up. That way, you're not breaking the contract. Enforcing you, they'll take the fall for you. Cough, all right. It's getting late. We should get going. Think it over, brother. With a convoy like that, you won't even know how you died. What are you looking at, you plebeians? Get back to work. System. Check the abomination's number. That's the sound of a dragon. Cousin, that was a dragon's roar. It really was a dragon's roar. My God. How is that possible? Why not? Shut up and stay quiet. Wait, why is this dragon looking at us? No, it can't be coming for us, right? That's a divine dragon. What do we have that would catch its eye? Right, it must be a coincidence. No, the divine dragon is actually coming for us. Everyone, don't move. Don't do anything to provoke it. As long as we don't provoke it, we might still survive. It must be coming for me. It has to be. I am the true dragon of heaven. I am the true son of heaven. I am its true master. What on earth could wound a legendary creature like this? This is a wraith dragon. Nice work. Run. This is mine. Let go. Finders keepers. They'll leave the iron to you. This is a dragon scale. What a pain there are so many. Why are you all looking at me? Forget it, I'm done playing.
Don't leave.
Let us see the scales. Yezi, hand over the stuff now. Exactly, since everyone has seen it, they'll be the one to keep it safe. No objections? Agreed. Chuche, you really are shameless. We have 150 people in the convoy now. How should we settle them? I have a way. You've actually reached rank 3. He died and I kept my promise. That's why I leveled up. What kind of vehicles do you want? 2 double-decker buses that can hold at least 150 people. In my name, bring forth the vehicles. When will the vehicles arrive? 1 day at the earliest, 2 days at the latest. It's the apocalypse, and we still have creatures like Fatty around? Mr. Chun, you wanted to see me? Find a few people and bring that fatty here. The fatty?
Don't worry.
Leave it to me. Sister Lena, why did Mr. Chun want to see you? Lena, let's just stay out of each other's way. I don't want any trouble. Mr. Chun wants a few people to drag that fatty out. Boss Gao, it's up to you. You guys and you, come with me. This lady is looking for me. I assume she wants me to duplicate more food, right? Mr. Chun Hao, please rest assured. As long as you can help us duplicate these grains, we can give a portion of the duplicates to you. We certainly don't intend to let you help for free. In my name. Duplicate. Mr. Chun Hao, how did you do that? Doesn't this mean no one will lack food anymore? You're incredible. Not exactly. This phrase required a lot of accumulated energy. If I manifest it directly using supernatural power, the consumption would increase exponentially. I can't use it frequently. Thank you. Thank you so much. Smoke Apostle Sequence. It seems I know too little about this. No, I must tell Chinyi about this. Day 54 since the apocalypse broke out. After the convoy encountered the Grudge Dragon, they found a brief moment of safety. Captain Chu, look who I found. Captain Chu, this is that supernatural from the anomalous sound sequence. The one on the 3rd floor was a fake, so his true body was hidden this well all along. I am the chosen emperor. How dare you be so rude to me? Get lost. If you don't watch your tone, they'll strip you naked and tie you to the car. You should have heard of my reputation. A grand sequence 3, and yet you have 0 combat power. What a freak. I am merely exhausted. If it weren't for that black dragon, you'd never have caught me. You bumpkins dare to insult me like this. If you two keep fighting, you're going to beat this guy to death. What are your plans now? My name is Huang Di. I don't have any plans right now. Once I recover, I'll regroup at the Apocalypse Fortress. But I can't lead this many people. They'll have to rely on you. But those who are willing to follow me, I hope you won't stop them. And Chun Hao, he must come with me too. Chun Hao's affairs are for him to decide. You have to ask him yourself. Stop it. Do you people have a death wish?
Supervisor Xue, I'm sorry.
Did you hear? That emperor actually survived, and he's just a soft, chubby little fatty. Well, obviously, it's the apocalypse, except for the sequence supernaturals. Where would you even find a creature like a fatty? Right, I heard that guy is actually a sequence 3, yet he can't even beat an ordinary person. What a little cutie. You peasants, shut your mouths. How dare you discuss His Majesty? Your Majesty, you're finally alive. This old servant was scared to death. As the energy converts, I'm getting closer to sequence 3. Chun Hao, when will we have a car? I don't know. If the car doesn't come back today, we'll have to leave. It'll be as fast as I can. Fatty, when will you recover? Not that fast. At least 5 more days. In this notebook, there are terms related to the Smoke Apostle. The Smoke Apostle is actually an incomplete sequence. Sequence 4 is the peak. Damn it. It seems once I reach sequence 3, a class change will be inevitable. Then could my eyes be deceiving me? System, inspect the Apocalypse Pickup. Oddity detection complete. Target monster pickup. Number 0899. Ability 1. Overflow of eerie power. The 8-limbed human face is a high-level eerie entity. Possesses extreme intelligence. This death was an anomaly. Its residual eerie power has greatly affected the vehicle's body, further enhancing the overall rigidity of the chassis. Ability 2. Monster in the car. A timid and shy monster is hidden in your car. It always appears when you are away. This is a cowardly monster, but that doesn't mean it's not dangerous. Except for Chun Yi, it is dangerous to everyone. It possesses formidable combat power. If conditions permit, can even devour gods. During combat, if it is injured, it also possesses the ability to regenerate. This requires sufficient vitality as a supplement. There are two ways to supplement vitality. One is using other biological beings as a source. The other is through hibernation. Possesses basic human intelligence. After initial familiarization, you can let it help you with tasks within its capability. A pickup truck with a monster of basic intelligence. Its specific abilities cannot be summarized in a single sentence. This will require you in your future life to discover more of its abilities. Ability 3. Advanced shadow drag. From the most unexpected angles. Extend one or more tentacles to drag the target under or into the car to be devoured, and then crush them to become fuel for the vehicle. Ability 4. Monster Domain. This is an immeasurable ability. After activating this ability, within a radius of 100 meters, tentacles covered in suckers will emerge from the ground to attack enemies. In an irritable or frenzied state, this ability's power doubles. Taboo. Do not approach the monster pickup without the owner's consent. 2. If a brutal battle occurs, the monster pickup may attempt to flee. System, please upgrade this pickup's engine, deducting 10,000 killing points. Holy crap, it can actually do that. If this were before the apocalypse, it would absolutely be global breaking news. The entire convoy, including the original members, totals nearly 200 people. With so many people, migrating without transportation is extremely difficult. It won't be long before powerful eerie entities catch up to us. Captain, what should we do now? The convoy will rest here for one more night and set off tomorrow. Captain, among these survivors, there are a few so-called nobles. The things they did back in the Apocalypse Fortress are simply appalling. Not only did they seize a peasant's wife and daughter, they even humiliated them right in front of the man. Oh, such a thing actually happened? You can handle people like that as you see fit. Right now, the stability of the convoy is the priority. Even with supernaturals, it's impossible to spend all our energy on them. You need to get these newcomers used to the convoy's rules as soon as possible. Yes. The smell. Still as disgusting as ever. What do you think you're doing? Aren't you afraid of His Majesty's wrath? His Majesty? Huh? Old Gao. You guys beat them to death. Don't give them a single second to breathe. Xiaofu. Xiaofu. Why don't you tell us what exactly are the rules of the convoy, so we don't accidentally break them and put you in a tough spot? Actually, our convoy is relatively loose, but there are a few ironclad rules you must remember. Tell us, what are these rules? The first ironclad rule is never fall behind. Falling behind the convoy is basically a death sentence. I see. But in the apocalypse, food should be the priority. Why does your convoy have such a strange rule? That's not how it works. As long as you're with the convoy, even if you have no food, others will share some with you. Just go to Supervisor Xuanan. He won't just leave you to starve. The second ironclad rule is to gather as many supplies as possible, provided you don't fall behind. The third rule: fairness is the foundation of everything. If you want anything, you must give something of equal value in exchange. That's why we're called the Fair Convoy. Xiao Fu, I heard there's a vehicle in the convoy that's an oddity. Is it that pickup truck? Yes, that truck belongs to Mr. Chun Yi. No matter who you offend, do not offend him. Remember, if you provoke other Transcendents in this convoy, you might still survive. But if you provoke Mr. Chun, you'd better pray for your lives. How could we? We're just curious. Just curious. Your Majesty, that hideous creature called Xuanan, actually dared to treat your subjects this way. Your Majesty, if this man is not killed, the people's anger will not be appeased. These people got what they deserved. My only intention was to foster a sense of competition, so that my subjects in this apocalypse could live a better life. But some used the power I gave them to act like tyrants. Consider it as him clearing out the pests for me today. Your Majesty is so benevolent. It is truly a blessing from the heavens. Your Majesty, there is more. I wonder if your majesty is aware that when you dealt with that black dragon, this slave saw a dragon scale fall from its body. Those people thought I wasn't paying attention, but I saw it clearly. They were the ones who took it. Your majesty, that belongs to us. Absolutely. But brute force won't work. After all, they have 5 Transcendents. We have to outsmart them. Day 55 since the apocalypse began. After the Doomsday pickup completed its upgrade, it fully evolved into the monster pickup. At the same time, Brother Huang began plotting in secret to reclaim the Black Dragon scale. Isn't this the powerful boss Gao from before the apocalypse? What are you doing here? It's the apocalypse. Is it so strange to see me? It's just that I really can't recall who you are. For small fry like us, it's normal that you wouldn't remember. I just didn't expect that you'd end up in such a state. It's all the fault of this wasteland. Yeah. Take someone like Sulina. Before the apocalypse, she would have been at my mercy, but now that she's close to a transcendent, this woman actually dares to boss me around. Who would have thought? Boss Gao, if you had the chance, would you want to leave this place? Let's find a good spot and build our own survivor base. What do you say? You're crazy. Look, Boss Gao, you used to be quite a big shot. Why are you so cowardly now? I know what you're going to say, that the outside is full of anomalies, and we wouldn't last long without the convoy. Look at this. This is from that rune on the wall of the Doomsday fortress. This rune can mask the presence of living humans. As long as I have this, and steal that oddity pickup, we can live freely in this wasteland. Why keep bowing and scraping to those arrogant transcendents? You want to steal that truck? Do you have a death wish? Once we get that truck, our lives will be much easier. That truck is an oddity. Once we get our hands on it, there's nowhere we can't go. An oddity, Boss Gao. Do you know what that means? Forget it. If you can actually get the truck, he'll agree to your request. It's a deal then. Just wait for my good news. This idiot actually dares to steal Chun Ye's car. The deaths of my 2 brothers were linked to this very vehicle. No, this information must be reported to the captain and Mr. Chun. Old he, where are you going? I'm gonna take a leak, go to sleep. This is unbelievable. This moron actually thought I'd find the car and come to him. Keep dreaming in your sleep. Now that I have the car and the rune, the world is my oyster.
There's nowhere he can't go.
But that transcendent really is an idiot. He didn't even lock the car. Lucky me. So much food. These transcendents are truly extravagant. Mr. Chin, I'm not close with old he. He has nothing to do with me. This plan sounds promising. Why didn't you choose to cooperate with him? I said.
I didn't dare.
Not bad. You're a smart man. Take this as a reward. Thank you, Mr. Chin. Your Majesty, here is your breakfast. Shouta, are they awake yet? Your Majesty, Miss Ding Dong is already awake. She's currently having people move her flower pots outside to soak up the sun. Miss Ding Dong. Good morning. Morning, Your Majesty. Are you personally coming out for a stroll? Sister Ding Dong, I'll be blunt. I'm coming to you because I hope you'll return that Wraith Dragon scale to me. Back in the old Bull Valley, I listened to your voice and thought you were an honest person. That's why I came to you. You saw exactly what happened back then. For that dragon scale, I lost everything I had. By all rights, this thing should be mine. Now, Wang Di, about that dragon scale, you'd better ask Captain Chu and the others. Sister Ding Dong, I know someone like you is the least likely to lie. Please just give me the dragon scale.
I'm sorry,
but I really don't know. The scale isn't in my hands either. Your Majesty, what should we do next? What else is there to do? Go find Iron Lion. He's the dimmest of the bunch. Let's see if we can pry some information out of him. 1 + 1 = 3. Big guy, that grudge dragon scale, can you give it back to me? Huh? What did you say? I don't get it. What dragon? What scale? I've never seen it. Not with me, not with Chun Yi either. Chu Che didn't take it. Ding Dong and Qian don't know either. Believe me, we know nothing. Good thing I didn't slip up. This little cutie thinks I'm as naive as he is. From his reaction, it's obvious he knows something. Damn it. Your Majesty, should we Go find Sun Chanxian next? She's young. She should be easy to fool. Your Majesty, it seems no one's here. Who says no one's here? Are your eyes blind, you old eunuch? Who's speaking? You're looking for my cousin? She's not here. Either wait a bit or just go back. Take your pick. Hey, Chubby and Xiao Detzi, what do you two want with me? It's like this, Miss Sun. We heard earlier that you got a grudge dragon scale. You should know about this, right? What grudge dragon scale? Never heard of it. Stop talking nonsense. The grudge dragon scale, the one that fell off, that black dragon a few days ago. Never seen it. What does it look like? Tell me about it. If I see it, I'll definitely tell you. Or why don't you ask Chu Che? Captain Chu is well-traveled and knowledgeable. He knows the most. Cousin, your acting is terrible.
Ömenot Chanye.
The fact that I've made it this far is already impressive enough. Cousin, it looks like they're gonna find Chu Che. Let them. Captain Chu would sell him out and then help count the money. Cousin, keep your voice down. He hasn't gone far yet. He can hear you. These commoners are truly lawless. Forget it. I can't beat him. A little patience for the greater plan. Captain Chu, that grudge dragon scale was my kill. Your team helped me keep it safe, and I'm grateful. But now I want to keep it myself. The grudge dragon scale. I've seen that thing. It's with Chun Yi. I saw him pick it up with my own eyes. Go ask him for it. But Chun Yi is very cunning. Once you get there, he'll definitely say he doesn't have it. Don't believe a word he says. Just demand it from him. Also, he might even say, the scale is right here with me. Don't believe it. Just keep pressing him for it. Remember, don't believe anything he says. Got it? Captain Chu, you're such a good person. I said, go on, go find Chun Yi. Day 56 since the apocalypse began. Huang Di probes everyone to reclaim the grudge dragon scale.
Ultimately misled by Chu Ke.
His target is shifted toward Chun Yi. Mr. Chen, speak. Is that grudge dragon scale with you? No. What makes you think that thing is with me? Captain Chu told me. He said the scale is with you. Mr. Chen, please return the scale to me. The only reason the grudge dragon dropped its scale was because of my attack. Because of this scale, my palace was destroyed by the dragon. No. Return it to you? What do you mean, return it? Setting aside whether it's yours or not, even if it were in my hands, why on earth would I give it to you? Now beat it. Mr. Chen, you've just admitted the scale is with you. In my hands. What? You want it? What do you want to do? Don't be rude. Since you have no evidence, yet you want something from me, you've got some nerve. Get lost. Otherwise, they'll scrape your fat and render it into oil tonight, and stir-fry some lettuce with it. Your Majesty, let's just leave. You just said you were reasonable. Get the hell away from me. Besides, you're under our protection in our convoy. Now you want to leave? Believe it or not, I could kick you out right now. Let's see how many days you'd last. Even if the scale is yours, ITLL serve as a perfect fare. Didn't you guys end up with the supplies from my palace? Cut the crap. We didn't take those things. Your own subjects looted them all. Why don't I call your subjects over, and you can ask them for the supplies? Let's see if they'll give them back. Chubby, they'll just tell you. I wasn't the only one who found that scale. 5 of us in the convoy found it together. So all 5 of us have a share in it. If you're going to be resentful, remember to hate the other 4 as well. Oh, by the way, the scale is actually with Chu Che. After all, he's the captain. It makes the most sense for him to have it. Fine. So you 5 good people are playing me like this? You're all just bullying me. Your Majesty, have you had breakfast yet? How about we eat together? What a hypocrite. Yezi, look at this. You've completely corrupted me. No, Captain Chu. How can you say that? Chen Hao, when are the cars arriving? Captain Chu. Soon. This noon. Great. I'll let the dragon scale matter go. I'll just eat with them from now on. Don't discuss this with Chun Yi. He has no shame and no bottom line. He definitely won't agree. At least Chu Che should agree. He's the captain. At least he has some dignity. Yes, Your Majesty. Should we still tell Chu Che and the others about the legendary oasis? We still have to tell them, Right now, we have no better way to reach the legendary oasis. We have to rely on them. Your Majesty suffered such a great humiliation today. It is Xiao Detsu's incompetence. It's fine. Achieving great things is never that easy. As long as we find the legendary oasis and get that heart of the artifact, everything will be fine. Your Majesty, many cars have arrived at the camp. Only 2 cars? With so many of us, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Exactly. Why didn't they get a few more? It's the apocalypse. Nobody wants these cars. They really can't even handle a simple task. You've really outdone yourself, but there are too many people. Who gives a damn? As long as there's a seat. It's the apocalypse, not a vacation. Why care if they're comfortable? Get everyone on the cars immediately. In 10 minutes, the convoy leaves. Got it. Boss Gao. Supervisor Shui, you called for me? From now on, you are the manager for Car 6. Get your people on the car now. Leave here in 2 minutes. Be quick. Yes, Chief Shui. Xiaohu, Xiaolong. Come help me with the cars. Su Li Na. From now on, you are the manager for Car 7. Be quick. Supervisor Shui. Li Wan. Come with me. You have 8 minutes to board. Grab your luggage and get in. Seats are limited. First come, first served. As for those who can't squeeze in, I'm sorry. You will likely be abandoned. The slow are not fit to survive. Is everyone ready? Captain, we're all set here. Captain Chu, we're ready to go. Let's move. Let's move. Captain Chu, look ahead. 2 o'clock position. Captain Chu, we haven't had meat in ages. Just watch, don't act rashly. Captain Chu, are you sure those things don't have an eerie aura? According to my senses, they don't. Captain Chu, why not send someone to hunt a couple? If we eat them and don't die, maybe we'll have another food source. Don't even think about it. It's not like we're starving. Yezi, humans are truly scarce now. It's been a year. How many have you even met? Fine. You're the captain. Your word is law. Captain Chu, I have a map to the oasis. Oasis? You're saying this is the map to the legendary oasis? For real? Day 57 of the apocalypse.
Wang di approached Chuke
and produced a map of the legendary oasis. Oasis. For real? I don't know if it's real or not. I traded for it from someone else, but it's at least 70% reliable. How did you calculate that 70%? Just a guess. But there's no harm in checking it out, right? It's better than running around like headless flies. Much better. To be honest, I got this map from a rune sequence transcendent. He told me that in the legendary oasis, there are many miraculous things, like those miraculous seeds you have. The legendary oasis has plenty of those, along with various artifacts and artifact materials. Fatty, you're not trying to lure us into some dangerous place and wipe us all out, are you? You am not even talking to you. Captain Chu, let me tell you, the legendary oasis has plenty of sequence injections. Little Fatty, are you telling the truth? Because the legendary oasis has a pharmacist sequence transcendent. Or should I say, by giving us the map, you want us to do something for you? I want to go to the legendary oasis to find the heart of the artifact. Only with the heart of the artifact can I turn my manifested form into an artifact. I'm giving you the map because I want you to protect me on the way to the oasis. Specifically, help me get the heart of the artifact. Legendary oasis. For real? You mean there's still a safe place in this day and age, with an unlimited food supply and hot baths? You're dreaming. I didn't believe it at first either, but the source is absolutely reliable. Can't be wrong. We've heard the people in the convoy mention it before. We just didn't know if it was true. It must be true. Captain Chu has already decided to go. There's more than just food there. There are artifacts. Artifacts that's too far-fetched. In this world, if you're not a transcendent, you're no different from cattle or sheep. All you can do is run, run, and run. That's because you don't know. I heard the legendary oasis has sequence injections. Plenty of them. For real? Boss Gao, hurry up and tell us what else is there. Yeah. Tell us. Sequence injections. Can I become a sequence transcendent too? You silly child. You're so happy you're crying. I'm crying. Cousin, are you telling the truth? Of course. Do you think I'd lie to you? Don't worry. This trip to the legendary oasis, it'll definitely get a sequence injector for you. With my strength, it's entirely possible. Cousin, You're the best. Sequence injector. Don't worry, Oldly. I'm sequence 3 now. Even if I have to steal it, they'll snatch one back for you. Oldly. Are you okay? Sorry, I used a bit too much strength and couldn't hold back. We're all going to die eventually anyway. As for becoming some transcendent, it just means dying a little later. The world is already in ruins. Since you don't want it, they'll snatch some for Chanqian and Ding Dong. This time, no matter who it is, even if they're a transcendent, they'd better not get in my way. Sequence injector. I must get my hands on it. I must, this time. No matter the cost, I'm getting one. Even if it kills me, I'll have it. Once I get that sequence injector, the first person I'll get revenge on is you, Mr. Chen. These people are starting to lose respect for you. Should we let them get excited? It's not like this happens every day. At least ITLL make the camp feel less lifeless. Mr. Chen, how many of them do you think can awaken? Just these few? You're overestimating them. Even with a sequence injector, awakening isn't a 100% guarantee. The legendary oasis will definitely be packed this time. If I'm not mistaken, ITLL be the most crowded it's been since the apocalypse. Even if these people manage to grab an injector, I doubt a single one of them can become a sequence transcendent. You want to try? No? No, I have no such intention. I just want to survive. Being a transcendent isn't for me. Oh, really? You don't plan on becoming a transcendent to find your sister? Someday. I will find her. In my sovereign name, I summon you to my side.
Come.
So this is the power of the dreamer. This guy didn't use it earlier or later, but chose to use it when the most people were around. Why aren't you guys coming back yet? Alright. Stop staring. Rest up tonight. We set off tomorrow. Perfect. Taking them along will ease the pressure on the convoy. What's the big deal? Just a sequence 3. Chuche, you're sequence 3 now too. Yeah, just a sequence 3. Little Chen, you need to step it up. Our convoy has 3 sequence 3s now. Only you and Ding Dong are left. Forget about Ding Dong. Just don't be the dead weight of the convoy. You're just a sequence 3. Who isn't? It'll definitely hit sequence 3.